Naruto, my Sharingan can be embedded with infinity gems. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201, Ghost Attack. RX2 Mito and Mera, a pair of humanoid self-propelled loudspeakers, are now hanging on Kamui's body, demonstrating their external speaker function, while also causing Kamui's ears to suffer a devastating blow point around Kamui and the others. In addition to Muto, Charizard and Blastoise, there was also a circle of ghost-type Pokémon point. The story begins after Kamui and the others retrieved the elves, Shenwei. How far is it to Ziyuan Town? Mera looked at Shenwei with anticipation, wondering how to make Shenwei understand once again the truth of reaping the consequences of one's own actions after the truth came out. It's almost there, Kamui responded, not noticing Mera's unusual excitement, and had no idea what Mera and Mito were planning. Mito and Mera looked at each other, and both saw in each other's eyes the warrior's fearlessness and determination to defeat the great devil. GGGG. Waves of evil laughter came from far away and got closer. Meng, find out where it is. When Kamui heard the evil laughter, he immediately ordered Muto to teach this prank-loving ghost-type Pokémon a lesson. When Muto heard what Kamui said, he roughly sensed the location of this ghost-type Pokémon, raised his hand, and released a supernatural power, which directly revealed the true form of this ghost-type Pokémon. It turned out to be a Haunter. Kamui took a look at the ghost-type Pokémon that appeared, and without any intention of taming it, he just walked straight past it. Mera thought that the Haunter in front of her was just a prank by Kamui, so in order to find out what was going on, Mera courageously walked over. Mera, be careful. Kamui looked at Mera, who was approaching Haunter, and was worried that Mera would be attacked by Haunter, so he quickly reminded her to be careful. Mito looked at the Haunter and somehow took out the Pokémon book and aimed it at the Haunter. The artificial idiot in the Pokémon encyclopedia introduced the basic information of Haunter to Mito using its unique mechanical voice. Mito only listened halfway before his brain froze, and he muttered something under his breath. When Mera heard what Kamui said, she gave Kamui a provocative look and continued to walk towards Haunter. Just when Mera was about to touch Haunter and thought she could expose Kamui's prank, Haunter made a face at Mera, turned around and disappeared into the night. Mera looked at the disappearing Haunter, and combined with the reminder just now from Kamui, Mera became more and more convinced that everything in front of her was a prank of Kamui. Mera was about to tell Mito her speculation, but she saw that Mito's face was pale. He looked panicked and kept muttering something. Mito sister, what's wrong with you? Mera immediately walked over to Mito and asked about his situation. It's not a prank. It's a real ghost. Mera, it's not a prank. It's a real ghost. Mito looked at Mera beside him, pulled Mera's hand, pointed at the Pokémon encyclopedia tremblingly, and said excitedly, Mito sister, calm down and speak slowly. There's no rush. Mera looked at the emotional Mito and focused all her attention on comforting him, not thinking too much about what he said. Mito listened to Mera's comfort and felt that he was a little too excited, so he quickly calmed himself down. Mera, I just pointed the Pokémon book at that ghost, and I found out that it is actually a ghost-type Pokémon, not a prank by Kamui. After Mito returned to normal, he told Mera about his discovery with a serious face. What? A ghost-type Pokémon? Mera looked at Shenwei with a bewildered expression and was unable to react for a moment. Yes, ghost-type elves. You can also think of them as ghosts. Mito looked at the bewildered Mera solemnly and used the most straightforward language to reveal the essence of the ghost-type Pokémon. After listening to Mito's words, Mera's brain finally started to work normally. Then she recalled her behavior of contacting Haunter. Naturally, she couldn't help feeling scared, and her face turned pale. What are you talking about? Kamui looked at Mito and Mera, who had been chatting for a long time, so he pricked his head up and went over to Mito and Mera to ask a few questions. Shenwei, when did you come here? How come you walked without making any sound? I was scared to death when Mito heard Kamui's voice, She subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound. When she turned her head, she saw Kamui. His big face blocked her sight, and she was so scared that she screamed and punched Kamui in the eye point. Although Mera did not scream, she was no better than Mito. After hearing Kamui's voice, Mera shuddered and froze there, turning her head mechanically to look at Kamui. Ouch. Mito, you're really cruel. Shenmue covered his injured eye with one hand, tears flowing uncontrollably between his fingers, making Shenmue feel extremely uncomfortable. Shenmue, I'm sorry. You were so close to me just now, I didn't recognize you, and hit you subconsciously. Are you okay now? By the way, you can use pupil skills to heal yourself. Why don't you heal yourself? Mito looked at Kamui guiltily, expressed his apologies, and tried his best to make amends so that Kamui would feel better. I also want to use pupil techniques, but every time you hit my left eye first, which I use to heal myself, you hit me so hard every time that I can't even open my eyes. Tell me, have you ever seen anyone use pupil techniques with their eyes closed? While complaining about Mito, Kamui tried to open his left eye and use the pupil technique to recover from his injuries, but after several attempts, he failed. GGGG. At this moment, a series of evil laughs suddenly sounded from all directions. It was obvious that Shenmue and the others had been surrounded by ghost-type elves. Judging from the sound, there are a lot of enemies this time. Meng, can you hold on? Kamui's eyes have not recovered yet, so they have to place their hopes on Muto. Give it to me. Muto's firm answer echoed in everyone's hearts, making them feel very reassured. Charizard, you go up and help too. Water, Arrow Turtle, you should go help too. Mito and Mera commanded their respective Pokemon to form a triangle with Muto, protecting themselves and Kamui and ready for battle. Hey, Mera, your voice is shaking. What's wrong with you? Kamui listened to Mera's trembling voice, turned to look at Mera, who was pale and huddled up in a ball. He didn't understand why Mera became like this, so he hurriedly walked to Mera to check on her condition. Shenmue, I'm scared. When Mera saw Shenmue coming over, she quickly hugged Shenmue's arm and her face became rosy again. Weren't you very brave just now? Why are you scared now? Shenmue saw that Mera's fear did not seem fake, and combined with Mera's performance just now, Shenmue had guessed the original facts, so he teased Mera. Just now it was because Mito, don't say that, it's too embarrassing. Mito tried to explain to Kamui, but was stopped by Mera. Mito respected Mera and decided to keep the matter to himself. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion behind the ghost-type elves. A group of ghost-type elves revealed their true forms and surrounded Shenmue and his friends densely. Then a Jenga came out, pointed at Kamui and the others, and said something to the Haunter beside him. After listening to it, Haunter nodded, and Jenga waved his hand, and the ghost-type Pokemon rushed over. It turns out this Jenga has brought his minions with him to give me a fight. Kamui watched the conversation between Jenga and Haunter, and combined with what happened before and after, he immediately thought of this. Kamui evened up the conversation for them. Muto knocked one away with one move. The performance of Charizard and Blastoise, who tried to get close to Kamui and the others, was just a little bit worse than Muto, but they held their defenses firmly, and didn't give any of the ghost-type Pokemon a chance to get close to Kamui and the others. The ghost-type Pokemon came like a tide, and Muto, Charizard, and Blastoise were quickly overwhelmed. The ghost-type Pokemon stuck out their big tongues and used licking techniques on Muto, Charizard, and Blastoise. Although the tongue-licking move only has a 30% chance of paralysis, there are still many ghost-type Pokemon that use this move. Muto, Charizard, and Blastoise were frozen in place, unable to move. Kamui activated Susanoo, hoping to keep these ghost-type Pokemon out and protect Mito and Mera from harm. After dealing with Muto and the others, the ghost-type Pokemon went straight for Kamui and the others, but they didn't expect to run into Susanoo and couldn't get close to Kamui and the others at all. We are finally saved. Mito, Mera, let's take all the spirits back now. Kamui looked at the ghost-type Pokemon that were isolated, let out a long sigh, called out to Mito and Mera, and then put the Pokemon back into the Pokeball. Mito and Mera put Charizard and Blastoise back into the Pokeball, and then looked at the ghost type Pokemon outside. It seems like they really can't get in. I didn't expect this thing to be so useful. As Mito and Mera were talking, a Ghastly suddenly broke into Susanoo, and the air suddenly became quiet. Ghastly looked at Mito and Mera, who looked frightened, stuck out his big tongue, licked them one by one, and then showed a self-proclaimed friendly smile. X2 Mito and Mera, a pair of humanoid self-propelled loudspeakers, are now hanging on Kamu's body, demonstrating their external speaker function, while also causing Kamu's ears to suffer a devastating blow. Chapter 202. Next stop, Cerulean City. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's just a ghost type Pokemon. Watch me take it. Kamu comforted Mito and Mera, who were hanging on him, and suddenly a Pokeball appeared in his hand. Then Kamu threw the Pokeball out in an extremely awkward way. Layer use shuriken throwing was really not an exaggeration. The Pokeball was spinning and flew towards Ghastly. Then the Pokeball opened with a snap, and a red light shot onto Ghastly, which was then put into the Pokeball. Ghastly was subdued by Kamu, and the ghost type Pokemon outside Susanoo became even more excited, but they could not enter Susanoo, and could only watch from the outside. Stop shouting, both of you. Open your eyes and look. Everything is fine now. Seeing that he had recaptured Ghastly, Kamu hurriedly turned off the two humanoid self-propelled loudspeakers hanging on his body. He had to turn them off as his ears really couldn't bear it. When Mito and Mera heard Kamu's words, they stopped screaming, secretly opened their eyes a little, and looked towards Ghastly. It turned out that Ghastly was nowhere to be found, but a Pokeball of Strikaback was found at the place where Ghastly had been originally. Mito and Mera opened their big eyes and looked around Susanoo. They didn't find any other ghost type Pokemon, so they breathed a sigh of relief. How's it going? I didn't lie to you. The screaming Kamu's ears disappeared, and he glanced at Mito and Mera, who had returned to normal, with a hint of pride in his tone. Well, you have made up for your mistake. Mito rolled his eyes at Kamu, then felt that his current posture was indecent, and quickly got off Kamu with a blushing face. Mera had already subdued Ghastly, and Mito had also gotten down from Kamu. There was no reason for him to stay on Kamu anymore, so he got down as well. Kamu walked over, picked up the Pokeball containing Ghastly, put it into his personal space, and then began his performance. Oh, my disc. Oh, my calyx. Oh, my. Kamu rubbed his waist and pounded his legs, mocking Mito and Mera for being too heavy. Mito and Mera looked at the crying Kamu and soon figured out what was going on. They both glared at Kamu. As Shenwei was speaking, he felt as if 4 sharp swords were placed on his neck, forcing him to hold back what he wanted to say. What the girls care about most? Age, appearance, weight, and Shenwei hit the sore spot of girls. How could Shenwei have a good ending? However, there are still places where Shenwei is of use. Once the current matter with the ghost type Pokemon is over, it will be time to settle accounts with Shenwei. Shenwei, what should we do next? Have you figured out how to get out of this? Mito and Mera looked at each other, then looked at Kamu, and his gaze became gentle again, urging Kamu to find a way to fulfill his surplus value. Let's fly over and the problem will be solved, Kamu said as he replenished his Susanoo, then controlled it, and flew into the sky with Mito and Mera, escaping from the encirclement of a group of ghost-type elves. Goodbye. I will definitely treat Ghastly well, so don't worry. Kamu controlled Susanoo to fly in the air, made a promise to the ghost-type elves on the ground, and then flew away. Mito looked at Kamu in front of her, and couldn't help but recall the scene when Kamu took her away from the Uzumaki clan, which made her a little dazed, and a sweet smile appeared on her face unconsciously. We finally got rid of those ghost-type elves. Kamu, where are we going next? Mera looked at the ghost type Pokemon on the ground, which were getting smaller and smaller, until they disappeared from her sight. Only then did she feel relieved and asked Kamu where their next destination was. We are going to Cerulean City next to challenge the Cerulean Gym, so I plan to fly directly to Cerulean City in one go. The journey may be a little far, so you can take a rest first. When Kamu heard Mera ask about the next destination, He told her the truth, and then concentrated on flying the Susanoo. Hello, I'm Mishiro, the leader of the Vermilion Leaf Gym. The investigation has yielded results. What? He's not a rookie trainer registered with the league. Okay, I get it. After hanging up the phone, Masashi, the master of the Withered Leaf Gym, suddenly had a fierce look in his eyes after Kamui left the Vermilion Leaf Gym. The gym owner, Masashi, regained his ability to move and immediately called the league, asking the league to investigate a man named Kamui among this year's rookie trainers. The name Kamui was heard by Masashi, the master of the Withered Leaf Gym. From the fanatical fans, the phone call just now was from the Alliance telling him the results of the investigation. The league's data shows that among the new trainers registered this year, there is no one named Kamui, and even in the entire history of the league, there has never been anyone named Kamui. After learning about this situation, Masashi, the master of the Withered Leaf Gym, was only thinking about revenge for himself. He never thought about how terrifying it would be for someone who could not be found even with the power of the Alliance. Shenmue, we will meet again at the venue of the Quartz Conference. Zishi, the master of the Withered Leaf Gym, looked at the application form for participating in the Quartz Conference in his hand with a grim smile on his face, as if he saw himself meeting Shenmue again. Excuse me, is this the Vermilion Leaf Gym? I'm Satoshi from Pallet Town. The winner is Zyomao from Pallet Town. In the newly rebuilt Tokiwa Gym, the Pokemon referee announced that Zyomao was the winner. Zyomao won the victory, but took back his elf calmly, as if everything was natural. Compared to that guy, your Beedrill is too weak. Zyomao looked at the Beedrill lying on the ground, unable to fight, then turned his gaze to Sakaki, said something incoherent, and strode out of the Tokiwa Gym without looking back. Sakaki looked at Zyomao back as he left, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He admired Zyomao very much, and did not take Zyomao's offensive words to heart. Instead, he became more interested in the person Zyomao mentioned. Go find out who that person is that he's talking about. As soon as Sakaki's words came out, someone immediately took them to heart, passed them down layer by layer, and immediately launched an investigation. Kamui was piloting the Susanoo, yawning from time to time, turning his head to look at Mito and Mera, who were already fast asleep, taking out a cup of coffee to refresh himself, and then continued to fly towards Cerulean City. The next day, the sun rose as usual, and Mito and Mera had recovered their energy after a night's sleep. Yawn. You guys are awake, how are you? Did you have a good rest last night? When Kamui saw that Mito and Mera had woken up, he became concerned about their situation. It's just so, but it's better than no sleep at all. Mera looked at Shenmue, who had not slept all night, and felt sorry for him, but she still said irritating words. Shenmue, you've been tired for a whole day and night. Listen to me, and take a good rest now. Mito patted Kamui on the shoulder, and ordered him in an unquestionable tone to go and rest quickly. Yawn. Okay, I'll listen to you. Kamui originally wanted to fly to Cerulean City in one go, but when he saw Mito's eyes, Kamui knew that he could not beat Mito with his weak arms, so he chose to follow Mito's arrangements. Kamui controlled Susanoo to land smoothly, then released Windy Dog, letting the Windy Dog carry him, and continue moving forward. Kamui lay on Winda's back, adjusted himself into a comfortable position, closed his eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. In order to take care of Kamui and let him rest more, Mito and Mera stopped and walked along the way. Most of the time, they were the ones commanding the Pokemons and fighting against wild Pokemons to strengthen their command capabilities. Shenmue slept until noon. He slept very comfortably and woke up feeling full of energy. Where are Windy, Mito, and Mera? After Kamui woke up, he looked around, but didn't see Mito and Mera, so he asked Windrush about the whereabouts of Mito and Mera. Shenmue, you woke up so soon, are you sure you don't want to sleep a little longer? As Kamui was speaking, Mito and Kyubi came out of the woods and greeted Kamui. I've had enough sleep. I can't fall asleep anymore. We can continue our journey now. Kamui jumped off Arcanine's back, stretched his muscles, and opened the map of the Pokemon world to see how far it was from here to Cerulean City. Shenmue, you're awake. Come and have a look. My Dratini has evolved into a Haxorus. Mera looked up at Kamui with a proud look on her face. hoping to hear a few nice words from Kamui praising her as a trainer. But, that little slug has finally evolved into a long thin hemp rope. Shenmue looked at Mira's proud look, understood what Mira was thinking, and deliberately went against Mira. Shenmue, say it again. You dare to give my elf a nickname? I'll teach you a lesson. After hearing what Shenmue said, Mira immediately became furious and chased Shenmue to hit him. Kamui and Mira were chasing after Arcanine, which made Arcanine very happy. Winder's eyes fell on Kamui, and it spun around in place, soon making itself dizzy. Wind. Speed dog, are you okay? When Shenmue saw that Windy was staggering, he quickly walked up to it, held up its big head, and asked about its condition. Windy looked at several Kamui that appeared in front of it. He shook his big head violently and looked at the Kamui again. Now there was only one left. Shenmue, I want to see where you can escape now. Mira clenched her fists and quietly appeared behind Shenmue, looking at Shenmue with a sneer on her face. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Hulanjim. Kamui lay on Arcanine's back, criticizing Mira's atrocities in his heart, but not daring to show it. Mito and Mira walked side by side in front, looking back at Kamui from time to time, with smiles in their eyes. Shenmue, stay where you are and don't move. We are going to fight the elves, and we'll be back soon, Mito said hurriedly. Then he and Mira went into the woods, each commanding their own Pokémon to fight against wild Pokémon, in order to improve their command abilities. Be careful. As soon as Kamui said this, Mito and Mira disappeared, and it was unknown whether they heard it or not. The idle Kamui lay alone on Arcanine, waiting for them to finish their battle, then come back together and continue heading towards Cerulean City. Kamui was getting a little bored of waiting, so he took advantage of the time when Mito and Mira were away to release his newly captured Ghastly. When Ghastly came to an unfamiliar environment, he was not shy at all. Instead, he was curious about everything. Among them, what made Ghastly most curious was the trainer Kamui. Ghastly floated in front of Kamui and stretched out his big tongue to lick Kamui. Maybe this is Ghastly's way of expressing his emotions. Kamui looked at Ghastly floating over, aimed at Ghastly's big mouth, and threw an energy cube into it. Ghastly felt something in his mouth and chewed it subconsciously. His eyes, which were bigger than light bulbs, seemed to widen even wider. Having tasted the sweetness, Ghastly immediately went forward and pestered Kamui to ask for the energy cube. Kamui was also happy about this. He took out a small pile of energy cubes, placed them in front of Ghastly, and gave Ghastly some special treatment. Ghastly opened its mouth wide and swallowed half of the energy cube into its mouth. When Ghastly was eating the energy block, Kamui took out the skill awakening disc and slapped it at Ghastly. Ghastly was eating happily when he suddenly felt Kamui patting him. He looked up at Kamui and continued to eat with relish. Kamui looked at the skill awakening disc and sank into Ghastly's body, and the mission was accomplished. Gaz, eat more so you can grow up quickly. Kamui stroked Ghastly's head and encouraged him with the hope that he would become successful. Shenmue, we are back. Why did you let it out? Are you planning to train a ghost type Pokémon? Mira and Mito finished the Pokémon battle, and when they came back they saw Kamui feeding Ghastly, so they stopped and dared not get close to Kamui. Of course, why else would I go to Zioan Town? Punchin or go sightseeing? In front of Mito and Mira, Kamui told them for the first time the purpose of his visit to Shine Town. No wonder you wanted to go to Lavender Town. It turns out you wanted to catch Ghastly. Tell me the truth. Can Ghastly also be mage evolved? Mito looked at Ghastly being fed by Kamui. Based on Mito's understanding of Kamui, there must be something special about Ghastly that would make Kamui go through so much trouble to go to Shine Town, where there was no gym. You're right. How about it? Do you want to try to capture a Ghastly as well? Kamui looked at Mito's face, whose desire for knowledge was greater than his fear, and admitted it generously, and tried to test whether Mito was really not afraid of ghosts anymore. Forget it, Mito. got the answer from Kamui, looked at Ghastly, and the fear in his heart took over again, and he rejected Kamui's kindness. Hey, Kamui, have you finished feeding Ghastly? If you're done, put it back into the Pokeball. We should continue on our journey. Mera had hidden behind Mito at some point, leaving only her head exposed. She looked at Kamui cautiously, obviously still afraid of Ghastly. Garcis, isn't that scary? What a fuss. Go Ghastly and say hello to them. Kamui looked at Mito and Mera who were standing far away, and immediately had the idea of playing a teasing on them, so he ordered Ghastly to scare them. Go ahead, Charizard, use jet fire. Mito looked at Ghastly getting closer and closer to him, and immediately released his big brother Charizard, commanding it to stop Ghastly from getting closer. Kamui's impression of Mito was still that he trembled at the sight of ghost-type Pokemons. He never expected that Mito had grown up to be someone who dared to face ghost-type Pokemons, and had the courage to fight against them. Kamui looked at Mito in front of him, and didn't say anything for a long time, missing the best opportunity to command Ghastly to react. The scorching flames of the big brother Charizard burned on Ghastly's body, and he drove Ghastly away for Mito. After suffering a loss at the hands of its big brother Charizard, Ghastly floated to Camus, ate up the remaining energy blocks in one gulp, and then hid in a Pokeball. Shenmue, what did you want to do just now? Mito flashed in front of Kamui, looked at him with a smile on his face, and clenched his fists. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. Kamui looked at Mito who wanted to hit someone, and while explaining, he quietly retreated, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Since it's just a misunderstanding, why are you running away? Mera, who received the soul of Satan, landed behind Kamui, blocking Kamui's escape route. Who said I ran away? I didn't run. My legs were just numb from sitting, so I came down to stretch them. Yes, I came here to stretch my arms and legs. Shenmue's little trick was exposed by Mera. He felt very guilty, but he pretended to be calm, and made up a lie, hoping to get away with it. After listening to Kamui's words, the big brother Charizard covered his face fiercely, turned around and covered his ears, unable to bear to watch what happened next. Hulan City. As soon as Mito and Mera walked into Cerulean City, they saw posters of water shows and various exquisite handicrafts all over the streets. Shenmue lay dying on the back of wind speed, looking around at the surrounding environment, standing still and obediently. Shenmue, come and pay. Mito hung a beautiful ornament around his neck and called Kamui over to pay. Kamui patted Arcanine, and Arcanine immediately understood what Kamui meant and hurried to Mito. One for me, one for Mera, and I'll give you one too. Okay, go pay. Mito took two more ornaments that were exactly the same as the ones on his chest, hung one around Mera's neck and the other around Kamui's neck, then patted Kamui's shoulder and took Mera to the next stall. Young man, what's wrong with you? Do you want me to report it to Miss Junsha for you? When Kamui was paying the boss looked at Kamui with a bruised face and thought that Kamui was kidnapped by Mito and Mera, so he waited until Mito and Mera left and then spoke to Kamui in a low voice. No, we are traveling together. I got hurt by myself. Boss, did you misunderstand something? The injuries on Shenmue's body looked serious, but Shenmue's voice was full of energy. Shenmue looked at this warm-hearted boss and hurriedly explained the misunderstanding to him to prevent others from doing bad things with good intentions. Shenmue, come here quickly and see if you like this thing. This time, it was Mera who called Kamui over. Kamui was also very curious about what Mera had taken a fancy to and thought that it was something he would like. Okay, I'll be right away. Kamui followed the wind speed dog and came to Mera again. Just like that, Kamui accompanied Mito and Mera to shop crazily at the stalls in Cerulean City and left under the grateful gazes of the stall owners. I feel like no matter how big my space is, it will eventually be filled with the things you buy. Kamui took back Windy Dog, took Mito and Mera to an empty corner, and threw all the bags he had bought into his personal space. Shenmue, please help us store it. Do you have the heart to let two girls walk on the street with so many things? Mito clasped her hands together and looked at Kamui pitifully, as if she would burst into tears the next second if Kamui didn't agree to her. Kamui looked at the pitiful Mito in front of him and couldn't say anything to refuse her, so he could only silently fulfill her wish. Next, we'll go to the cerulean gym, Kamui informed Mito and Mera, then walked straight towards the cerulean gym. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like he was fleeing. Mito looked at the fast-paced Kamui, gave Mera a look that said it's done, and then chased after him with Mera. The three Shenweis walked through the streets and alleys and arrived at the entrance of the Hualan gym. Kamui pushed open the door of the cerulean gym and walked straight in. Mito and Mera followed Kamui and walked into the cerulean gym. Shenwei and the others looked at the environment in front of them with strange expressions. If it was clearly written on the door that it was Hualan Gym, Shenwei would really have thought that they had come to a swimming pool or an oceanarium. I'm sorry, it's not showtime yet. Please come back in the evening. Sakura, the eldest sister of the cerulean gym, came out and looked at Kamui and the others and said apologetically, we're actually here to challenge the cerulean gym and get the badge. Kamui looked at Sakura and told her the purpose of coming to the Hualan gym. This is the cerulean gym badge. I'm giving it to you directly. Sakura didn't feel embarrassed at all when she realized that she had misunderstood Kamui. She felt around on her body, took out the cerulean badge, and threw it to Kamui. Sorry for disturbing you. Kamui hurriedly caught the cerulean badge, put it into his personal space, apologized to Sakura, and left the cerulean gym with Mito and Mera. As Kamui walked out, he was thinking that if it weren't for the fact that the cerulean gym was not doing its job properly, which led to Misty coming back to revitalize the cerulean gym, there would not be a permanent Satoshi, but a changing heroine in the future. Don't you have to defeat the gym leader to get the badge? Why did she give you the badge before you even fought? After walking out of the Hualan gym, Mera stared at Kamui and expressed her doubts, hoping that Kamui could give her answers. As long as the trainer's strength is recognized by the gym leader will give out his badge. I don't know why the cerulean gym gives it away for free. Kamui looked at Mera, who was guarding against thieves, and carefully considered his words before answering Mera's questions to avoid any misunderstandings from Mera and Mito. Chapter 204 Free of Charge. Really? Mera stared into Kamui's eyes, trying to find evidence that Kamui was lying. You are so smart. How could I deceive you? Shenwei looked at Mera without dodging or evading, his eyes calm. Humph, I don't think you dare to lie to me. Mera looked at Shenwei for a long time and didn't find anything wrong, so she just raised it high, put it down gently, and let the matter go. Shenwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Mera didn't intend to pursue the matter further. The focus of the Hualan gym is not on the gym challenge, but all on the water performance. Do you remember what the other party said when we entered the Hualan gym? When we entered the cerulean gym, the other party subconsciously thought that we were there to see the water show, rather than treating us as new trainers challenging the gym. This shows that in the other party's mind, the water show is more important than the gym challenge. Mito analyzed what he had learned in a clear and organized manner and finally came to a conclusion. Mera was stunned when she heard this, but when she thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true. Come on, let's buy tickets and go see their water show and see what's so exciting about it. Mera took Mito and Kamui and left to buy tickets for the water show. When Shenwei and his friends arrived at the ticket office, they saw the long queue in front of it and joined the queue. A long time later, because of a little thing like you, I have been standing for such a long time today that my legs are numb. Mera held the ticket in her hand, looked up at the ticket, and her little face wrinkled. You still have the energy to complain, which means you're not too tired. There's still some time before the performance, so let's go eat something and take a rest. Shenwei looked at Mera indifferently, thinking to himself, when you beat people up, you consume much more energy than when you queue up, so why didn't you complain of being tired then? Of course, Shenwei only dared to think about these words in his heart and never dared to say them out loud. Okay, I'm hungry too. When Mito heard Kamui say that they were going to eat, He rubbed his hungry stomach and agreed immediately. Then Mito took Kamui and Mera and walked into a ramen restaurant on the street. The three shenwis ordered 3 bowls of ramen according to their own tastes. Please enjoy your ramen. After a while, the boss placed 3 bowls of ramen on the table of Shenwei and his friends. I'm starting. X3 as the 3 shenwis said, I'm starting to eat. The amount of ramen in the bowl was decreasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shenwei was a grown man, so when he was hungry he naturally didn't care about his image. He finished the whole bowl of ramen in just a few bites, without even a mouthful of soup left. Mito and Mera ate elegantly but not slowly at all, and finished the bowl of ramen in no time. Another bowl. X3 when the boss brought 3 bowls of ramen and walked to the table of Shenwei and the others again. Before the boss put the ramen in front of Shenwei and the other 2, they took their own bowls of ramen from the boss's tray and continued to wolf them down. The second bowl of ramen was served, and the 3 shenwis continued to finish the ramen at the same speed. Afterwards, Shenwei and the other 2 ate the third, fourth, and 5th bowls. The boss looked at the 3 shenwei people with both surprise and joy, fearing that they would hurt him. I can't eat anymore. When everyone finished their 10th bowl of ramen, Shenwei put down his chopsticks, patted his stomach, and slumped in his seat, becoming the first to be defeated and leave. Then, in the competition between Mito and Mera, the 2 continued to break the highest record of the ramen restaurant. In the end, Mito and Mera raised the record to a height that ordinary people could hardly reach. The result of the competition between Mito and Mera was that Mito defeated Mera with a score of 23 bowls, while Mera had a score of 21 bowls. Mito and Mera also finished their meal, and Kamui went to pay the bill, but the boss refused to take any money. 3 of you, I'm giving you all a free meal today. I hope you can agree to hang your photos and your ramen records in our shop. After the boss finished speaking, he looked at Shenwei and the others with a flattering look on his face, while making his own calculations in his mind. Kamui told Mito and Mera about the boss's intention. After the 3 of them discussed it, they felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so they agreed to the boss's intention. When Kamui took Mito and Mera out of the ramen shop, everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to Mito and Mera, and then slowly moved their eyes down to look at their stomachs. At this time, 2 questions suddenly popped up in their minds. First, how did 2 skinny girls eat so many bowls of ramen? Second, where did all those bowls of ramen go? Kamui took Mito and Mera and quickly left the ramen shop amid everyone's inquiring gazes. He didn't want others to stare at them like monkeys in a zoo. After leaving the ramen shop, Kamui took Mito and Mera and headed straight for the venue of the water show. Shenwei and his friends arrived at the venue of the water show, showed their tickets, and walked into the venue, and immediately felt themselves surrounded by a sea of blue. Shenwei looked at everything in the venue. Apart from exclaiming how big the venue was and how much water there was, he really couldn't find any other adjectives. Shenwei and his friends found their seats and sat down, waiting for the water show to begin. But as soon as Shenwei's butt touched the chair, he could not open his eyes. Yes, Shenwei was sleepy. Shenwei forced himself to cheer up, opened his eyes wide, and prepared to enjoy the next water show. But the opposite happened. Shenwei only remembered himself. He seemed to have vaguely heard the performance officially begins, and then remembered nothing. When Kamui opened his eyes again, he saw Mito and Mera standing up with everyone else, applauding the 3 Hulan sisters performing on the stage, thanking them for bringing everyone this perfect performance. After the performance, Kamui and his friends walked out of the venue with the crowd. Along the way, they listened to Mito and Mera talking about the details of the water performance. Kamui could not get a word in, and could only listen silently. Kamui and the others walked out of the hall, looked at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky, and went into a hotel with Mito and Mera, deciding to set out on their journey tomorrow. Shenwei lay on the bed in the hotel and soon fell asleep. Falling asleep in the guild hall before did not affect his sleep at all. Team Rocket's secret base. Boss, we have found the information you requested. Team Rocket leader handed a stack of papers into Sakaki's hands. Sakaki took the information and flipped through a few pages with no expression on his face. But when Sakaki saw Kamui's photo, a look of confusion suddenly appeared on his face. Sakaki looked at Kamui's photo and felt as if he had seen him somewhere before. but he just couldn't remember where, and stood there in a daze for a moment. The leader of Team Rocket saw that his boss was lost in thought and did not dare to disturb him. He just waited respectfully by the side. After an unknown amount of time, Sakaki finally stopped worrying about Kamui and quickly flipped through the rest of the information. The information is very detailed and well done. Sakaki praised the leader of Team Rocket and then sent him out with a wave of his hand. Seeing that there was no one around, Sakaki made a phone call to the Alliance headquarters. He planned to use his official identity, that is, the authority of the Tokiwa gym leader, to investigate Kamui. Because the leader of the Vermilion Leaf Gym, Masashi, had already applied to the Alliance and investigated Kamui, Sakaki immediately got the results of the investigation. Sakaki was listening to the investigation results given by the Alliance on the other end of the phone, and his heart was in turmoil. Others might not understand the power of the Alliance, but how could he, the behind-the-scenes boss of a criminal organization, not know it? Otherwise, Team Rocket would have been destroyed long ago. After being surprised, Sakaki quickly hung up the phone, looked carefully at Kamui's face on the document, and fell into deep thought again. The next day, the three Shenweis finished their free breakfast, provided by the hotel, and walked along the road towards Nibi City. Shenwei, the water show last night was amazing, but it's a pity that you were sleeping the whole time and didn't see anything. Mera looked at Kamui with a look of regret, as if she felt sorry for Kamui, but in fact she was showing off to Kamui. Then, the show started. Why didn't you wake me up, but let me continue sleeping? Kamui asked as if casually, but his eyes were fixed on Mera. I just saw that you were sleeping so soundly, and I couldn't bear to disturb you. Just wait for next time. I will definitely wake you up next time. After hearing Shenwei's question, Mera thought for a while before giving an answer. Then she secretly glanced at Shenwei and saw that there was no change on Shenwei's face, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Little did she know that all of Mera's little actions were seen by Shenwei, and Shenwei was now certain that Mera was lying. However, Shenwei did not intend to expose Mera. It would not be worth it to make trouble over such a small matter. Come out, elves, it's time to eat. Kamui released all his Pokémons and continued to feed them energy cubes, including Ghastly of course. When Mera saw Kamui release Ghastly, she immediately hid next to Mito. Kamui dared to swear that he did not release Ghastly to scare Mera, just because she lied to him. Not only Mera saw Ghastly, but Mewtwo also saw Ghastly, and his face looked frighteningly gloomy. Mewtwo was proud of its superior martial arts skills, but it did not expect that it would be defeated by a group of ghost-type Pokémons. This made it feel very upset about it. Now that Mewtwo saw Ghastly, he naturally thought of what happened that day, and the look he gave Ghastly became even more unfriendly. Gaz is our new member. Everyone, say hello to it, and welcome it to join our team. Kamui saw that Mewtwo was upset with Ghastly, so he quickly stepped out to smooth things over to prevent them from fighting. Ghastly stuck out his tongue and put on what he thought was a friendly smile, trying to be friendly to everyone, but he didn't know that he was scaring everyone. Chapter 205 Gang Commits Crime. Shenwei looked at Ghastly, who was actively integrating into the team, and nodded secretly in his heart. Shenwei felt that he should do something to help Ghastly. As the saying goes, there is no problem that cannot be solved by a meal. If there is, then 2 meals will do. Yes, Kamui is planning to take out the energy cube again and force friendship with the elves. Mito, Mera, don't just stand there. Release all the elves and let them get to know each other. Kamui looked at Mera, who had pulled Mito away from the enemy because she was afraid of Ghastly, and quickly asked them to release their Pokémons, and at the same time, took out a large number of energy blocks for the Pokémons to eat with. Agreed in advance that Ghastly is not allowed to scare me, otherwise, beat the shit out of me. Mera hid behind Mito and peeked in to make 3 rules with Kamui. Mera knew that Mito had overcome her fear of ghost type Pokémons now, so when she was making the rules, she originally didn't plan to bring Mito along. But then she thought, wouldn't she appear to be a coward if she didn't bring Mito along? So she changed her mind and called us. Shenwei had no idea what was going on in Mera's mind and thought that Mera couldn't finish her words because of fear, so he added, Kamui, you promised. You can't go back on your word and lie to me. Sister Mito, you heard everything. If Kamui doesn't keep his word, you have to help me. Although Mera heard Kamui agree, she still felt unsafe, so she pestered Mito to make the decision for her. No problem. If Shenwei doesn't keep his word, we'll hang him up and beat him. Mito looked at Mera, who lacked a sense of security, and agreed to her request with a smile on his face. Shenwei looked at Mito with a dark face. The smile on her face made Shenwei feel that Mito seemed to hope that he would not keep his word, so that she would have a reason to beat him up. Was this his illusion? I hope he is overthinking. Mito sister, I believe in you. Mera looked at Mito firmly, then released her own spirits and led them towards Kamui's energy cube. Mera, why do you believe Mito? Why don't you believe me? What if Mito lied to you? Or did we lie to you together? Kamui looked at Mera, who believed Mito so easily, but was suspicious of him, which made Kamui feel that his personality was insulted. Kamui asked Mera this not because he wanted to sow discord between Mito and Mera, but it was just that kind of guess that came out of his mouth. Yes, it was just a guess, because Sister Mito eats more than me. People who can eat a lot are not bad people. On the contrary, those who don't eat much are full of bad intentions and are always thinking about how to harm others. Mera explained the basis on which she judged whether a person could be trusted, and at the end she looked at Shenwei from time to time. Looking at Kamui and Mito again. One had a face as gloomy as the bottom of a black pot, while the other was laughing so hard that he was bent over. Mito laughed so hard that he fell backwards, not only because Mera's argument was interesting, but also because her little movements were clearly seen by Mito. Shenwei's face was as gloomy as the bottom of a black pot, only because Mera's argument was too targeted, and coupled with her constant glances at him, Shenwei felt that he was being dissed madly by Mera. After laughing, Mito released his elves and walked towards Kamui's energy block. When passing by Kamui, he winked at Kamui mischievously. Kamui was so angry that he was about to explode. He looked at Mito and Mera's backs and suddenly wanted to buy them some oranges. You two can't afford to eat so much. You eat so much, but you don't gain weight where you should. Do you think you deserve all the food you eat? Kamui looked at Mito and Mera's backs, silently accusing them, knowing that he would be beaten if he spoke out. While several masters were bickering with each other, a large group of elves were getting along very harmoniously. Among them, the best pair was Ghastly from Kamui and Eevee from Mito. One is Eevee, who dares to challenge anyone he sees, and the other is Ghastly, who likes to play pranks and scare people. They are a pair of birds of a feather, and they met each other too late. The key is the attributes of Ghastly and Eevee. It doesn't matter who hits whom, it won't have any effect at all. This also makes their friendship even deeper. Ghastly and Eevee huddled together and discussed their plan in a low voice, and finally decided to make the pterosaur the first target. Except for Pteranodon, among the remaining Pokémon, some of them look difficult to deal with, or you don't feel a sense of accomplishment after bullying them. How come only Pteranodon meets the labels of Ghastly and Eevee? First, Eevee walked up to the fossil pterosaur and lay on its pile of energy cubes to feast on them. Seeing this, the big brother Charizard naturally couldn't just ignore it, so he stepped forward, grabbed Eevee and put it back to its place. Just when all the Pokémon's eyes were focused on Eevee, Ghastly suddenly appeared, opened its big mouth, and swallowed most of the energy cubes of the pterosaur, then immediately ran away. The sudden change caught all the elves off guard. Among them, the fossil pterosaur, which suffered heavy losses, roared and chased after them, determined to get back all the energy cubes it had lost. Seeing this, the big brother Charizard quickly put down the Eevee in his hand and immediately chased after it to resolve the conflict between Ghastly and Pteranodon, and persuaded Ghastly to return the energy cube to Pteranodon. Eevee, who had no Pokémon to take care of him, was not idle either, but went to steal the energy blocks. He walked to the pile of energy blocks left by the fossil pterosaur and ate them one by one. Happily. Eevee finished eating all the energy blocks of the fossil pterosaur and burped comfortably. After Ghastly was blocked by its big brother Charizard and Pteranodon, it ate all of Pteranodon's energy cubes into its stomach. When Big Brother Charizard saw that it had no energy cubes left, it distributed its own energy cubes to Pteranodon to appease it and prevent it from fighting with Ghastly. After the pterosaur followed its big brother Charizard back, it looked at Eevee lying in its place and its disappeared energy block and exploded instantly on the spot. After Ghastly came back, he floated directly to Eevee's side, made eye contact with Eevee, laughed, and then they made faces at the fossil pterosaur together. The pterosaur couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to go up and argue with Ghastly and Eevee, but was stopped by the Big Brother Charizard. The Big Brother Charizard found that things were beyond its ability, so he asked Mewtwo to send a message to the masters, asking them to solve the problem. Your elves are going to fight. Mewtwo sent a group message to Kamui, Mito, and Mera, then stood aside with his arms folded. Let's talk it over. Don't fight. Don't fight. Meng, what is going on? When Kamui heard Mewtwo's message, he quickly rushed to the side of the Pokémons, stopped their behavior to prevent the situation from further deteriorating, then asked Mewtwo about what happened, and then took steps to solve it. At this time, Mito and Mera also rushed over, and Mewtwo told Kamui, Mito and Mera what had happened in detail, acting as a translator. After listening to Mewtwo's story, Kamui was furious. Ghastly's behavior was clearly selling out his friends for personal gain. You and Eevee could have attacked anyone else, but you only targeted your own family. It seemed like he should have a good talk with it. Of course, I can't tell these words to the elves, and I can't let Mito and Mera hear them, otherwise. Alas, Gas, Eevee, and Pteranodon, the three of you come here. The other Pokémons also stand still. Learn from their experience. I don't want the same thing to happen a second time. Shenmue looked at this large group of elves and sighed in his heart. There are too many elves, and it will be difficult to lead a team. Gaz, I've learned what happened. You teamed up with other Pokémon to steal the energy cubes of Pteranodon. As a punishment, you must give half of your energy cubes for the next 3 days to Pteranodon. Go apologize to Pteranodon immediately. Kamui punished Ghastly for doing something wrong, and then asked it to apologize to the pterosaur, and then the matter was over. Looking at the stern Kamui, Ghastly had no choice but to go and apologize to the pterosaur. When he thought that he would only have half of the energy cubes for the next 3 days, Ghastly felt very uncomfortable. Fossil pterosaur, these energy cubes are for you. These are your compensation. Are you willing to forgive Ghastly now? Shenmue said, taking out a pile of energy cubes, placing them in front of the fossil pterosaur, and then asked. The fossil pterosaur looked at the energy block in front of him and had a feeling of regaining what he had lost. He immediately smiled and nodded to Camus, indicating that he forgave Ghastly. Then he hugged the energy block and started eating. Gaz, will you dare to bully other elves again in the future? Kamui looked at the answer of the fossil pterosaur and nodded with satisfaction, then turned to look at Ghastly and asked it. When Ghastly heard Camui's question, he shook his big head like a rattle, indicating that he would not bully the Pokémon anymore. Ibrahimovic, go apologize to the fossil pterosaur. Mito ordered Ibrahimovic in a stern voice. Eevee walked up to the Pteranodon and apologized, scaring the Pteranodon so much that it quickly protected its energy cube. Eevee spoke for a long time in front of the pterosaur, and no one knew what he said, but the two Pokémon reached a reconciliation. Kamui looked at Mito curiously, only to see Mito looking at Kamui with a smug look on his face and making mouth shapes. What Mito said was secret. Just like that, a conflict between the elves was eliminated without a trace under the education of Kamui and Mito. Kamui and his group continued on their journey, heading towards Nibi City, until they reached Uchiha Mountain, where they stopped again. Because Kamui and his friends found a pink and unique elf in Uchiha Mountain. Chapter 206p. This is Moonview Mountain. Pippi and Pixie live here. Once we pass Moonview Mountain, we will reach Nibi City. On the surface, Kamui was looking at Mount Tsukumi, but in fact, Kamui opened the map of the Pokémon world and read the information displayed on the map. Look, that Pokémon is Pippi, and he looks so plump. Look at the skinny Pokémon next to him. He is Pippi's evolved form, Pixie. Kamui pointed at Pippi and Piccosi, and introduced them to Mito and Mera. After listening to Kamui's words, Mito and Mera became interested in the two Pokemon, so they took out the Pokemon illustrated book and listened to the artificial intelligence inside to introduce the two Pokemon to them in detail. When Mito and Mera were focusing on the Pokemon encyclopedia, a large number of Pippis and Pixies came out of the cave, automatically formed a square, and then started dancing. Shenwei originally wanted to pass through Yujian Mountain quickly, but when he saw Pippi and Piccosi dancing, he stayed for some unknown reason and planned to watch it before leaving. Shenwei looked at the coordinated movements of Pippi and Piccosi in the square formation and couldn't help but recall the time when he did radio gymnastics in school in his previous life. At that time, everyone was dancing in unison, and all kinds of monsters and demons took the center position, which was very different from the leader on the stage. When Shenwei thought of this, a knowing smile appeared on his face. Shenwei looked around and saw that among the formation of Pippis and Piccosi, there was a Pippi that was different from the others. Its dancing moves were seriously distorted, but it looked like it was enjoying it. Out of curiosity, Shenwei looked at it for a while longer. Mito, Mera, look at that Pippi. He's clumsy but hardworking, and he always maintains a good attitude. Isn't he very similar to that kid Metro? Kamui pointed at the distinctive Pippi, approached Mito and Mera, and spoke into their ears. Kamui, you are making up stories about my disciples behind their backs. Don't you take me, the team leader, seriously at all. Mito looked at the skin on Kamui's finger, then turned around and looked at Kamui angrily, his fists clenched, as if he wanted to seek justice for his disciple. Stop, stop, stop. I didn't mean any harm in what I said. You misunderstood me. Kamui raised his hands to stop Mito, and his body retreated repeatedly, while hurriedly explaining to Mito, you said I misunderstood. I want to hear what you mean. Mito stopped in front of Kamui, looking unwilling to give in. It seemed that, if Kamui couldn't explain himself, today might be another day that Kamui would get bruised and battered. Don't be in a hurry, Mito. Please sit down first and let me slowly explain this to you. Kamui kept comforting Mito verbally while thinking about how to break the impasse. It would be best if he could make Mito forget about the matter completely. Perhaps Shenwei's wish was heard by the alpacas again, and the formation of Pippi and Piccosi suddenly became lively. The cause of this incident was the unique Pippi. Kamui, Sister Mito, look, Pippi and the Pixies seem to be quarreling. Mera pointed at the chaos in the square and looked at Kamui and Mito anxiously, trying to stop Pippi and Piccosi from arguing any further. When Kamui and Mito heard Mera's words, they hurriedly looked towards the square formation and saw the Pippi and Piccosi in the square formation surrounding the unique Pippi and blaming it together. The unique Pippi, listening to the accusations around him, had the smile on his face replaced by sadness. Don't tell me, it really looks like Metron. Mito looked at the unique Pippi, who was currently being ostracized by his companions, and agreed with Kamui's words. Why don't we help it, just like we helped Metron? Mera looked at Pippi, who was being ostracized by his companions, and felt that he should do something to help him. Mera, that's a good idea, I agree. After hearing what Mera said, Mito immediately clapped his hands in agreement, and then looked at Kamui with Mera. You will need all the Pokeballs you need to capture, the skill awakening discs and energy cubes you need to train, and the moonstones you need to evolve. Go ahead, and I'll leave it to you from here. Kamui handed the things to Mera one by one, and then he and Mito waited for her here and came back with good news. Mera suddenly received so much information from Shenwei that her brain was a little overwhelmed, but she still set off in a daze. Stop it, let go of that Pippi. Mera brought Blastoise and made a strong first move as soon as she appeared on the stage, intimidating the group of Pixies and Pixies, then threw the moonstone, hitting the head of the unique Pixie. After Mera threw the moonstone out, she realized that she had thrown the wrong item and should have thrown the Pokeball. After being hit by the moonstone, the unique Pippi had tears in his eyes, and it seemed that he would cry at the next second. At this time, Kamui, Mito and Mera, none of the three noticed why the Pixie had touched the moonstone, but did not evolve directly into Pixie. I'm sorry, I was too nervous just now. I'll try again. I won't make a mistake this time. Mera clasped her hands together and apologized repeatedly to the unique Pippi, then took out a Pokeball and threw it at it. The Pokeball that Mera threw out spun and flew towards the unique pixie. She was about to capture it, but it dodged the Pokeball unexpectedly, and the Pokeball captured a pixie next to it instead. Why are you running? Now you've used up your Pokeball. You're still laughing. Humph, I can still catch you without a Pokeball. Mera looked at the used Pokeball with heartache and complained about the unique Pokemon, only to see it covering its mouth and laughing. Mera was immediately angered by it and pounced on it with her arms exposed and sleeves rolled up. Kamui and Mito stood at the back, watching Mera suffer a series of defeats. They covered their faces in embarrassment, unable to bear to watch any further. The unique Pippi dodged left and right among the Pippus and Pixies, making it impossible for Mera to touch it at all. Whenever Mera missed, it would turn around, wink at Mera, and laugh with its mouth covered. I'm so angry. I must catch you today. Blasto Eyes, come and help me. After failing again and again, Mera finally couldn't bear it anymore, so she called on Blasto Eyes to catch the unique Pippi. Together at this moment, behind Mera, the light of evolution suddenly shone. It turned out to be a pixie who accidentally touched the moonstone on the ground and was about to evolve into Pixie. Shenwei looked at the evolved Pippi and was suddenly stunned. Then he recalled that the unique Pippi had also touched the moonstone, but why didn't it evolve? Mera, there's something strange about that Pippi. It's not a Pippi, but another elf that has transformed into the appearance of Pippi. Thinking of this, Shenwei hurriedly spoke loudly to Mera, wanting to remind Mera so that Mera could be mentally prepared in advance. I don't care what it is. Anyway, I like it. It is my elf. Mera's eyes were fixed on the unique Pippi, and she revealed her inner thoughts to Kamui without turning her head. After Mera finished speaking, she found the right moment and stood in front and behind with Blasto Eyes, blocking the way of the unique Pippi, and then the man and the turtle suddenly pounced forward. The unique Pippi, seeing that his way was blocked by Mera and Blasto Eyes, jumped lightly and flew into the air. The unique Pippi looked at Mera and Blasto Eyes, who collided with each other in the air, fell to the ground, and rolled in the air, laughing so happily. Mera dusted off the dust on her body and looked at the unique Pippi flying in the air. She finally took out the real thing. Receive Satan's soul. Mera used receiving magic and flew towards the unique Pippi. Shenwei, a normal Pippi shouldn't be able to fly, right? So what kind of Pokemon is it? Mito looked at Mera and the unique Pippi flying in the air, chasing each other, turned his head with a puzzled look and asked Kamui. It is most likely a mythical beast, but no matter what kind of spirit it is, it will definitely not be able to escape today. Kamui stared at Pippi flying in the air and told Mito his guess. At the same time, he made up his mind not to let it run away. While Kamui and Mito were talking, Mera and the unique Pippi had been fighting in the air for dozens of rounds, but Mera had never touched the unique Pippi once. Instead, Mera was exhausted and out of breath. The unique Pippi, looking at Mera who was tired of flying, no longer showed himself as Pippi and finally revealed his true form in front of everyone. I have searched for it among the crowd for 1,000 times. Suddenly I turned around and found the elf there. Moon over the mountain. Pretend to be Pippi. Come on, Meng Meng. The dream you have been dreaming about has been found. When Shenwei looked at the original form of the Pippi, he immediately recognized it as a Mew. Shenwei was very excited and hurriedly called Mewtwo to fulfill his wish. Mewtwo looked at Mew with fiery eyes. The excitement in his heart was no less than that of Kamisama. He immediately flew towards Mewtwo. Kamui silently took out the Pokeball, waiting for Mewtwo to fulfill his wish, and then threw the Pokeball out to capture Mew. The appearance of Mewtwo interrupted Mera's pursuit of Mew, so Mera flew in front of Kamui. I told you, that Pokemon is mine. What do you mean by letting Mewtwo go? Mera looked at Shenwei with dissatisfaction, wanting to hear how Shenwei would explain. It is Menghun, the elf that Meng Meng has been looking for. Shenwei explained to Mera seriously and quietly put his hand holding the Pokeball behind his back so that Mera couldn't see it. Chapter 207 Respective Changes. So this is what Mewtwo is looking for. Mew? That's a nice name. Here you go. Give me the Pokeball you hid behind you. I saw it all. Mera reached out to Kamui and asked for the Pokeball that Kamui hid behind him so that she could capture Mew. When Kamui saw that Mera had discovered it, an awkward smile appeared on his face and he reluctantly handed the Pokeball to Mera, but from his appearance there was no sign that Kamui showed any dissatisfaction. The communication between Mewtwo and Mew is very strange. Both Pokemon use telepathy and the content of their communication is only known to each other. When they get emotional, the two Pokemon make gestures, but no sound is made, just like a pantomime. At this time, Mewtwo took the lead in attacking Mew, but Mew dodged left and right, avoiding Mewtwo's attacks one after another, showing a helpless expression. Don't run away. Fight me fair and square. Mewtwo didn't control his words deliberately, causing them to ring in everyone's hearts. When Mera heard what Mewtwo said, she knew that her chance had come. She flapped her wings and flew to Mewtwo's side. When she saw the right opportunity, she threw the Pokeball out. When Mew saw the Pokeball flying towards him, he quickly made a snooker for himself, hiding himself behind Mewtwo and letting Mewtwo block the Pokeball. Mewtwo reached back and caught the Pokeball in his hand, then used instant teleportation to teleport himself to Mew. Mew looked at Mewtwo, who suddenly appeared in front of him and was about to use teleportation to escape. But Mewtwo was faster than him and grabbed his neck. Mewtwo was pinching Mew's neck and exerted a little force, and Mew began to struggle violently, slapping Mewtwo's hands repeatedly. Mewtwo looked at Mew struggling in his hand, and all his thoughts of competing with it disappeared in an instant. However, Mewtwo did not let Mew go directly. Instead, he opened the Pokeball in his hand and captured Mew. Mewtwo weighed the Pokeball containing Mew in his hand. The Pokeball kept rising and falling in his hand. The hearts of Kamui, Mito, and Mera also changed with the rise and fall of the Pokeball. Mewtwo seemed to have noticed the fiery looks in the eyes of Kamui and the other three, so before Kamui and the others took action, Mewtwo quickly threw the hot potato in his hand away. Mera took the Pokeball without hesitation. Feeling uncontrollably excited, Mera flew down from the sky, and as soon as she landed, she cancelled the receiving magic, opened the Pokeball and released Mew, and took out the skill awakening disc and energy block that Kamui gave her. After coming out of the Pokeball, the little guy Mew looked resigned to his fate and floated in the air motionlessly. Mera held Mangekyō in her arms, first slapped the skill awakening disc on Mangekyō's body, and then fed the energy blocks into Mangekyō's mouth one by one. As Mew ate the energy block, his two lifeless eyes regained their brightness, as if to say, it might not be bad to have a trainer. Mera, let me hug Dreamy too. Mito looked at Mangekyō in Mera's arms and couldn't wait to hug it. As a girl, she couldn't help but want to get close to cute things. Mera generously handed Dream over to Mito and watched Mito teasing Dream, and she relaxed. Mera, have you forgotten it? Kamui walked up to Mera and handed her a Pokeball. The Pokeball contained none other than Picossi that was mistakenly captured by Mera before. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten about it. I'm going to let it go now. Mera covered her mouth and screamed, then quickly took the Pokeball from Kamui and released the pixie inside. Little one, you are free. Go back to your companions. Mera looked at Picossi with an apologetic look and encouraged it to return to its companions. Picossi looked at Mera, then looked at his own tribe, then waved to Mera and returned to his own tribe. Mera looked at Picossi, who had returned to the group, and activated the self-destruct mode of the Pokeball so that Picossi was completely free. This trip to Mount Succumb not only helped Mewtwo fulfill his wish, but also helped him successfully capture Mew. It can be said that it was a fruitful trip. Kamui and his crew said goodbye to Pippi and Picossi and set off again towards Nibi City. Mito and Mera continued to stop and go along the way, not missing any opportunity to command the elves to fight. In the continuous battles, they not only improved their command ability, but also deepened their feelings with the elves. Now, Mito's nine-tailed fox is very close to its master Mito. After every battle, it will interact closely with Mito, except that it does not like others touching its fur. It does well in other aspects. Mera commanded a fantasy battle for the first time today. There were some problems during the process, but she won in the end. She was commanding a fantasy, so it was normal for her to win, but it would be abnormal for her to lose. After Mera commanded Mew, she still focused her training on Haxorus, hoping that her Haxorus could evolve into Dragonite as soon as possible. Mito and Mera were commanding the elves to fight, and Kamui was also busy as he was in charge of the logistics. Shenhua's Senzu beans and energy cubes are supplied to the elves in unlimited quantities, allowing the elves to always stay in the best condition and accelerate their growth. Among this group of elves, the one with the most obvious change is Arcanine. Now its size is more than twice that of an ordinary Arcanine. Speaking of the changes in Arcanine's size, I don't know if there is any saying in the Pokemon world, but this Arcanine of Kamui strictly follows the rule of the bigger the dog, the bigger its head will be. Every time, it starts with Winda's head growing bigger, and then its body follows suit, and it's like this every time. Now Arcanine is strong and robust, with 4 sturdy and powerful hooves, just like a lion. Shenhui dares to say that, even if the 3 spirits, Entei, Succumb and Reikao, are locked up together with Shenhui's Arcanine, the one that will come out last will definitely be Arcanine. Ranked second is Pidgeot. Pidgeot's size has also increased, but overall, Pidgeot's size change is not as great as Arcanine's. Pidgeot's change lies in its wings. Pidgeot's wings have become wider and thicker than before, which allows it to fly more steadily and farther, and its moves are also more powerful. Originally, the ratio of Pidgeot's arm span to height was about 1:1, but now, as Pidgeot's size and height have increased, the ratio of Pidgeot's arm span to height has reached 3:2. Kamui looked at the transformed Pidgeot and set several small goals for him. First, defeat the 3 stupid birds, Lightning, Flame, and Freeze. Then, work hard to defeat Latius and Latius, and finally defeat Ho-Oh and Lugia, to unify the poultry world. Shenhui believed that with Pidgeot's own efforts, his careful training, and limited feeding of energy blocks, and mega evolution, it would not be difficult to achieve this small goal. The difficult part was that he could not find these Pokemon. The other elves don't have much change in size. They are just a little taller and stronger than normal elves, or a little more flexible and faster. Of course, this still needs further observation. What if one day an elf undergoes a surprising change in size? After talking about the changes, let's talk about the one that hasn't changed at all. Magikarp. Ever since Kamui tamed Magikarp, he has been feeding it energy cubes endlessly, but other than making Magikarp swim a little faster, there has been no change in other aspects. Shenhui has no idea what to do with this unmotivated elf, and can only hope that it will suddenly come to its senses. One day. Shenhui thinks that before this, Magikarp should watch more of Wang Xiaoqiang's film and television dramas, listen to more of Yu Xiaopeng's crosstalk, and learn from their shining points, in case he can replicate their path to success, and evolve into Gyarados. Thinking of this, Shenhui picked up Magikarp, and laid him on Winda's back. He exchanged a tablet computer from the mall, and then let Magikarp observe the works of the 2 teachers, and get inspired. At first, Kamui could just watch Magikarp, but later he immersed himself in it. The end result was that he didn't know how Magikarp was doing in his studies, but Kamui was quite interested in watching it. Especially the Detective Chinatown 5 co-starred by these 2 teachers was so exciting that Shenhui watched it fascinatedly. He didn't even notice that Mito and Mera had finished the battle and came back. As soon as Mito and Mera came back, they saw Kamui holding a tablet computer and looking at it intently. Out of curiosity, they quietly walked over, got close to Kamui, and continued to watch with him. It didn't matter to Mito and Mera. They were instantly attracted by the plot of the movie. They sat on Kamui's left and right, wanting to see where the plot would go next. If it weren't for the fact that Windy had grown bigger, there really wouldn't be enough space for the 3 of Kamui. Windy led Kamui and the others, walking step by step towards the direction of Nibe City, but Kamui and the others were so engrossed in watching the movie that they didn't notice it at all. So, on the way to Nibe City, you will see a team led by Pokemons, and with trainers staying AFK the whole time. The movie was over, but Shenhui and the other 2 were still not satisfied. When they looked up and saw the constantly changing scenery around them, they realized that they had walked a long way. Kamui opened the map of the Pokemon world and confirmed that the direction was correct. Then he felt relieved. Wind speed. Follow this path. Full speed ahead. Shenwei has confirmed that the direction is correct, so why is he taking it so slowly? Of course he has to pursue speed and passion. When Arcanine received the command from Kamui, it responded with a sound, then spread out its four hooves, and ran away happily. This made it difficult for the elves with short legs and slow movements. Fortunately, the elves worked together and successfully kept up with Winder's pace, and no elf was left behind. Chapter 208 Wild Challenge. Honey, where are we going to travel next? A dark-skinned uncle, holding the hand of a beautiful woman, walked step by step towards the outside of Nabi City. Hubby, why don't we go to Cerulean City? I heard there are wonderful water shows there. Maybe we can meet our son on the way. The beautiful woman was so excited when she heard about traveling that she immediately told them where she wanted to go. Why did we run into that brat? If he knew we were closing the gym again to travel, he would definitely scold us to death. When the dark-skinned uncle mentioned his son, a hint of fear immediately appeared in his eyes, and then he began to complain about his son. That's right, then let's go watch a water show, and then come straight back. It would be troublesome if our son found out that we closed the gym and went on a trip. The beautiful woman thought about it and finally came up with a way to satisfy the couple's wish to travel without being discovered by their son. This couple is none other than the master of the Nibe Gym, Takanang, and his wife Xiaomi. The son they are talking about is none other than Brock, who travels with Satoshi and Misty and always rushes up to chat up beautiful women he sees along the way. Wuneng and Xiaomi were looking forward to the beautiful fantasy of traveling, and then a huge wind speed dog came running in front of them at lightning speed. When Wind Speed saw someone in front of him, he braked and stopped quickly. The dust raised by the wind speed dog when it braked made Kamui, Mito and Mira, as well as Takanori and Xiaomi in front of them, covered in dust. In fact, with Windy Dog's jumping ability, he only needs a light jump to jump over the heads of Wuneng and Xiaomi. However, Windy Dog is still adapting to his enlarged body. Some of his past habits cannot be changed for a while. To put it bluntly, he is a little unconfident. Ahem. Arcanine, your sudden braking really caught me off guard. Uncle's on the opposite side. Are you injured? Shenwei raised his hand and waved it in front of his eyes to speed up the dissipation of the dust, and then asked about the situation of Wuneng and Xiaomi on the opposite side. Ahem. Little brother, we are all fine. Just rest assured. Wu Neng also raised his hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Only then could he see clearly the huge Windy Dog in front of him and the Kamui on its back. When the dust settled and the vision gradually became clear, both sides looked at each other. Shenwei looked at Wuneng and Xiaomi and instinctively felt that they looked familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen them. Taken looked at Kamui, Mito, and Mira, and judging from his many years of experience as a gym leader, he knew that they were most likely rookie trainers who came to challenge the gym. Looking at the wind speed dog in front of us, it is perfect and impeccable in every aspect. This breeding technique can be called the work of a master. Fortunately, Shenwei didn't know what Wuneng was thinking. If Shenwei knew, he would definitely laugh out loud. His elves were almost free range, and he only fed them with energy blocks occasionally. How could they become masters? While Wuneng was admiring Arcanine, Kamui and his fellow Pokémon gradually caught up with Arcanine's team and came in front of Kamui. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. No elves are left behind. Unity is strength. You are doing a great job. Shenwei raised his hand and pointed in the air, taking inventory of his elves. After counting, he found that all the elves were there, and he praised them with a smile on his face. As soon as Kamui finished speaking, he, Mito, and Mira jumped off the back of Windrush and walked towards their respective Pokémons. Wuneng looked at Kamui and other Pokémon and focused his attention on 3 Pokémon, Mewtwo, Mew, and Pteranodon. This cannot be blamed on Wuneng. After all, Mewtwo, Mew and Pteranodon are all very rare Pokémon. There is only one Mewtwo in the whole world. Mew is a mythical beast that comes and goes without a trace. Pteranodon is almost extinct. Little brother, may I ask if this elf of yours is a fossilized pterosaur? Wu Neng looked at Shenwei with fiery eyes. His words were full of excitement, and although he was asking a question, He was very confident. As the owner of a gym that mainly focuses on rock type Pokemon, Wooneng knows all about rock type Pokemon like the back of his hand. It's not surprising that he can recognize a fossil pterosaur at a glance. That's right, uncle. Why are you also interested in elves? When Shenwei saw that Wooneng recognized the fossil pterosaur, he had no intention of hiding anything and admitted it immediately. Then Shenwei became interested in Wooneng's identity. Most people may not have even heard of a rare elf like the fossil pterosaur, but Wooneng can recognize it at a glance, which forces Shenwei to re-examine the dark-skinned uncle in front of him. I have dabbled in it a little, but I usually interact with elves more often. Wooneng's answer to Shenwei was very humble, and he deliberately concealed his identity as the master of the Nibe Gym. After all, it was not a good thing for the couple to close the gym and go traveling. If the people in the alliance knew about it, they might even be severely punished. Can I get up close and personal with a fossilized pterosaur? Wooneng always talks about his own business. Of course, it is because fossil pterosaurs are too rare, and if you miss it, you will never get it again. No problem, fossil pterosaur. Please cooperate with this uncle. Seeing Wooneng's sincerity, Shenwei agreed without hesitation, then turned around and gave some instructions to the pterosaur to prevent it from hurting the uncle. When the fossil pterosaur heard Shenwei calling it, it staggered towards Shenwei and then saw Wooneng staring at him with fiery eyes. Wooneng walked to the fossil pterosaur and gently stroked its body, feeling very excited. Shenwei kept watching Wooneng from the side, recalling the scenes of himself and Wooneng becoming familiar with each other in his mind. Kamui, what are you talking about with this uncle? Didn't you say you wanted to challenge the gym? Mera saw that Shenwei and Wooneng were chatting endlessly, so she reminded Shenwei not to forget that they still had to challenge the gym soon. Mera's words were like a fuse, instantly reminding Shenwei of who the dark-skinned uncle in front of him was. I didn't say I wouldn't challenge a gym, but now that the gym leader is right before my eyes, why would I go to the gym? Shenwei looked at Wooneng with a smile and gave Mera an explanation. When Wooneng heard Shenwei's words, he suddenly felt refreshed and turned to meet Shenwei's gaze. Yes, I'm Takanori, the master of the Nibe Gym. Little brother, when did you recognize me? Wooneng realized that his identity was exposed by Shenwei and there was no point in hiding it any longer, so he admitted it openly. At the same time, he was also very curious about where he had exposed his identity. As far as I know, the gym in Nibe City is a gym that mainly uses rock-type Pokemon, but you, the gym owner, can recognize the fossilized pterosaur at a glance, an almost extinct Pokemon. From this I can conclude that you are the master of the Nibe Gym. Shenwei has started to fool people again. Of course, it can't be considered fooling people. He is just reversing the whole process based on the result. After all, Shenwei can't say, I knew you in a cartoon in my previous life, little brother. Since you want to challenge the gym and take the Nibe badge, let's fight here. Let's use rock-type Pokemon to have a one-on-one Pokemon battle. After listening to Shenwei's reasoning, Wooneng smiled slightly and agreed to have an elf battle with Shenwei. In fact, Wooneng had some ulterior motives in this Pokemon battle. His goal was to take advantage of the opportunity of Kamui to challenge the gym and learn about the fossil pterosaur through the Pokemon battle. Now all the elves of Shenwei were exposed to Wooneng's sight. Shenwei had only this one fossil pterosaur, so Wooneng naturally noticed it. So Wooneng proposed such a rule. No problem, let's get started. Go ahead, fossil pterosaur. After Shenwei heard the rules set by Wooneng, he immediately understood what Wooneng was planning. But would Shenwei refuse? Of course not. Go ahead, Onyx. When Taken saw that Kamui agreed to the battle rules, he immediately sent out Onyx to engage in a Pokemon battle with Kamui's pterosaur. Fossil pterosaur used Destruction Ray. Kamui commanded the fossil pterosaur and took the lead in attacking the Onyx. In battle, or in elf battles, Shenwei always chooses to attack first. After all, there is an old saying, he who strikes first is the strongest, and he who strikes last will suffer. Onyx, Rock Blockade. After Wooneng heard Kamui's command to the pterosaur, he commanded Onyx to not dodge or evade, and confidently engaged in a counter-attack against Kamui. Onyx's move came later, but was the first to arrive. Huge rocks fell from the top of the pterosaur's head, blocking its movement. After Onyx launched its attack, the pterosaur opened its mouth and spit out a destructive ray. The attack of the fossil pterosaur cleared most of the rocks around itself, and then hit the Onyx squarely, but the damage did not seem to be great. Onyx, good opportunity, use rock slide, woo. Neng thought he had found his opportunity, and quickly commanded Onyx to attack the fossil pterosaur, which was supposed to be in a state of stiffness. Fossil pterosaur, get out of the way quickly, and continue using the destructive ray. According to Wu Neng's command of Onyx, Shenwei responded to the moves and responded flexibly, commanding the pterosaur to launch a counter-attack against Onyx. The Onyx used its tail to dig out a stone from the ground, and then threw it at the fossil pterosaur. The fossil pterosaur dodged the attack of the giant rock snake by turning sideways, then opened its mouth wide and spit out another destructive ray of light. The attack of the fossil pterosaur once again hit Onyx squarely, and Onyx's condition now became a little sluggish. Chapter 209 Avengers Fossil Pterosaur. Wu Neng's face showed a little surprise, but then he returned to normal. He didn't expect that the powerful fossil pterosaur had actually overcome the stiffness caused by using the destructive light technique. However, this small setback was not enough to make Takanori, the leader of the Nabijim, admit defeat. It's actually possible to make the elves overcome the stiffness caused by the moves. This is really an amazing training method. Wu Neng attributed all the peculiarities of the fossil pterosaur to the trainer Kamui, and did not hesitate to praise him. Shenwei smiled after listening to it, and didn't intend to explain anything to Wu Neng. He accepted all the praise from Wu Neng without blushing. However, if your fossil pterosaur is only this level, it will not be able to defeat my rock snake. Onyx, use rock block again. Wu Neng acknowledged Shenwei's strength, but recognition was one thing and the battle between the elves had to continue. Onyx still had the strength to fight against the pterosaur, and he did not intend to admit defeat now. That's exactly what I thought. Fossilized pterosaur, mindlessly using destructive rays. It is impossible for Kamui to admit defeat in the face of Wu Neng. Moreover, it is obvious that Onyx is more seriously injured, so Kamui has even less reason to admit defeat. The rock snake attacked the pterosaur. Huge rocks fell from the top of the pterosaur's head, blocking its movement. The fossil pterosaur didn't care about the falling rocks, letting them hit its body, then opened its mouth wide and sprayed a destructive ray at the rock snake. The attack of the fossil pterosaur was to first clear away the rocks around its body, and then to strike straight at the body of the rock snake. After being hit by the attack of the pterosaur, Onyx let out a painful roar, its body swayed, and its figure became a little hunched, not as upright as before the battle. Shenwei looked at the fossil pterosaur with eyes full of confusion. He didn't know if it was Shenwei's illusion. Just now, after the fossil pterosaur completely abandoned its defense, the power of its moves seemed to be a level higher than before. Also, every time the fossil pterosaur attacks, it almost always attacks behind the opponent and never attacks the opponent first. No matter when it was tamed before or in the current elf battle, it will not attack you unless you attack it. What is this? Is his own pterosaur passive? Is he a masochist? Does he just want to be an avenger? Calm down. Calm down. The character of the fossil pterosaur remains to be seen. You can't just generalize like that. Big rock snake, use sleep move. Wu Neng also seemed to have discovered a fossil pterosaur, a pterosaur with the character flaw of not attacking you unless you attack it, so he decided to take a gamble. Fossilized pterosaur, destroy the light. When Shenwei heard Takaneng's command to Onyx, his heart sank instantly. Then he commanded the pterosaur to attack. He had no idea whether the pterosaur could attack Onyx if it didn't attack it. When Onyx heard Wu Neng's command, it immediately coiled up its body and fell asleep in less than 3 seconds. The fossil pterosaur heard Shenwei's command and looked at the giant rock snake that had fallen asleep beside him without any intention of attacking. Wu Neng looked at the fossil pterosaur, which had no intention of attacking the giant rock snake. An expression of relief immediately appeared on his face. He let out a long sigh, thinking that he had made the right bet. Shenwei looked at the fossil pterosaur that refused to attack and slapped his forehead hard. It was now confirmed that his fossil pterosaur was an Avenger fossil pterosaur. You were born in the wrong body. You shouldn't have been born in the world of Pokemon. Jindada's martial arts world is the most suitable for you, especially the Kantang Sect 7 Wound Fist, the kind that hurts yourself first, and then the enemy. Wait, 7 Wounds Fist. I suddenly seem to have a solution to the problem of fossil pterosaurs. Fossil pterosaur, use self-sacrifice charge. Shenmue looked at the fossil pterosaur with anticipation, and then commanded it to attack the Onyx. Wuneng heard Shenmue's command, and looked at Shenmue with some surprise. He didn't expect Shenmue would come up with such a method. Then he turned to look at the fossil pterosaur. The Onyx is still sleeping, and has no intention of waking up. It is currently the best living target for the fossil pterosaur. When the fossil pterosaur heard Shenmue's command, it did not remain indifferent this time. Instead, it dived down and hit the giant rock snake heavily. After the pterosaur hit the Onyx, it knocked it away effortless, and the pterosaur itself was like a normal elf, without any sign of weakness. Shenmue looked at the fossilized pterosaur on the field, which was still alive and kicking, and had already determined that its characteristic was a hard head. Hard head. When a Pokemon with this ability uses a move that would cause damage from reaction, it will not take damage from the reaction point at this time. Onyx on the field had been awakened by the attack of the pterosaur. Its condition had recovered a lot from the sleeping move just now, but it had not yet recovered to its best condition. Wuneng looked at the fossil pterosaur on the field, then looked at Shenmue, and suddenly a smile of relief appeared on his face. For these older generation trainers, it is such a happy thing to meet these potential new trainers. Watch them grow step by step until they become independent trainers, pass on the spirit of the older generation trainers, and take over their positions from them. Fossil pterosaur, use the self-sacrifice charge again. Shenmue fully demonstrated the spirit of taking advantage of your weakness to kill you, and commanded the fossil pterosaur to attack Onyx again. Big rock snake, use the binding. Woo. Neng saw that the pterosaur had swooped down and attacked Onyx, so he quickly commanded Onyx to use its skills to wrap around the pterosaur's body and restrict its attack. The fossil pterosaur swooped down and hit Onyx's body hard, knocking it backward. Onyx kept Wuneng's command in mind, raised its tail, and hooked it around the pterosaur's body, stopping its momentum. It then pulled the pterosaur into its arms and wrapped itself around it. When Shenmue saw the giant rock snake wrapped around the fossil pterosaur, his brows frowned, but he quickly relaxed and put on a smile. Wuneng looked at the changes in Shenmue's expression and thought to himself that he was careless. He was only thinking about how to limit the attack of the fossil pterosaur, but he forgot the most basic point about Shenmue's fossil pterosaur, which is that it will not attack you if you don't attack it. And now he let Onyx wrap around the body of the pterosaur. Doesn't this give the pterosaur unlimited firing rights? Fossil pterosaur, use destruction ray. Shenmue looked at Wuneng with a smile on his face. Confident of victory, he slowly commanded the fossil pterosaur to attack Onyx. Onyx, use earthquake. Even if Wuneng could command Onyx now to let go of the pterosaur and dodge, it would be too late. It would be better for you to fight yours, and I to fight mine. The fossil pterosaur is now tied up by the rock snake. It has reached the mark for launching an attack. It opens its mouth and a ray of destructive light spurts out of it. Onyx launched an attack, causing the ground to shake violently. The attack of the pterosaur fell on Onyx, and Onyx's attack also caused the pterosaur to suffer full damage. The two Pokemons competed to see who would fall first. The attack of the fossil pterosaur ended, and the shaking of the ground stopped. Both elves looked much weaker, but they were still entangled together, glaring at each other with sharp eyes. Fossil pterosaur, give Onyx the final beam of destruction and send it back to the Pokeball. Onyx, use earthquake again to defeat the pterosaur. At the same time, Shenmue and Wuneng commanded their respective Pokemon to launch attacks. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other unwillingly and then focused their attention on the pterosaur and Onyx on the field. The two Pokemons, Pteranodon and Onyx, almost repeated their previous operations and attacked each other. After a short while, the attacks of the pterosaur and Onyx ended, and the two Pokemon lay motionless on the ground. Shenmue and Wuneng saw the current situation and each let out a breath. Shenmue let out a breath and sighed. It was a pity that he was just a little bit away from defeating the opponent this time. Wooneng let out a breath, a long sigh of relief, glad that he did not lose to Kamui, this rookie trainer who was so much younger than him. He was able to save his face. When Shenwei and Wooneng took out the Pokeballs and were about to take back their respective Pokemon, the two Pokemon that were entangled with each other suddenly moved. Shenwei and Wooneng stopped at the same time, staring at the fossil pterosaur and the Onyx with bated breath to see who would win in the end. The group of fossil pterosaurs and Onyx moved again, then a wing stretched out, followed by a head, and then it pulled itself out from the Onyx's entanglement. Shenwei was overjoyed when he saw the fossil pterosaur that had escaped from the giant rock snake's entanglement, but only a perfect smile appeared on his face. The fossil pterosaur stood up and roared to announce its victory. At this moment, the motionless rock snake suddenly swung its tail and slapped the pterosaur from top to bottom, knocking it to the ground. The smile on Shenwei's face suddenly stopped and then gradually disappeared. There was a word MMP stuck in his throat, and he didn't know whether he should say it or not. The fossil pterosaur fell to the ground on this side, but the giant rock snake on the other side stood up, enjoying all the honors of the winner, but soon its head tilted, its eyes closed, and it lost its ability to fight. Just after Onyx fell to the ground, the pterosaur miraculously stood up again, staring at Onyx with its eyes, brewing a destructive ray that was who knows how many times weaker, intending to hit Onyx with it to prevent it from being hit by its tail again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Miss Joy. I lost. Woo. Neng saw that pterosaur was about to attack Onyx, which had lost its ability to fight, so he quickly admitted defeat and immediately put Onyx back into the Pokeball, not giving pterosaur a chance to attack Onyx. When the fossil pterosaur saw that the rock snake had disappeared and it had lost its target, it raised its head and released the destructive beam in its mouth towards the sky. Fossil pterosaur, stop being upset. You've done very well. Come back. I'll take you to the Pokemon Center for treatment later. Kamui calmed the pterosaur's emotions, then put it back into the Pokeball and let it rest for a while. This Nibby badge is for you. It's proof of your successful gym challenge. Okay, let's just say goodbye. After Wooneng handed the Nibby badge to Shenwei, he took his wife Xiaomi along the road towards Cerulean City to fulfill their wish to travel. This uncle is really amazing. He almost defeated you. Mera looked at Wooneng and Xiaomi's backs getting farther and farther away with a look of regret. Huh. Do you really want me to be defeated? But I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I won in the end. Shenwei was furious when he saw Mera with a look of regret on her face. No wonder the old saying goes that girls are extroverted and their elbows are bent outward. Today he really saw it. After Kamui finished speaking, he put his Pokemon back into the Pokeballs one by one, then walked into Night City with a pouty face. Shenwei, stop right there and tell me clearly, who are you saying is old? After listening to Shenwei's words, Mera automatically filtered out the unimportant parts, leaving only the word old, and then chased after Shenwei with bared fangs and claws. Shenwei looked back and saw Mera, whose lungs were hid by him, and ran away without saying a word. Shenwei, don't even think about running away. Stop right there and explain yourself clearly. When Mera saw Kamui running away, she became even angrier and quickly chased after it, not even bothering to put her own Pokemon back into the Pokeball. Mito looked at Kamui and Mera who were chasing and fleeing in front of him, shook his head and sighed, slowly took back his own spirit, and then walked into Nibby City with Mera's spirit. Relying on the ability of Kagura's mind's eye, Mito effortless sensed the location of Kamui and Mera, and then took Mera's spirit and chased after them according to the feedback from Kagura's mind's eye point. When Mito found Kamui and Mera, they were sitting on a bench in the Pokemon Center, watching Miss Joy's receding back. Finally, I found you. You are so bold, aren't you? How dare you leave me alone? Tell me, how are you going to apologize to me? Mito squeezed in between Kamui and Mera, sat down on them, opened his hands, and pulled Kamui and Mera in front of him, looked at them with a smile, not giving them any chance to escape. Mito sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't have left you. He is the one who caused all this. Every wrong has its perpetrator. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Mera looked at Mito pitifully, and without hesitation, pushed Kamui out to step on the mine, clearing herself of all the trouble. How can it be my fault? Mera, you can't spit blood on me. If you didn't chase me at that time, would I be able to run away? When Shenhui heard Mera putting all the blame on himself, he thought to himself, since you are so unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Nonsense. If you don't run, how can I chase you? Humph, it's your fault. It is not my fault. Yes, no, stop. Both of you stop arguing. It's driving me crazy. Just solve this problem yourselves. I don't care anymore. Mito said as he let go of Kamui and Mera, stood up and left, choosing a seat that was neither too far nor too close, and sat down. Point after Mito left, Kamui and Mera glared at each other, then turned their heads away and ignored each other. Mera called her elves to her eyes and interacted with them closely. At this time, Miss Joy came out from behind with the powerful elves. Sir, these are your elves. They are all very healthy. Please keep them. Miss Joy showed a professional smile on her face and then returned all the Pokeballs to Kamui. Thank you, Kamui took the Pokeball handed to him by Miss Joy very politely, and then his expression changed. Miss Joy returned the Pokeball to Kamui. At the same time, she saw Mera's Pokemons and her eyes lit up. Hello, do you need your elf checked as well? Miss Joy said to Mera in a very friendly manner with a professional smile on her face. Okay, Mera said as she was about to put the Pokemons back into the Pokeball and hand them over to Miss Joy, and many more. Kamui held Mera's hand holding the Pokeball, preventing her from taking the next step, and then looked at Miss Joy in front of him. Miss Joy, I have no control over your purpose, nor do I want to care, but please return my elves to me, otherwise. Kamui stared at Miss Joy with cold eyes, then crushed the Pokeball that Miss Joy had given him with his bare hands in front of her eyes. Shenhui's words were very clear. He only wanted his own elf, and as long as the other party returned his elf, he would not meddle in other people's business, and everyone would keep to themselves. Miss Joy looked at Kamui. After he crushed the Pokeball with his bare hands, the fragments of the Pokeball slipped from Kamui's palm. She was so scared that she took 2 steps back, but then she regained her composure. As expected, he is the one the boss has chosen. Miss Joy clapped her hands gently to show her approval of the boss and her praise for Shenhui, and then spoke to Shenhui in her own voice. Who is your boss? Who are you? Where are my elves now? Shenhui looked at the fake Miss Joy in front of him and asked in a cold voice, already having a guess in his mind. Since you sincerely asked for advice, normally I won't answer you, but I'll make an exception and tell you this. To prevent the destruction of the earth, to protect the peace of the earth, carry out the evil of love and honesty, a playful and mischievous villain, Amado took off his disguise, revealing a black uniform with a big R written on the chest. Kosaburo jumped out of the Pokemon Center. We are Team Rocket traveling through space. A stunning pink peachy tomorrow awaits us. Yamato and Kosaburo blatantly posed for their appearance in front of Kamui and the others. Kamui looked at Amado and Kosaburo in front of him, his mouth twitching slightly, unable to bear to watch their embarrassing performance. Team Rocket, Shenhui flashed and came to Amado's side, punched her, and Amado was instantly embedded in the ground. Steal my elf. Kamui twisted his body in the air and kicked Kosaburo away, embedding him in the ceiling. You're tired of living, aren't you? Shenhui fell from the air and stomped hard on Amado with his feet. Amado's body instantly bent into a big shrimp. Shenhui then jumped with all his strength and punched Zio Sanlang, who was embedded in the ceiling again. Then he stretched out his hand, pinched Zio Sanlang's neck, and pulled Zio Sanlang out from the ceiling. As soon as Kamui dragged Kosaburo to the ground, he opened his Sharingan and released an illusion at Kosaburo. Where are my elves now? Shenhui first asked Kozaburo the question that he was most concerned about at the moment. Your elves are in the treatment room at the elf center, Zao. Saburo's eyes were dull as he answered mechanically. Mito, Mira, keep an eye on these two Team Rocket members. Don't let her get away. I'm going to get all my Pokémon back. Kamui threw Kozaburo in his hand to Amado's side, then looked at Mito and Mira and said, just leave it to us, and we will ensure the mission is accomplished. Mira patted her chest confidently. Mito nodded in agreement, and they both assured Kamui point. After getting Mira's answer, Kamui walked towards the treatment room of the elf center. Kamui walked into the treatment room and looked at the tied up Miss Joy, the other trainers, and their countless Pokeballs, and couldn't help but feel a headache. Shenwei walked over and picked up the Pokeball that was placed together separately. As soon as he got the Pokeball in his hand, he knew that he had found his Pokémon point at this moment. Shenwei seems to have to thank Rocket's team owner Sakaki for his appreciation of him. Otherwise Shenwei would be looking for a needle in a haystack among those Pokeballs. After Kamui got his Pokémon, he left the treatment room. As for the people captured by Team Rocket, Kamui would ask Miss Junsha to come over for them after the matter was over. Kamui left the treatment room and walked back to the lobby of the Pokémon Center, finally stopping beside Kozaburo. I'm very curious, why did your boss target me? He targeted a mediocre rookie trainer like me. Shenwei looked at Zao Saburo lying on the ground and asked in confusion. Logically speaking, he had already released the illusion and erased the memory about him from Sakaki's memory, but he was still worried about being unsafe. So he also erased the memory about him from the cat boss beside Sakaki. Sakaki shouldn't have come to me, but now Sakaki specifically asked for me. What went wrong that exposed me to Sakaki again? I do not know. Kozaburo answered mechanically. Shenwei didn't have much hope for Kozaburo's answer. A small soldier like him probably wouldn't know much about the affairs of the Rocket's top management. Then, let me change the question. What are you going to do after you find me? Kamui then asked Kozaburo. Our boss wants to see you in person. Before Kozaburo could speak, Amado answered for him. Chapter 211 MITO-039's request. Senwei stretched out a long note meaningfully. The owner of our Rockets team is willing to take time out of his busy schedule to meet you in person. This is such an honor, do you know? Seeing that Shenwei looked calm, Amado was very dissatisfied with Shenwei's reaction and reminded him, it's just Sakaki. It's not like I haven't seen him before. I don't feel honored. Shenwei revealed the true identity of the boss behind the Rockets with an indifferent look on his face. How did you know? There is no reason for an outsider like you to know the true identity of our Team Rocket boss. Yamado looked at Kamui with horror, and her voice began to tremble after Kamui called out Sakaki's name. Why do you care how I know this? You just need to answer me. Is Sakaki currently in the Tokiwa gym, managing his own identity as the gym leader? Kamui looked at Amado with an impatient look on his face and asked her about Sakaki's whereabouts, inadvertently revealing Sakaki's past. Yes, I am. Amado was so overwhelmed by the might of God that his mind went blank and he couldn't help but utter Tulu. How much do you know about the boss's secrets? As soon as Amado said this, he immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and then looked at Shenwei in shock. Sakaki has no secrets in front of me. Kamui looked at Amado with a smile on his face, bursting with strong confidence. To Amado, Kamui's smile was like a devil waving at him. I see. The one who destroyed the Tokiwa gym was you, right? Although Amado was asking Shenwei, she was 80% sure that it was Shenwei who did it. Kamui looked at Amado and smiled without saying anything. It seemed that he said nothing, but in fact, the answer was hidden in his smile. You guys were getting in the way first. The Nabi gym leader took them away, then quietly attacked the Pokémon Center, waiting for me to come. After I arrived at the Pokémon Center, I swapped my Pokéballs and took my Pokémon, thinking that I would be at their mercy and go with you to see Sakaki. But you never expected that I have rich practical experience and strong hands-on ability. I can easily deal with you, causing your entire plan to go down the drain. At This time, Shenwei connected all the recent events together and reviewed the Rocket's conspiracy on his own point as Yamada listened to Shenwei's review. All the events that happened in the process came to his mind one by one. Although he was unwilling, he finally lowered his head dejectedly point after Kamui finished his review. He glanced at the dejected Amado over there and Mito and Mera on the other side who had suddenly realized something. Kamui seemed to suddenly understand why the elementary school student, the god of death next door, liked reasoning so much. This feeling of suppressing one's IQ the whole time was addictive. Shenwei may talk a lot and make a fuss, but he didn't forget the serious matter. Ahem. Hello, is this the police station? I'm from Team Rocket. I'm in the Pokémon Center. Do you dare to arrest me? To tell you the truth, the Pokémon Center is already under my control. What? You ask me who I am? I'm the Rocket's bureau. Clack. Shenwei dialed the police station's number, imitated Zio Sanlang's voice, and mocked a group of people in the police station harshly, inspiring their fighting spirit and asking them to rush out. After doing all this, Shenwei decisively hung up the phone. Yamado looked at Shenwei with a bewildered face, wondering in his heart, who is the member of the criminal organization? Why are you so skilled in framing others better than me, the genuine leader of the criminal organization? After Shenwei hung up the phone, he looked at Yamato and Kozaburo with a smile on his face, then walked towards them step by step. What are you doing? Don't come over here. If you come over here again, I will shout for help. Help, you are molesting me. Amado watched Kamui approaching step by step. The fear of Kamui in her heart had made her forget that she was a member of the criminal organization. Amado didn't dare to imagine what would happen next, so she closed her eyes tightly. What are you yelling for? Why don't you want these two little radishes over there? Why don't you want an old cabbage like you? Shenwei's face turned black after hearing what Amado said. He showed no mercy and slapped Amado hard on the head to wake her up. After being slapped by Shenwei, Amado secretly opened his eyes and looked at Shenwei, only to see Shenwei groping all over Kozaburo's body. He immediately felt relieved, but also a little inexplicable regret. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. When Kamui saw the strange look in Amado's eyes, he slapped her hard again and continued to grope Kozaburo's body. Finally, Kamui found what he wanted, Kozaburo's Pokeballs, and took them all away. Mito, Mera, search her body and don't leave any spirit behind. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Kamui had to choose to let Mito and Mera attack Amado, otherwise people might die. The reason why Kamui took away the Pokémon from Amado and Kozaburo was because Kamui knew that few of the Pokémon from Team Rocket were captured by Team Rocket normally. Almost all of Team Rocket's Pokémon were tamed by Team Rocket and then distributed to each member after taming. Instead of letting these Pokémon continue to be oppressed by Team Rocket, it is better to take this opportunity to release them. You are a devil, Amado said bitterly as he looked at the Pokeball that was taken away by Mito and Mera. You'd better make it clear. You are the notorious criminal organization, and we are just rookie trainers who do good things without leaving a name. You say we are devils. Only a fool would believe you. Shenwei looked at Amado with disdain and mocked her harshly. Mito, Mera, let's go now. Otherwise Miss Junsha will bring people here soon, and we won't be able to leave then. After Kamui finished speaking, he took Mito and Mera, who had gained a lot, and hurriedly left the Pokémon Center to avoid meeting Miss Junsha. Compared to you, how are we a criminal organization? Amado looked at Shenwei's departing back with a look of wanting to cry but unable to, and muttered softly. After Shenwei and the others left, Miss Junsha brought her people to the Elf Center. Miss Junsha originally thought that she would have a big battle with Team Rocket, but she didn't expect that when she arrived, she would only see the Pokémon Center in a mess, and the two Team Rocket members were lying side by side on the ground. And they must have been subdued. Next, Miss Junsha released everyone in the treatment room of the Pokémon Center, and then helped those trainers to find their Pokémons in an orderly manner. Miss Junsha asked around afterwards, but no one could explain who saved them. In the end, the matter turned out to be, as the embodiment of justice in the alliance, Miss Junsha thwarted the Rocket team's conspiracy, and justice will eventually crush the darkness. As for the truth of the matter, who cares? Of course, this is all a story for later. While Miss Junsha was helping those trainers, Kamui, Mito and Mera had quietly left Nibe City and came to the place where their dream began, the Viridian Forest. Come out, you are all free. Shenmue released all of Zio Sanlang's elves at once, and then crushed the elves that bound them one by one in front of them. Mito and Mera released all of Amado's Pokémon, and then, in front of these Pokémon, they followed their example and destroyed the Pokéballs that bound them. Kozaburo and Amado's Pokémons looked at Kamui, Mito, and Mera and destroyed the Pokéballs that bound them. Their empty eyes finally lit up again. From now on, you are all free. You must be careful not to get caught again. Mito announced to Kozaburo and Amado's elves that they were free, but no elf dared to leave. Kamui pulled Mito and Mera away, then hid aside, quietly observing the elves of Kozaburo and Amado. After a while, Kozaburo and the elves of Amado quietly took a step back, and then stared at the direction where Kamui, Mito and Mera left, but seeing that there was no movement over there, they dared to boldly dive into the woods. Seeing this, the rest of the elves followed suit. Shenmue, did you see the empty looks in those elves' eyes? I can't even imagine what they have been through. They are so pitiful. As Mito recalled the empty eyes of the elves in his memory, he felt more and more sorry for them and wanted to do something for them. Also, we just announced that they were free, but none of them dared to leave. Only after we left did they dare to cautiously test the waters. I still can't forget the timid look on the elves' faces when they longed for freedom. Mera also felt sorry for those elves. She was a simple-minded person and felt sorry for what happened to the elves, so she burst into tears. Kamui, we are going to the Tokiwa gym next to face Sakaki, the boss of Team Rocket, right? Mito looked at Kamui with a serious face and confirmed with him the next itinerary. Correct. Kamui looked at Mito, who suddenly became serious and roughly guessed what Mito wanted to say next. Kamui, go destroy Team Rocket. For the sake of those poor elves, don't let them be harmed by Team Rocket again. As Kamui expected, Mito did mention this matter. If it's just for the elves, Kamui seems a little discouraged, but will Kamui reject Mito? The answer is no. Chapter 212, let the elves go home. Mito, I promise you. Kamui looked at Mito with a serious face, and at this moment, there was no trace of his usual unseriousness. But if I destroy Team Rocket, will there be any reward? Kamui looked serious 1 second, but returned to his usual cheerful self the next. Bargaining with Mito. Mito looked up at Kamui and thought, this bad guy only knows how to take advantage of others' misfortunes. But if I don't give him a taste of sweetness, what will happen? If he doesn't work hard? Forget it. Since he has worked so hard, I will give him a little reward. You want a reward, right? No problem. How about letting you eat my special secret meal made by Uzumaki Mito for a whole month? Mito looked at Kamui with a slightly smug look, as if to say that Kamui had gotten a great deal. He felt that Kamui would definitely like this reward. Hahaha, this is a good reward. Mera heard this and clapped her hands in praise. After listening to Mito's words, Shenmue opened his mouth but said nothing. He thought to himself, I tried so hard to help you. How could you repay me with evil? Am I shooting myself in the foot? Mito, I was just joking with you. Why would I ask you for any reward? Helping these poor Pokémon is my unshakable responsibility as a trainer. Kamui put on a righteous look in front of Mito, but in fact he just wanted to protect his tongue from being destroyed by Mito's cooking. No, the reward should be given. It will be very hard for you to destroy Team Rocket. I have to do something for you. I can't let your efforts go in vain. Before, Mito agreed to give Kamui some rewards, because he saw that Kamui had worked hard, even if he had no merit. Then now he was moved by Kamui's righteous words, and was willing to give the reward away. No, I've already said that it's my unshakable responsibility as a trainer. How can I accept your reward? It's unworthy of me. Okay, stop talking. I won't accept any rewards. Kamui looked at Mito's serious eyes and realized that he had overacted and had backfired. Shenmue added a bit of grief and sorrow to his righteous behavior, making his image even more glorious. Is that so? Then I'll listen to you. Mito looked at Kamui, who seemed to be emitting the light of righteousness from head to toe. He didn't even think about other things and naturally couldn't guess Kamu's true thoughts. Mito now looks disappointed. All she can think about is that she has lost the chance to cook. The disappointment in her voice indirectly proves this. Kamu looked at Mito's depressed and disappointed expression. His heart softened, and then he said to Mito, "How about this, Mito? You keep this reward for now, and when the opportunity is right in the future, you can take out this valuable reward." "Really? That would be great." Mito raised his head and looked at Kamu, and the expression on his face immediately changed from gloomy to bright. Kamu looked at Mito's happy expression and thought to himself, this so-called right opportunity may never come again in this lifetime. Kamu can now imagine what will happen if he fights all the way to Sakaki. Sakaki, we have no grudges against each other. Why are you trying to destroy my Team Rocket, Kamu? For those weak Pokemons, so that they will no longer be bullied by Team Rocket. Sakaki, you are kidding. Someone like you would care about that. Tell me the truth, Kamu. The truth is cruel. If you want to know, I will tell you. I just don't want to disappoint Mito and Mera. Sakaki, Mito and Mera, right? Team Rocket still has value to me. You can ask for any conditions you want. I will do my best if it's something that only I can do, Kamu. There is indeed a condition. As long as you can eat Mito's food for a month, your rocket team will be saved. Sakaki. Deal. Serve the food. Mito prepared the dish carefully and placed it in front of Sakaki. Sakaki took a bite. Sakaki, I declare that Team Rocket is officially disbanded from today. When Kamu thought of this, his whole body trembled suddenly. He subconsciously looked at Mito and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that she was not cooking. Sure, Kamu, you're making up a lot of lies now, but you can fool Sister Mito, but you can't fool me, so hurry up and give me some benefits to shut my mouth. Otherwise I will expose your lies in front of Sister Mito. Mera came to Shenmue, slapped Shenmue on the shoulder, then threatened Shenmue and asked Shenmue for hush money. Mera only wanted to expose Kamu's lies instead of revealing the true level of Mito's cooking skills. Mera was very smart in this regard and did not leave any bad impression in Kamu's mind. You have learned to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Kamu came close to Mera, lowered his voice, bit his back teeth, and spoke in Mera's ear. I'm just learning as I go along, Mera retorted without showing any weakness, with a smile on her face, like a fox who stole a chicken. Just a cup of milk tea, if you want it or not. As Shenmue was speaking, a cup of milk tea suddenly appeared in his hand. He handed it to Mera, acting as if the worst that could happen was a fight to the death. Mera took the milk tea, gritted her teeth, and finally decided to make the deal. TCH, cheapskate. Mera glared at Shenmue, then stomped on him hard. After venting her anger, she picked up the milk tea, took a sip, and then showed an expression of enjoyment. You're calling me a cheapskate, right? Just wait. Shenmue glanced at Mera, then released all his elves, placed a cup of milk tea in front of each elf, and finally looked at Mera provocatively. Mera looked at the elves of Shenmue, each holding a cup of milk tea, and suddenly felt that the milk tea in her hand was not fragrant anymore. She was so angry that she drank up the milk tea in 2 or 3 gulps, and then threw the empty cup towards Shenmue's smug face. Shenmue activated the pupil technique to return to emptiness, and the empty cup disappeared during the flight. Beedrill, Pidgeot, you two are home now. Do you want to go back home first? I'll give you a vacation. Just come back before dinner. Kamu looked at Beedrill and Pidgeot and recalled that when they were still Beetle and Pidgeot, they had followed him all over the country. Now that they finally passed by his home, he naturally wanted to let them go home to visit. Although Kamu disagrees with Zyolzi and always chooses to release the Pokemons for various reasons, he will not let his own Pokemons go without permission. Beedrill and Pidgeot looked at Kamu with great excitement and were very grateful to Kamu for giving them such an opportunity. So they greeted Kamu and flew hurriedly towards their home. Kamu, why did Beedrill and Pidgeot fly away? What happened? Mito looked at the receding backs of Beedrill and Pidgeot and quickly asked Kamu the reason. I guess it's because Kamu is too stingy, so Beedrill and Pidgeot don't want him anymore. Mera stared at Shenmue and said this deliberately. It was obvious that she was still angry about what happened just now. I captured Beedrill and Pidgeot in Viridian Forest. Now they are back again, so I'll let them go home and have a look. Kamui explained everything clearly in front of Mito and Mera to avoid any misinterpretation and misunderstanding. Well, if that's the case, it seems my Charizard should also go home and take a look. I'd better ask Charizard. After listening to Kamui's explanation, Mito pondered for a while and felt that he should also learn from Kamui, so he immediately released Charizard. Mera glared at Kamui hatefully and released her Blastoise and Bulbasaur as well. Charizard, we are back in Viridian Forest again. Do you want to go home and have a look? Mito looked at Charizard and suggested to it, Bulbasaur, Blastoise, we are back in Viridian Forest now. I'm planning to let you go back home to have a look. I hope you won't not come back. Mera looked at Bulbasaur and Blastoise reluctantly. She wanted to let them go home, but she was also worried that they would never come back. She felt very conflicted. When Charizard, Blastoise and Venusaur heard Mito and Mera's proposal, their eyes suddenly lit up. They hurriedly greeted Mito and Mera, and then went their separate ways and returned to their homes. Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur, the three of you must remember to come back before dinner. Before the three elves left, Shenwei set a time for their return. As for whether they could return on time, Shenwei was not worried at all. After Charizard left, Mito glanced in the direction it left and went to do other things. After Venusaur and Blastoise left, Mera kept staring at the direction they left anxiously, very worried that they would never come back. If you were worried about them, why did you let them go back by themselves? You could have gone back with them. You're just trying to be brave. Kamui sneaked up to Mera and chatted with her as she was worried about the elves. It's all your fault. If you hadn't done this, I wouldn't have been so impulsive as to let the elves go home. Mera turned around and saw Shenwei, then pounced on the culprit with fangs and claws. Don't worry, they all like you as a trainer. They will definitely come back on time and appear in front of you. While comforting Mera, Kamui used Kagura's mind eye to sense the location of the elves. If anything really happened, Kamui would rush over first. Really? You're not lying to me. Mera looked at Kamui with suspicion, but in her heart she was very pleased with Kamui's words. Chapter 213. One is on the verge of breaking out. Viridian Forest. Kamui, Mito and Mera sat side by side on the treetop, looking at the setting sun in the sky, with a sense of peace and tranquility in their hearts. It would be great if time could stay at this moment forever. Mito turned to look at Kamui beside him, with endless tenderness in his eyes. There will come a day. Kamui met Mito's gaze, then looked towards the setting sun in the sky, and secretly decided in his heart that he must make Mito's wish come true. When Mito heard Kamui's words, he didn't take it to heart. He just took it as Kamui's comfort, and then looked at the setting sun in the sky. Under the gaze of Shenwei and the other two, the sun gradually disappeared into the horizon. The sun has already set. Why haven't they come back yet? Don't they want me as their trainer anymore? Mera looked around, searching for her elf, but she found nothing. After looking for a long time, which made her anxious. Don't worry, let's cook first. Maybe they will come back soon. After smelling the delicious food, Shenwei asked Mera to cook, which almost never happened under normal circumstances. If he didn't want to keep Mera busy and divert her attention, Shenwei would never let her into the kitchen. Yes, then what are we waiting for? Let's start cooking now. After hearing what Shenwei said, Mera's eyes suddenly brightened up. She hurriedly pulled Shenwei into the kitchen and prepared dinner with him. Mera's mind is now full of things about the elves. She never thought about why Shenwei, who always cooked for himself, would ask her to cook with him today. Mito looked at Kamui and Mera as they walked into the kitchen. She was eager to try and quietly followed them to give herself a chance to cook. Mito, why are you here too? When Kamui looked at Mito, who was neatly dressed and ready to show his skills at any time, he suddenly felt his legs go weak and his back go cold. Of course I'm here to help you cook. Mito glanced at Kamui, then happily picked up the Garuda knife and began to process the ingredients. Shenwei glanced at the Garuda sword and witnessed with his own eyes the auspicious phoenix pattern on the Garuda sword disappearing. Shenwei seemed to hear the mournful cry of the Garuda sword. Mito, leave dinner to me. If you have anything else to worry about, just wait outside. Mera, I have a difficult task for you. Go outside and chat with Mito. I will serve dinner to you as soon as I have it ready. Kamui came to Mito, took the Garuda sword from her hand calmly, and then pushed Mito and Mera out of the kitchen point. During this time, Kamui winked at Mera secretly, signaling Mera to drag Mito and not let Mito get close to the kitchen. Mito sister, we'll just wait for Kamui outside. Let's prepare dinner and serve it out. Mera received the look from Kamui and understood what Kamui meant, so she pulled Mito away from the kitchen point. Mito looked at the kitchen, at the opportunity to cook that was so close at hand, and wanted to say something, but before he could get his words out, Mera pulled him away. I was so scared, I almost flipped over, but luckily the whole plan went smoothly. Shenmue locked the kitchen door from the inside, then patted his chest and let out a long sigh. Then he took the Garuda knife and returned to the chopping board. Humming a little tune, he began to prepare today's dinner with a smug smile on his face. In fact, all of this was within Shenmue's plan. Kamui took Mera to the kitchen, so Mito was the only one left outside. Bored Mito watched Kamui and Mera enter the kitchen, and her desire to cook was infinitely magnified, so she would definitely follow Kamui and Mera into the kitchen. After Mito entered the kitchen, Kamui step by step induced Mito to tell him the purpose of entering the kitchen, and then naturally formed an alliance with Mera and arranged Mera to be next to Mito to stop her from cooking. Mera is now completely focused on monitoring Mito and has no time to think about whether her own spirit will come back or not. Look at them now, how well they get along outside, and they are truly inseparable. This is life. Kamui looked outside at Mito and Mera, who were having a great time, sighed, and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Shenmue was in the kitchen, concentrating on preparing dinner. The elves who had been sent back home to visit often also came back one after another. Pidgeot, Charizard, and Beedrill. These three Pokémon flew back in this order. Mera looked at Kamui and Mito's elves, both of which had flown back, but her own elf was nowhere to be seen, and she couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Mera, don't worry. Your Blastoise and Bulbasaur can't fly, so it's understandable that they are walking a little slowly. Mito looked at Mera, who was fidgeting, and hurriedly pulled Mera, analyzing to her the reasons why Blastoise and Bulbasaur came back late, and told Mera not to be too anxious. Mito, Mera, dinner is ready. Kamui and his shadow clones brought the food, placed it on the table, and called Mito and Mera to come and eat. Shenmue then walked over to the elves and took out a bunch of energy cubes as their dinner. Charizard, remember to save some for Blastoise and Bulbasaur. After Kamui gave Charizard some instructions, he sat around the dining table with Mito and Mera, ready to start eating. After Kamui and Mito took 2 bites, they found that Mera didn't move her chopsticks at all. They knew that Mera was not in the mood to eat, because the elves had not returned yet. Mera, eat your meal first. After you finish eating, we will go look for them. Only when you are full will you have the strength to look for them. Shenmue put a piece of food into Mera's bowl with chopsticks, and then made a suggestion to Mera. Mera looked at Shenmue and thought for a while, and realized that this was the truth, so she started to eat voraciously, thinking that she could finish eating quickly and go find the elves earlier. Mera was enjoying her meal when she suddenly heard a rustling sound in the woods. She turned her head and saw her Blastoise and Bulbasaur coming back together. Mera immediately put down her bowl and chopsticks, ran to Blastoise and Bulbasaur, and complained to them why they came back so slowly. As Mera spoke, tears streamed down her face. Kamui and Mito just held their bowls and ate while watching Mera scolding Blastoise and Venusaur. No one wanted to intervene. These two Pokémon who had no sense of time really deserved a lesson. When Blastoise and Venusaur saw Mera crying, they were stunned. The two Pokémon tried in a hurry to coax Mera and make her happy, but they failed to make her happy. However, their funny appearance when teasing Mera made Kamui laugh. In the end, it was Shenmue who stepped in and made Mera stop crying and laugh with just a few words and sit down to eat again. All the elves who went home to visit their relatives came back, and the whole process could be said to be safe and sound. That night, Kamui and his companions decided to spend the night in the Tokiwa forest to recuperate and prepare for their expedition to Bright Summit tomorrow, or rather, to the Tokiwa gym point while Kamui, Mito and Mera were resting in the Tokiwa forest. Sakaki received the news that Amado and Kozaburo were captured. Boss, the plan failed. Sakaki's secretary Manatori reported to Sakaki that Yamato and Kozaburo were accidentally captured. Boss, that young man named Kamui not only has powerful spirits in his hands, but his personal combat power is also among the best. Amado and Kozaburo didn't even have time to fight back before he subdued them. That Shenwei seems to have mastered something similar to hypnosis, which makes it hard to defend against. Zio Senlang was hypnotized by him and answered whatever he asked. Sakaki's secretary Manatori said this and pushed his glasses up on his nose, giving people a very capable feeling. Is this all you have gathered about that Kamui? Sakaki carefully stroked the fur of the cat in his arms and spoke to his secretary Manatori without raising his head. His voice was neither fast nor slow, but it gave people a strong sense of oppression. Boss, this is all we have at the moment, but we will continue investigating. After hearing what Sakaki said, Sakaki's secretary Manatori trembled. She understood that this was her boss Sakaki, who was very dissatisfied with their work, so she quickly expressed her loyalty to Sakaki. Forget it, don't investigate this Kamui anymore. Gather some people immediately and have them hide in Viridian City. I'm afraid Viridian City will be in turmoil in the near future. Sakaki was still sitting there petting the cat, but his thoughts had long since drifted away to who knows where. Yes, boss, Sakaki's secretary Manatori agreed and left the room where Sakaki was. When Sakaki's secretary Manatori closed the door, he quickly thought about the hidden meaning behind his boss Sakaki's order. Did the boss think that Kamui would dare to attack the rocket space so brazenly? Did the boss think too highly of him, or did he underestimate the rocket's cadres? A trace of disdain flashed across the face of Sakaki's secretary Minori, who thought that his boss Sakaki was making a big deal out of nothing. However, she only dared to think these words in her heart, and didn't dare to say them in front of Sakaki. She knew her position very well, and knew what she should and shouldn't do. The most important thing for a secretary is to learn to keep her mouth shut. Sakaki's secretary Minori went to gather people with the orders given to her by her boss Sakaki. In the alliance representing justice, the name Shenwei was also mentioned prominently, and they were arranging for suitable personnel to contact Shenwei, find out his position, and make plans to win over Shenwei. In fact, for the Rockets and the League, Shenwei's origins are no longer important, because Shenwei has demonstrated his value, and as long as Shenwei can be used by them, no matter what Shenwei has done before, it will be written off. Chapter 214, Climbing the Gate. When the first ray of sunlight in the early morning shone through the gaps between the trees and onto Shenwei's face as he stretched himself after getting up early, it dispelled the remaining sleepiness for him and marked the beginning of a new day. This ordinary morning passed by so simply. There is a saying that goes, I guessed the beginning, but I couldn't guess the ending. No one expected that such a horrifying thing would happen on such an ordinary day. Kamui takes Mito and Mera on their journey again. This time their destination is Viridian City. Different from their purpose of coming to Viridian City last time, this time they want to destroy Team Rocket. Mito, Mera, why don't you just not go to Tokiwa City? I'll leave you somewhere safe, and once I destroy Team Rocket, I'll come pick you up with good news. How about that? Kamui was worried that Mito and Mera would be in danger during this operation, so he hoped that they would give up participating in it. No, I want to go with you. Besides, after you activate Susanoo, who among those losers in Team Rocket will be your opponent? How could we be in danger? Mera was excited when she thought about Kamui activating Susanoo and sweeping through Tokiwa City, while Team Rocket was defeated by Susanoo, which was almost a dimensionality reduction attack, and finally had to announce the disbandment of Team Rocket. Mera, we are not going home directly after defeating Team Rocket. Don't forget that I still have to participate in the Quartz Conference in the Kanto region and activate Susanoo. Do you want us to replace Team Rocket and become the new #1 criminal organization in the Kanto region? Shenwei looked at Mera with a dark face and felt that he was really defeated by her weird and naive ideas. Mera, the power of the Alliance is much stronger than Team Rocket. If we are identified as enemies by the Alliance, our future life will not be as leisurely as it is now. By then, the investigators sent by the Alliance alone will be enough to annoy you to death, not to mention those superstars and champions. When Kamui thought about how he was annoyed by a bunch of easily destroyed scum, just for his momentary pleasure, he hurriedly went to dispel Mera's idea of defeating Team Rocket by force. In fact, there is one thing that Kamui did not say explicitly, which is that all the people on his side are outsiders of unknown origin, and although Team Rocket is a criminal organization, they are at least their own people. By then, if Shenwei and his team show power far beyond what the league can control and make everyone in the league fearful, it is hard to say that the league will not help the Rockets to eliminate these people and prevent disaster before it happens. Shenwei's worries are not without reason. If something like that really happens, he would be like Zhu Beiji looking in the mirror, neither a human being nor a human being, even if you don't use Susanoo, with the strength of our elves, are you still afraid that you can't beat Team Rocket? Mera looked very confident, but she thought everything was too simple. 1-on-1. Your elf can win, but what about 1-on-2, 1-on-5, 1-on-10? Do you still have the confidence that you can win? Shenwei's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Mera's head, letting Mera know that her thoughts were totally wrong. So, I hope you can stay in a safe place until I destroy Team Rocket, and then come back to pick you up. In front of Mito and Mera, Kamui brought up his previous proposal again, hoping that Mito and Mera would agree this time. No, I still want to go with you. Don't think of leaving me behind. Mera hugged Kamui's left hand tightly and refused to let go, determined to go to Viridian City with Kamui. 1 more person means more strength. I can protect myself. Mito held Kamui's right hand and expressed his determination to Kamui with a gentle appearance but strong heart. Then, you two must follow me closely and never leave my sight, otherwise I may not be able to protect you in time. Kamui felt the strength coming from his hands and understood what Mito and Mera were thinking, so he had to agree to let them go to Tokiwa City with him. There were no words on the way. As Kamui, Mito and Mera walked into Tokiwa City, they could sense the prying eyes of the people around them. After Mito and Mera noticed something, they felt a little uneasy and frightened, and inadvertently held Kamui's hand tightly for inner comfort. Kamui felt the change in strength in his hands, then turned to look at Mito and Mera, and found that they were both a little nervous. Don't worry, I'm here. Kamui squeezed Mito and Mera's hands, comforting them softly before quickly walking towards the Tokiwa gym. The newly built Tokiwa gym was still at the same location, which made it easy for Kamui to find it. Mito, Mera, are you ready? We are about to start destroying Team Rocket. Kamui pulled Mito and Mera and stopped in front of the door of Tokiwa gym to give them a chance to adjust their condition. We are ready. X2. Mito and Mera looked up, glanced at the Tokiwa gym sign, took a deep breath, and then let it out slowly. Then, let's get started. Kamui kicked the door of the Tokiwa gym open, then walked into the Tokiwa gym with Mito and Mera. The door of the Tokiwa gym spun and flew into the Tokiwa gym, finally getting stuck in the wall. Kamui entered the Tokiwa gym and immediately released all of his Pokémons. Mito and Mera followed closely and also released their Pokémons. Who are you to dare to enter the Tokiwa gym? Aren't you afraid of the league's sanctions? A trainer wearing the Tokiwa Dogan martial arts uniform angrily accused Kamui, and then other trainers wearing the Tokiwa Dogan martial arts uniforms gathered around Kamui and the others. Call out your boss Sakaki. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Shenwei glanced around and smiled faintly. You want to meet our boss? Wait until you beat me first. The trainer wearing the Tokiwa gym martial arts uniform said this as he sent out his Pokémon to have a Pokémon battle with Kamui. It's too troublesome to deal with them one by one. Meng, let's deal with them all at once. Kamui didn't want to waste too much time with these people in front of him, so he ordered Mewtwo to get rid of them together. Mewtwo's eyes lit up, and an invisible superpower emanated from it, causing this group of trainers wearing the martial arts uniforms of the Tokiwa gym to float in the air with nowhere to gain support. Then Mewtwo glared and saw these people being flung away by a repulsive force, crashing into the walls around the Tokiwa gym. Applause. A loud and slow applause sounded in the Tokiwa gym. All of you please step back. The person he wants to find is me. A light lit up above Sakaki's head, making it impossible to see the expression on his face. All one could see was that he was sitting on the sofa petting a cat. Next to Sakaki stood his secretary Minatori. At this moment, she pushed her glasses on the bridge of her nose and looked at Kamui and the others seriously. The group of trainers wearing the martial arts uniforms of the Tokiwa gym followed the orders of their boss Sakaki, kneeled in a circle around the Tokiwa gym respectfully, and stared at Kamui and the others. Sakaki, let me get straight to the point. I'm not here today just to get the Tokiwa badge, but also to enforce justice and destroy your Team Rocket. Kamui had suffered at the hands of Sakaki before and knew that Sakaki was quick-witted. Rather than letting Sakaki slowly guess what his purpose was, it would be better for him to say it himself to give him the upper hand and shock him. Oh, I've never revealed myself as the owner of Team Rocket to outsiders. How did you know this, little brother? Sakaki did not deny it to Kamui, but admitted it directly. His unhurried voice sounded as if he had everything under control. Then, why do you think I demolished your Tokiwa gym before? Kamui did not answer the question asked. He looked at Sakaki with a teasing look and easily resolved Sakaki's problem with a neutral question. Shenwei knows the bad habit of these smart people. They always say half and leave the other half unsaid, so never explain everything to them clearly. Let them guess for themselves. What they guess will naturally be more credible than what you tell them directly. As expected, I can't treat you as an ordinary little brother. I'll get straight to the point. I hope you can join Team Rocket and be directly led by me. You can put forward any conditions you have. Sakaki made no secret of his desire for Kamui and boldly proposed to Kamui his idea of recruiting Kamui under his command. Different road non-phase plan. Kamui decisively rejected Sakaki's recruitment and did not give Sakaki any chance to take advantage. 2. Little girls, please help me persuade him. I'm eager to see him. After Sakaki hit a wall with Kamui, he quickly changed his strategy and set his sights on Mito and Mera, using them as a breakthrough point. Give up on this idea. Shenwei will not join you. That's right. Kamui will never join a bad organization that bullies elves. Mito and Mera decisively rejected Sakaki, but their words also exposed their shortcomings of being inexperienced in the world. Mito and Mera's innocent words caused the group of trainers wearing Tokiwa gym's martial arts uniforms around the Tokiwa gym to laugh unscrupulously. Sakaki's secretary Minatori, after hearing Mito and Mera's naive answers, had a faint smile on her face, but she didn't laugh out loud. After listening to what Mito and Mera said, Sakaki paused petting the cat, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he immediately had a comprehensive plan to recruit Kamui in his mind, just waiting for him to implement it. Kamui looked a little helplessly at Mito and Mera beside him. The image of master that he had worked hard to create was shattered. It turned out that he was not suitable for the image of carrying a brain when going out. Is it funny? I don't think so. Kamui took a step forward, and a suffocating aura instantly enveloped the Tokiwa gym, causing the shrill laughter to come to an abrupt end. Chapter 215 No More Team Rocket. After Kamui burst out with his momentum, the Tokiwa gym suddenly fell silent. After Kamui took a quick look around, he was very satisfied with his flexing of muscles. Sakaki looked at the domineering Kamui in front of him. His back was already wet. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be too arrogant, and the development of the situation was out of control. The Rockets have grown to their current size under the siege of the league, and have gradually become arrogant, and no longer as cautious as they were in the past. Take today's incident for example. He clearly had so many subordinates, and he could have sent them to slowly contact Shenwei and test his position, but he insisted on going his own way and meeting Shenwei in person, so now he is in a difficult situation. If I can solve this trouble today, I must be more careful in the future and never let the same thing happen a second time. I'm here to destroy Team Rocket today. Who of you agrees? Who of you disagrees? Kamui's deep voice rang out in the dead silent Tokiwa gym, and every word he spoke was like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of Sakaki and his gang. Little Brat, anyone can brag, but the key is whether you have the ability to do it. Lambda, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, appeared at the entrance of Tokiwa Gym, shrugged his shoulders, and looked at Kamui with disdain. Behind Lambda are Apollo, Athena and Lance, who are also the 4 generals of Team Rocket. Come here. Kamui turned his head and looked at the 4 generals of Team Rocket, then hooked his finger provocatively at Lambda, who had just spoken. Asshole, today I will. Lambda was provoked by Kamui and immediately wanted to rush over and teach him a lesson. However, when he stepped into the Tokiwa Gym, he realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. Half of Lambda's body entered the Tokiwa Gym, and he instantly froze in place, with cold sweat all over his body. Hey, Lambda, what are you doing? Keep moving forward. Why are you blocking the way here? Are you scared by a brat? Lance, who was standing behind Lambda, looked at Lambda, who was standing motionless, and kept mocking him. Then he walked around Lambda and walked into the Tokiwa Gym. Lance, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, walked into the Tokiwa Gym with a smile, mocking Lambda on his face, which froze in an instant. Then he turned mechanically to look at Kamui with an incredible look in his eyes. Interesting. Is this your method, little brother? I'm not in the same group with them. I also want to enter the Tokiwa Gym, so remember to show mercy to my men. Athena, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, used her body to the utmost of seduction, posing for Kamui, then twisting her waist and slowly walking into the Tokiwa Gym. In Athena's view, Shenwei was just a young boy who had just started out. Her every frown and smile could make Shenwei feel uneasy. Athena walked into the Tokiwa Gym easily, looked back at the 2 wooden men behind her. A trace of disdain flashed in her eyes just when Athena thought that the divine power had attracted her. A powerful aura was instantly exerted on her, pressing her to the ground. You women on Team Rocket are all sick, right? Don't you have any idea of what you look like? Kamui glanced at Athena, then shifted his gaze to look at the last of Team Rocket's 4 generals. Shenwei's cold voice struck Athena's heart heavily, making Athena so angry that her face turned hideous, and she wished she could stand up and bite Shenwei to death immediately. Hey, the guy outside, come in too. We can play Magic together. Although Shenwei couldn't call out the name of Apollo, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, this did not prevent Shenwei from inviting him in to play Magic. Go ahead, Platypus, use flamethrower. Apollo looked at the other 3 generals of Team Rocket, who were easily subdued by Kamui, and decisively released his own Pokémon to attack Kamui. TSK, after all this time you still have to fight. Meng, deal with him. Kamui looked at Apollo and commanded the Pokémon to attack him. He was very disappointed with his choice and let Mewtwo play freely. Mewtwo suddenly appeared in front of Kamui, and with a slash of his bare hands, he split the flames of Infernape and then flew straight towards Apollo's position. Duck build. Salamander, use Earth Throw to stop it. Apollo looked at Mewtwo getting closer and closer, and quickly commanded Incarnate to use a move to stop Mewtwo. Incarnate stood in front of Apollo, trying to protect Apollo and stop Mewtwo. Mewtwo's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand and waved at the Lacerta, then used his superpowers to throw the Lacerta aside. Then Mewtwo stretched out his hand to Apollo, and Apollo's body was imprisoned by Mewtwo and then thrown into the Tokiwa Gym, where he and the 3 people froze there neatly. At this moment, most of the Rocket Team's top leaders gathered in the Tokiwa Gym. As long as they were eliminated, the rest would be just small fry that were not worth worrying about. So what should I do next? Kamui thought. I could just kill Sakaki and the others and destroy Team Rocket in a simple and brutal way. But this would be too unfriendly. The League would then regard me as a terrorist and would chase after me. Forget it. I'd better cast an illusion on them and make them surrender themselves. It's just a little troublesome. Thinking of this, Kamui directly activated the infinite Mangekyō Sharingan and cast an illusion on Sakaki and his gang, erasing their memories of themselves, and then asked them to hand over their Pokémons, and finally asked them to turn themselves into the police station. After Kamui finished doing all this, he flashed to Sakaki's side, took the Tokiwa badge, and then put all the elves of Team Rocket into his personal space. Kamui watched Sakaki and the Rocket Team members walking towards the police station in a group, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally destroyed Team Rocket and fulfilled Mito and Mera's wish. Kamui looked at the empty Tokiwa gym and felt like something was missing. Fire. Punch. Kamui once again turned the Tokiwa gym into the original site of the Tokiwa gym and then left with Mito and Mera, feeling satisfied. Although Kamui's purposes for coming to Tokiwa City twice were different, the results should be similar. In the end, Tokiwa gym took on everything. Is this the end? I thought it would be exciting, but this is it. This is it. Mera looked at Shenwei with lack of interest. For the first time, she felt that Shenwei was a little too powerful. If you say now that you are tired of playing in the Pokémon world and never want to come here to capture Pokémon again, I can create a mushroom cloud for you right now. Shenwei raised an eyebrow at Mera, and as soon as Mera gave the order, he would start to act. Mera opened her mouth but said nothing. Shenwei, you are bullying Mera again. Mito took Mera's hand, and the two of them shared the same hatred and faced Kamui together. Ahem. Let's go to Viridian Forest and release the elves of Team Rocket. Kamui abruptly changed the subject and took the lead, leading Mito and Mera, and the three of them walked along the road towards the Tokiwa Forest. On the way, Kamui recalled what he had done in the Tokiwa gym and found that everything seemed to be too smooth, which made him suddenly feel unreal. Kamui released Kagura's mind's eye to sense the movements of Sakaki and other high-level members of Team Rocket, only to find that all these people were gone, leaving only the small fry of Team Rocket, who were still walking towards the police station. Mito, Mera, go to Viridian Forest and release these spirits. I'll be back in a while. As Kamui spoke, he handed the Pokémons he had confiscated from Team Rocket in his personal space to Mito and Mera, then rushed to Team Rocket's secret base underground in Viridian City at his fastest speed. As soon as Kamui entered Team Rocket's secret underground base, the alarm sounded, followed by Sakaki's voice coming from the speaker. Kamui, this is the second time we have talked here. That Mewtwo is my experiment, right? You have nurtured it very well. Sakaki, your memory should have been cleared by me, but why do you still remember these things? When Kamui listened to Sakaki's words, his heart was like a raging storm. Sakaki looked at Kamui's shocked expression through the screen and felt secretly proud of himself, but he had no intention of helping Kamui solve his confusion. You can take a guess. There was a hint of pride hidden in Sakaki's answer. Sakaki, do you think you can escape today? I advise you to surrender. Kamui searched for Sakaki in Team Rocket's secret underground base, but found nothing. Shenwei, don't waste your energy. I'm no longer in Viridian City at this moment. Shenwei, to be honest, I really want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have recognized myself, let alone realized that I had become so inflated. To express my gratitude to you, I decided to lead Team Rocket to withdraw from the Kanto region. This is my small token of my appreciation. Goodbye, Kamui. After saying this, Sakaki closed the communication, ending his conversation with Kamui. This was the first time Kamui encountered an opponent as intelligent as Sakaki. Every move he made was within his calculations. Such an opponent was truly terrifying. Kamui was sighing at how smart Sakaki was, almost like a demon, while Sakaki was sighing at Kamui's power and his own luck. In fact, Sakaki underestimated Kamui's power. If Kamui had not chosen to use illusion to force Sakaki and the others to surrender, but had directly killed Sakaki, then the things that happened later would not have happened. When Shenwei realized this belatedly, he slapped his thigh hard and secretly decided that he would never allow such a situation to happen again. At this time, Shenwei didn't know that it was because of his decision today that he would cause the death of Jai, the leader of the Seven Souls, in the future. Chapter 216 Influence. The four generals of Team Rocket heard every word of Sakaki's conversation with Kamui, and they were willing to obey Sakaki's orders unconditionally. However, they have different opinions about Kamui, and the one who hates Kamui the most is Athena, one of the four generals of Team Rocket. Athena looked at Shenwei on the screen. A cruel smile appeared on her face, and then she secretly pressed the button on the remote control, secretly saying to Shenwei in her heart, say goodbye. After searching around in the Rocket team's empty underground base, Shenwei found that there was not a single hair in the entire base. so Shenmue planned to leave base. Self-destruct sequence activated. Countdown. 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. After a burst of synthesized mechanical sounds, the electronic doors of Team Rocket's secret underground base were all closed, followed by explosions. That's right, the remote control in Athena's hand is the key used to remotely activate the self-destruction program and various bases of Team Rocket in the Kanto region. Point: if Team Rocket completely withdraws from the Kanto region, then all the bases previously built in the Kanto region will be useless. So destroying them all is the best option. Point: originally, the self-destruction program in the base was supposed to be activated later, but Athena hated Kamui and wanted to take revenge on him, so she secretly moved up the time to activate the self-destruction program. Point: question: what can you do in 3 seconds, Kamui? A lot, such as surviving the explosion of an underground base. After hearing the self-destruction program, Shenmue immediately activated his speed force and ran at his fastest speed to escape from the exploded base. Point: what does it mean that the person is running in front and the soul is chasing behind? Shenmue can tell you the answer based on his own experience. Point: the explosions in Team Rocket's underground base occurred at multiple locations, with only a few seconds between each explosion. During this period, Kamui had to stay focused and run at full speed, otherwise he would likely be affected by the explosion due to a decrease in speed. Point: Kamui turned into a blue stream of light, penetrated through layers of barriers, rushed out of Team Rocket's underground base, and came to the ground. Then a pillar of fire shot up into the sky behind Kamui. Wow, how exciting! Shenmue took a deep breath, turned around and looked at the pillar of fire in front of him with excitement, then activated the Flying Thunder God formation and disappeared. Point: as for why Kamui didn't activate the Flying Thunder God array to escape from Team Rocket's underground base when the self-destruction program was counting down. Point: Shenmue has the Flying Thunder God formation, but he refuses to use it. He insists on using his super speed to race against time. Hey, just for fun. Point: Kamui activated the Flying Thunder God formation and returned to Mito and Mera, and as soon as they met, he told them about Sakaki. Mito, Mera, I have bad news for you. Sakaki has run away, and all the top executives of Team Rocket have also run away. The plan to destroy Team Rocket has failed. It doesn't matter. I actually thought it was too simple. We can't live in the Pokemon world for long. Even if we destroy Team Rocket, after we leave this world, Team Wind Arrow and Team Thunder Arrow may appear. We can't control them. Mito looked at Kamui seriously and spoke out his true thoughts. Kamui looked at Mito in front of him and found that she had suddenly become much more mature. When you haven't seen someone for 3 days, you should look at her with new eyes. But our operation this time was not completely fruitless. Sakaki decided to have Team Rocket withdraw from the Kanto region. This means that Team Rocket will no longer be seen in the Kanto region. Kamui told Mito and Mera about Sakaki's promise as good news. Based on Kamui's understanding of Sakaki, he felt that Sakaki would not lie to him about this matter. Since Sakaki dared to say so, he would definitely do it. Really? That would be great. The maturity Mito had shown just now disappeared in an instant, replaced by simplicity and innocence. While the league still doesn't know about the news that the Tokiwa gym has been demolished again and Team Rocket has withdrawn from the Kanto region. Let's hurry and head to the next town. When Shenmue thought of the alliance and how they looked so worried after getting the exact news, he couldn't help gloating. Well, let's run away before the alliance finds us. Mera looked at Kamui with an expression of approval, thinking to herself, this feeling of getting into trouble and then running away is really exciting. Point: Kamui cleaned up the remains of the Pokeballs he had taken from Team Rocket on the ground, then led Mito and Mera to the next town. Mito, Mera, maybe you don't know yet, but the next place we are going to is Satoshi and Mao's hometown, Pallet Town. Kamui took the initiative to introduce Mito and Mera to where they were going next, and seemed a little excited. Pallet Town. Is there anything special about it? Mera had never watched Pokemon, so naturally she didn't know how important Pallet Town was in the hearts of time travelers. It gave birth to Xiaozi and Xiaomeo, these two dragons and phoenixes. Aren't they special? Shenmue had no way to explain it to Mera. Even if he did, Mera couldn't understand the feeling of a mortal pilgrimage, so she could only laugh it off. Kamui was walking with Mito and Mera, and as they were walking, he had an idea in his mind. Shenwei exchanged 3 bicycles from the mall, one for each of the 3 of them, and they rode the bicycles to Pallet Town. Mito, Mera, you try this, Kamui said as he handed 2 pink bicycles to Mito and Mera respectively. Ah, these 2 bicycles for us? Great, we have bicycles too. Bicycle. When I saw Zyuksha riding one, I coveted it for a long time. Now I have one too. The first time Mito and Mera saw a bicycle was when they just met Zyuksha. Now that they have their own bicycles, they can't wait to try riding them. Mito and Mera rode their bicycles, pedaled crookedly, and then bumped into each other and fell to the ground with both the bicycles. Mito, Mera, are you both okay? Let me see where you fell. When Kamui saw Mito and Mera fall, he hurried over to help them up and asked about their well-being. I'm fine. Go take care of Mera. Get out of the way and don't disturb me while I'm practicing. I don't believe I can't ride a bike. Mito pushed Kamui toward Mera, picked up the bike, and continued trying to ride. I'm fine too. Just go watch from the side. I'm going to start practicing. Mera pointed to a big tree on the side of the road, asking Shenwei not to interfere with her learning to ride a bicycle. Kamui pushed the bicycle silently to the side, watching Mito and Mera practicing persistently, and suddenly regretted giving the bicycle to them. Kamui looked at Mito and Mera for a while, and found that they were still a long way from learning how to ride a bicycle, so he sat down against a big tree. Shenwei sat there until he felt sleepy and fell asleep in a short while. Shenwei had a strange dream. He dreamed that he came to a grey place. There was nothing there, and it was all grey everywhere. Kamui called out Mito and Mera's names while exploring this strange place, walking and walking. Suddenly, a primitive man jumped out, raised his axe, and attacked Shenwei. Then Shenwei woke up from his sleep and breathed in big gulps of fresh air. I was scared to death. Fortunately, it was just a nightmare, otherwise my death would be too unjust. Shenwei raised his hand and touched his head to check whether he was split in half. After confirming that he was fine, he felt relieved and took out a glass of ice cola to comfort himself. Shenwei sipped his ice cola, still thinking about the dream he had just had. If Shenwei guessed correctly, the primitive man holding the axe just now was most likely Pangu, and that grey world was most likely the chaos before Pangu created the world. When Shenwei thought of this, his thoughts immediately became clear. If I meet Pangu in the future, the first thing I would do is to curry favor with him, give him food and drinks to win his favor, and then slowly communicate with him emotionally, guide, trick him into opening up the sky, and then I can reap tons of merits and be very happy. At that time, as the big guys who created the world together with Pangu, wouldn't he be able to walk around freely in the prehistoric world? And those things in the mall, can you just take them out and play with them at will? Hongjin, Saints, all of them, just stand aside. As Shenwei thought about it, he didn't know where his thoughts had gone astray. Shenwei, are you stupid? Why are you grinning like an idiot alone? Mito was riding on his bicycle and turned back to look at Kamui with a puzzled expression. It's okay. I'm lost in thought. You guys continue to practice. Don't worry about me. Kamui came back to his senses instantly after hearing Mito's words, and then replied, humph. Mera looked at the smile on Shenwei's face and thought that Shenwei was laughing at her. She snorted coldly, patted the dust off her body, stood up with the help of the bicycle, and continued practicing. Shenwei looked at the angry Mera, confused, not knowing how he had offended her again. Mito, Mera, you guys should watch me show you how to ride first, and then you can try to ride it. Kamui rode his bicycle in a circle in front of Mito and Mera. While Shenwei and his friends were leisurely practicing riding bicycles, the people within the alliance were arguing happily. I think that Kamui, Mito, and Mera should be listed as the most dangerous terrorists in the alliance and sent to capture them immediately. I object. Although Kamui's methods are a bit extreme, he has indeed made contributions to the alliance. It is because of him that Team Rocket was able to withdraw from the Kanto region. Team Rocket's withdrawal from the Kanto region was the result of the unremitting efforts of all members of our alliance. It has nothing to do with Kamui. He just appeared in the right place at the right time. The specifics of what happened still need to be investigated. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Chance Encounter. Alright, stop arguing. I will send someone to contact Shenwei. By then, it will be clear whether this Shenwei is a friend or an enemy. Meeting dismissed. The Alliance members who had previously targeted Shenwei were the first to leave the Alliance's meeting room afterwards. Other people left the Alliance's meeting room one after another, leaving only the Alliance member who spoke for Shenwei and the Alliance member who initiated the meeting. President, I have sent investigators from the Alliance to contact Shenwei. Based on Shenwei's movements, it is not difficult to determine that he will attend this year's Quartz conference. I can just talk to him in detail at the Quartz conference. Well, I understand. This year's Quartz conference is over, and it's time for me to retire. The next president will be chosen between you and Takasuke. I hope you will take over my position in the end. You understand what I mean, Ishihara. Don't let me down. As the president spoke, he walked up to Ishihara, patted him on the shoulder gently, smiled encouragingly, then turned and walked out of the meeting room. After hearing what the president said, Ishihara was very excited, but he didn't show it on his face. After the president left, Ishihara quickly organized the information on hand and made full preparations to discuss the matter in detail with Kamui. Mito, Mera, we are here. This is Pallet Town. Kamui compared it with the map of the Pokemon world, and after confirming that it was correct, he announced it to Mito and Mera. Shenwei, are you sure this is Pallet Town? It's too deserted here. Mito looked at the few sparsely populated houses in the town of Pallet Town and felt immediately disappointed. A mountain is not famous for its height, but for the immortals living there. A river is not famous for its depth, but for the dragons living there. Even though this place is sparsely populated, the dragon and the phoenix all came from here. Not only that, there lives a Pokemon professor here. His name is Oak Snow City. Everyone calls him Professor Oak. He is the grandfather of Fengchu's Iomeo. Kamui was introducing himself non-stop, but Mito and Mera were in no mood to listen. They pushed their bicycles into Pallet Town, so they didn't hear the second half of Kamui's words. Mera walked for a while and saw that Shenwei had not caught up, so she wanted to raise her hand to call Shenwei and ask him not to fall behind. Mera, don't worry about him. When he realizes he's fallen behind, he'll catch up with us. Just let him indulge himself there. Mito stretched out his hand to stop Mera, then pulled Mera together and walked towards the depths of Pallet Town. What I said are all valuable information. I won't tell ordinary people about it. Oh, where are the people? Kamui introduced the story of Pallet Town and turned around to look at Mito and Mera, but when he turned around, he found that Mito and Mera were gone. Kamui looked around for Mito and Mera and accidentally saw Mito and Mera pushing their bicycles in the distance. Kamui immediately got on his bicycle and pedaled hard, trying to catch up with Mito and Mera in front of him. Just at this moment, a man came out from the side of the road and blocked Shenwei's way. Hello, I'm Ishida, an investigator from the Alliance. I suspect you have something to do with the destruction of the Tokiwa Gym. Please cooperate with our investigation. Alliance. Investigator Ishida shows his ID to Kamui and then takes Kamui away. This Ishida was none other than the one who had previously investigated the abnormal energy fluctuations at Sea. Later, his job was taken over by the dragon type Tenno Watari, and he was sent to investigate the destruction of the Tokiwa Gym. In fact, Ishida was very dissatisfied with this work arrangement. He believed that his ability was no worse than that of the Dragon King Do. He only lacked the title of Dragon King. If he were the Dragon King, he would definitely do better than Do. In this way, Ishida came to Tokiwa City with a heart full of grievances and began to investigate the whole story of the destruction of Tokiwa Gym. Hard work pays off. Ishida visited the former gym trainers of Tokiwa Gym and traced the cause to Kamui. This time, Kamui came to Tokiwa City again to challenge the Tokiwa gym. Ishida set his eyes on Kamui and wanted to bring Kamui back to the Alliance for investigation point. But what happened next was that the owner of the Tokiwa gym and the trainers in the gym went to the police station in a group to turn themselves in. The Tokiwa gym was destroyed again, catching Ishida off guard. Ishida immediately chose to report what happened in the Tokiwa gym to the Alliance headquarters. While he was reporting, he disappeared from Kamui. Ishida was unwilling to let the credit he had just obtained slip away right under his nose, so he hurried after it. While Mito and Mera were practicing in the forest, Ishida had already arrived in Pallet Town and had been waiting there. Only now did he show up and block Kamui's way. The Tokiwa gym was destroyed. You should go find the gym leader of the Tokiwa gym. Why are you looking for me? You can't assume that this matter has something to do with me just because I challenged the Tokiwa gym at that time. Shenmue didn't expect that people from the Alliance would come to him so soon. He made up his mind to refuse to admit it. Kamui watched Mito and Mera in front of him walking further and further away, feeling extremely anxious. Coincidentally, he met the investigator from the Alliance at this time, who was hesitating with him, and his tone was inevitably a little agitated. What are you talking about? I told you to cooperate with the Alliance's investigation. Don't you understand? Get out of the car right now. As an Alliance investigator, Ishida became angry when he saw that Kamui was very uncooperative. He shook Kamui's bicycle and asked Kamui to cooperate with the investigation. Take your dog paws away. If you have the guts, show me the evidence that I destroyed the Tokiwa gym. If you don't have any evidence, get out of my way and don't block my way. Kamui stared at Ishida with his cold eyes and warned him coldly, come with me to the Alliance for investigation. Ishida was frightened by Kamui's eyes, but the credit that was within his reach blinded his eyes, and he kept shaking Kamui's bicycle relentlessly. Kamui noticed that Ishida's eyes were a little evasive, and he didn't dare to look him in the eye. He didn't even mention the matter of evidence. Kamui knew that the Alliance investigator in front of him was bluffing. Kamui gripped the handlebars and pulled them up suddenly, causing the front wheel of the bicycle to lift up, and Ishida was thrown into the air by the great force. Kamui rode a bicycle, lowered the front wheel, raised the rear wheel, and performed a dragon tail swing. The rear wheel of the bicycle hit Ishida's face hard, knocking Ishida out. Kamui slapped Ishida away, put the bicycle into his personal space, and then walked in front of Ishida. Can you speak properly now? Kamui looked down at Ishida, waiting for him to calm down so that he could communicate with him calmly. How dare you openly attack an Alliance investigator? I will report this to the Alliance. You can expect to spend the rest of your life in jail. Ishida looked at Kamui with resentment and even wanted to use the name of the Alliance to suppress Kamui. As an investigator of the Alliance, Ishida would usually be treated respectfully by others whenever he revealed his identity. But today he happened to meet Kamui, so the result can be imagined. If you have evidence, bring it out. If you don't have evidence, don't argue with me. Kamui was sure that Ishida in front of him would not be able to produce any evidence, so he would naturally not be polite to him. As expected, when Ishida heard Kamui mention the word evidence again, he was stunned for a moment and said nothing. Waste time. After saying this, Kamui swaggered past Ishida and chased after Mito and Mera in the distance. Ishida just watched Kamui walk away, and suddenly he seemed to remember something and looked around. No, how could he be gone? He was clearly riding a bicycle just now. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Ishida looked around, looking for Kamui's bicycle, but after looking around, he found nothing. Little did Ishida know that Kamui carries a personal space with him, allowing him to store and access what he wants anytime and anywhere. Just as Kamui was being entangled by Ishida, Mito and Mera walked into a habitat full of elves. Wow, there are so many elves here. Mera looked at the strange elves in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, it's a pity that all the Pokeballs are with Kamui, otherwise we could capture a few Pokemon. Mito looked behind him, didn't see Kamui, and said with a look of regret, we walking too fast? Why don't we wait here for Shenmue? It can also improve our command ability. Mera released Haxorus as she spoke, ready to command Haxorus to challenge the elf in front of him. Wait a minute, little girl. At this time, an old man in a white coat ran up to Mito and Mera and stopped them. Little girl, the elves here were entrusted to me to take care of. They are not wild elves, so you can't attack them. The old man in a white coat stood in front of Mito and Mera, explained the reason to them, and then scolded them both. Are you a scientist? Mera looked at the man in front of her wearing a white coat and couldn't help but think of the group of bad guys who studied Mutuo, and couldn't help but examine the old man in front of her. That's not wrong, but my research direction is exactly these lovely elves. When this old man in a white coat mentioned elves, his eyes immediately became hot, which shows that his heart is full of love for elves. Aren't scientists who study Pokemon the same bad guys as those who study Mutuo? In Mira's little head, she automatically equated the old man in front of her with the evil scientist who studied Mutuo Point. After having this first impression of this evil scientist, Mito and Mera looked at the elf in front of them again and couldn't help but feel a sense of mission to enforce justice. So, Mito and Mera decided to defeat the evil scientist in front of them and release all the elves here. Chapter 218, Turning Enemies into Friends. In Pallet Town, I met an old man in a white coat. Who else could it be other than Professor Oak from the Oak Research Institute Point? But Mito and Mera didn't know this. They thought Professor Oak was a bad guy like those scientists who studied Mutuo and beat him up without saying a word. Poor Oki Yukinari, after being beaten and kicked by Mito and Mera, lay dying on the grass, thinking, I didn't do anything wrong. So why did these two girls hit me right away? Seeing that these two little girls are similar in age to his grandson Xiaomao, could it be that Xiaomao owed a romantic debt outside and then someone came to visit her? The more Professor Oak thought about it, the more it made sense to him. He looked up at Mito and Mera, unconsciously treating them with the scrutiny of selecting a grandson's wife. The two girls in front of me are both pretty, but they have bad tempers. But it's good like this, as they can keep Xiaomao, that bad boy, in check. This bad boy has good taste. He is worthy of being the grandson of Oki Yukinari. He really has the demeanor of me when I was young. But I still have to give it one last check. Little girl, stop hitting me. My old arms and legs will fall apart if you keep hitting me. Professor Oak held Mera's legs and refused to let go, begging for mercy from Mito and Mera again and again. Mito and Mera didn't necessarily want to kill Professor Oak. They fought for a while to vent their anger, and then when they heard him beg for mercy, they naturally stopped. After all, they still needed Professor Oak to take them to get the Pokeball. I beat you up so that you can empathize with me and experience the pain of being tortured. Mito looked at Professor Oak with a cold face, meaning that he wanted Dr. Oak, the evil scientist, to also taste the pain that the elves had suffered. But when Mito's words reached Professor Oak's ears, they took on a different meaning. Professor Oak's understanding is that these two girls want him to experience the pain of being heartbroken after being abandoned by Xiaomao. I know that nothing I say now can heal the wounds in your hearts, but please give me a chance. I will definitely try my best to make it up to you. You must believe me. Professor Oak looked at Mito and Mera sincerely, apologized to them on behalf of his grandson Xiaomao, and begged for their forgiveness. We don't need your apology. Those who really need your apology are no longer in this world. Mera looked into the distance dejectedly, thinking of the elves who died in scientific experiments, and tears flowed unconsciously. When Professor Oak listened to Mera's words, he was struck by lightning. No longer in this world. Could it be referring to my great-grandson and great-granddaughter? Xiaomao, you little rascal, how could you commit such a sin? Girls, I'm sorry. Professor Oak stamped his feet and beat his chest, his face full of regret and guilt. He swung his hands and slapped himself in the face. Mito and Mera looked at Dr. Oki, who was confessing in front of them, and looked at each other with confused expressions on their faces. Mito, Mera, what's going on? Did you two get scammed? Kamui looked confused, but after seeing the scene before him, he asked Mito and Mera about his guest Shin, where he walked over and saw an old man in tattered clothes rolling on the ground and crying. He thought that the man was trying to scam him. Kamui Sister Mito and I have captured an evil scientist. After our education, he has now realized his mistakes. Mera ran to Shenmue, as if to seek credit, with the word come and praise me written all over her face. Did the other party say that he was engaged in research in that area, although Kamui secretly told himself in his heart that there was no way that old man in tattered clothes could be Professor Oak, and how could such a coincidence happen in this world? He still couldn't help but think about it in that direction. I remember it was research on elves, just like the evil scientist who studied Mutuo. Mera looked thoughtful and thought for a while before giving Kamui an answer. Who is he? How did you know him, Professor? Oak pointed at the Kamui that suddenly appeared and asked Mito and Mera with a puzzled look on his face. Mito and Mera looked at each other. Then without saying a word, they walked to both sides of Kamui, holding Kamui's hands respectively, showing a happy and sweet smile. When Professor Oak saw Mito and Mera acting like little birds next to Kamui, he understood the relationship between them, but this made his mind even more confused. But didn't you break up with my grandson and come here to seek justice? Why are you still with him, Professor? Oak looked at Kamui and the other three and expressed his doubts. Hey, old man, stop talking nonsense or I'll beat you up. This is the first day we've known you, and I've never seen your grandson. How could it be possible that we broke up and came to your house to seek justice as you said? When Mera heard what Professor Oak said, she instantly got furious and kept talking like a string of cannonballs, refuting what Professor Oak said. Then, when you talk about empathy, suffering, pain, etc., aren't they describing the heartbreak after a breakup, Professor? Oak looked at Mito and Mera with a puzzled expression, waiting for them to explain it to him. I'm talking about the elves that have been studied by evil scientists like you. You evil scientists don't care about the lives of the elves for the sake of research results. I want you to also taste the pain that the elves have suffered. Mera glanced at Dr. Oak with disgust and then expressed her inner thoughts angrily. So, the elves that you're talking about no longer existing in this world are those that died in research experiments. After listening to Mera's words, Professor Oak suddenly had an idea and applied it to other situations. After listening to what Professor Oak said, Mito and Mera nodded in agreement, and then Mera asked back, of course, what else do you think it is? Professor Oak understood that this matter was a misunderstanding from the beginning to the end, so he was naturally embarrassed to say what he was thinking. Grandpa, who are you? Kamui was listening to the conversation between Mera and Professor Oak. The more he listened, the more uneasy he felt. Death would be the same, whether it was sooner or later, so Kamui asked about Professor Oak's identity, hoping to make amends. My name is Oki Yukinari, and I'm an elf doctor who is dedicated to elf research. The nearby Oki Research Institute is mine, Professor Oak did not hide anything and revealed his identity to Kamui and the others. Kamui listened to Dr. Oki's self-introduction and suddenly felt that his eyes were going dark, and he thought to himself, what are you really afraid of? So, you are Professor Oak. I met Zyozzy and Zyomeo when I was traveling, and I heard about you from them. My admiration for Professor Oak is like the surging river, which is endless, and like the flooding of the Yellow River, which is unstoppable. Listening to your words is better than studying for 10 years. I have read about the heroes of ancient and modern times, and you, Professor Oak, are the best. It is my lifelong honor to meet Professor Oak here. I will burn incense and worship my ancestors when I go home to thank them for their good deeds. Kamui looked at Professor Oak with admiration on his face and praised him highly, hoping that Professor Oak would consider that he is his little fan and not hold Mito and Mera responsible. Really? Am I that famous, Professor? Oak touched his head and accepted Kamui's praise with an embarrassed look. Professor Oak was a little confused for a moment after hearing Kamui's praise, but he quickly recovered. No, since you admire me so much, why didn't you recognize me right away, Professor? Oak came to his senses from Kamui's praise and directly exposed Kamui's lies, then looked at Kamui with a scrutinizing expression. You are dressed in rags, which is so different from your image as an elf doctor. It's understandable that I didn't recognize you at first. There was no trace of panic on Shenmue's face. He had no idea how many times he had done this kind of impromptu story making thing and was very familiar with the whole process. Then, why did your two little female companions hit me as soon as they came up? What are you going to do about this, Professor? Oak looked at Kamui and said slowly, this question hits the point. This Kamui originally wanted to downplay the matter and then get away with it, but he didn't expect Professor Oak to keep dwelling on it, which made Kamui suddenly speechless looking at the current situation. Kamui knew that he had to give Professor Oak an explanation point, so Kamui took out a senzu bean, walked to Professor Oak, and forced him to eat it. He then used the pupil technique to restore Professor Oak's clothes to their original state. Finally, he used an illusion to make Professor Oak forget the unpleasantness that had just occurred. After Kamui finished doing all this, he took Mito and Mera back 5 steps and pretended that they had just arrived. Oh, old man, how did you fall? I'll go over and help you up, Kamui said this as he trotted a few steps to Professor Oak and helped him up from the ground. Professor Oak was confused and was helped up by Kamui. He was still trying to recall how he fell. Thank you, little brother. Professor Oak stood up and patted Kamui on the shoulder to express his gratitude to Kamui for his brave act. Grandpa, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Kamui pretended to be upright and said to Professor Oak. At this moment, Kamui was thinking that this was the correct way to deal with it. If he did it like Mito and Mera, I'm afraid today would not end well. Illusion is really a must-have skill for home and travel. With it, making friends out of nothing is no longer just a dream. Chapter 219 Undercurrent. Drive Oak, we'll take our leave now. Thank you very much for your help. It has been very inspiring to us. Kamui behaved very humbly. He walked out of the Oak Research Institute with Mito and Mera and was saying goodbye to Professor Oak. Shenmue, you are too polite. Some of your ideas are very inspiring to me. Just based on your attainments in elves, you are more than qualified to be a researcher in my Oak Research Institute. Professor Oak looked at Kamui with a smile on his face and in disguise wanted to keep Kamui to work in his Oak Research Institute. Thank you for your kindness, Professor Oak, but I still like being a trainer. I like going on adventures with my Pokémon and exploring unknown mysteries. Kamui rejected Dr. Oak's kindness and insisted on becoming a trainer with ambitions in all directions. It's not just about wanting to go on an adventure with your own elf. Professor Oak teased Kamui, but looked at Mito and Mera meaningfully. When Kamui saw that his little thoughts were exposed, he smiled lightly. He did not refute Professor Oak, nor did he feel embarrassed. Mito and Mera saw Professor Oak's meaningful look and felt a little embarrassed. They lowered their heads and leaned closer to Kamui. Well, it's a good thing that young people have their own ideas. They should go out and see more while they are young, so as not to regret it when they are old and can't walk anymore. Go ahead. The vast world outside is waiting for you. When you have time, just come back and visit me more often. Professor Oak looked at Kamui and the others, withdrew his meaningful gaze, and changed the subject, supporting Kamui's idea. Yes, bye, Professor Oak. Kamui promised Professor Oak that he would come to see him later, and then said goodbye to Professor Oak. Goodbye, Professor Oak. X2 Mito and Mera followed Kamui and said goodbye to Professor Oak. Just like that, Kamui and the other two said goodbye to Professor Oak and set out on their journey again. Kamui took Mito and Mera and walked south along the road, and soon they saw the sea. Mito, Mera, our next destination is Red Lotus Island, so we will need the help of the elves again. It's decided to be you, Pidgeot. Kamui told Mito and Mera the next destination, and then released Pidgeot. Shenmue originally wanted to make his own rubber boat and continue to ride the waves with him, but the only Pokémon in his hand that could pull the rubber boat was a Magikarp. When Kamui thought of a Magikarp pulling the rubber boat and carrying him forward, he felt guilty and gave up the idea. Kamui climbed onto Pidgeot's back easily. Pidgeot spread its wings, took off from the ground, and flew into the sky with Kamui. Come out, Charizard. Mito released his big brother Charizard, intending to fly to Crimson Island using the same method as Kamui. Mera looked at Kamui and Mito, sitting on the elves' backs, and her heart ached. Mera silently released the honest Blastoise, and decided to go to Red Lotus Island by water. After all, Mera did not have a flying Pokémon unless Mera transforms, and uses receiving magic, or evolves Haxorus, or catches a flying Pokémon now. She will have no choice but to take the water route. Mera sat on the back of Blastoise, pointed out the direction to it, and then Blastoise swam towards Red Lotus Island. Kamui released the Magikarp again without giving up, hoping that it could evolve on the way to Crimson Lotus Island. They had finally traveled a distance on water, and they couldn't waste this opportunity to train the Magikarp. Just like that, the three of Shenmue, together with the four elves including Pidgeot, marched towards the direction of Hongyan Island in a mighty manner at the same time. At the Oki Institute, Grandpa, I'm back, Zaro. Mao stood outside the door of the Oak Research Institute and shouted loudly, announcing to his grandfather, Dr. Oak inside, that he was back. Zaro. Mao is back. You must have missed Grandpa so much. When Dr. Oak heard the voice of his grandson Xiaomao in the Oak Research Institute, he immediately put down his work, walked out of the Oak Research Institute, and went to greet his grandson Xiaomao. Professor Oak hugged his grandson Xiaomao, then let him go, and looked at him carefully. You are darker and thinner than before you left. How do you feel about this trip, Professor? Oak looked at the changes in his grandson Xiaomao, and couldn't help feeling sorry for him, so he asked about Xiaomao's travels. Speaking of this, there is no stronger evidence than a badge. I have already challenged all the gyms in the Kanto region, and I have obtained the badges of each gym. Zaro. Mao had a very proud look on his face. He showed all the badges he had obtained to his grandfather, Professor Oak, to make him happy. Not only that, I also got a method that can allow elves to break through their own limits and evolve again. Now I will show you. Blastoise, Mega Evolution. Xiaomao sent out Blastoise as he spoke, and had it evolve into Mega Blastoise to show his grandfather. Professor Oak. Super Blastoise was standing there majestically, but Professor Oak's face looked calm. Grandpa, how is it? Isn't it amazing? Zaro. Mao looked at his grandfather Professor Oak with excitement. He thought that his grandfather Professor Oak would be surprised about the super evolution, but he didn't expect that his grandfather Professor Oak had a calm look on his face. Grandpa, why aren't you surprised? Zaro. Mao was very disappointed with the mediocre response he received from his grandfather, Professor Oak, and quickly asked his grandfather, Professor Oak, the reason. Shenmue just left my place. He must have gone out to sea by now. Professor Oak looked at his grandson Xiaomao and explained the reason to him briefly. In fact, when Kamui and the others were talking with Professor Oak, Kamui told Professor Oak about Mega Evolution and personally Mega evolved the Pokémon in front of Professor Oak to make it more persuasive. Not only that, Kamui also sorted out the Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Keystones of each elf and gave them to Professor Oak for his research. What? Brother Shenmue and the others just left. Oh, if I had come back earlier, maybe I could have met Brother Shenmue and the others. When Xiaomao heard his grandfather, Professor Oak, say that Shenmue and the others had just left, he stamped his feet and beat his chest in annoyance. Zaro. Mao, you've been standing outside like an idiot. Come in with me and sit down. Tell me what you've been through along the way. As Dr. Oak said this, he took his grandson Xiaomao's hand and walked into the Oak Research Institute. From time to time, Dr. Oak's laughter could be heard from inside. On the other side, I should have contacted the people in the Alliance, reported Kamui's situation, and asked the Alliance to arrange his next move. Hello, are you Ishida from the Alliance Investigator? I'm the Alliance's Takasuke, and I'll be the one who assigns you your next mission. Takasuke, who in the Alliance thought Kamui was a threat and tried his best to eliminate Kamui, took over Ishida's next task arrangement and then began to command Ishida step by step, asking him to carry out the plan against Kamui. The mission I have assigned to you is the highest secret within the Alliance. You must keep it secret. Even if the president asks, you are not allowed to reveal a single word. Recently, there is a vacancy for the law enforcement captain in the Alliance. The Alliance will not forget the Alliance investigators who have worked hard for it. I think Mr. Ishida is a smart man and should be able to understand what I mean. Takasuke, in the Alliance, knew very well that if you want the horse to run faster, you have to give it more grass to eat. He implicitly tempted Ishida with benefits, making Ishida willing to work for him. When Ishida heard the benefits that Takasuke promised him, he felt his heart suddenly skip a beat, followed by a surge of ecstasy. I have been running around all these years, always being at the forefront. Wasn't it all for a promotion and a raise? Now that the opportunity is right in front of me, what reason do I have to turn it down? Okay, Counselor Gyoji, leave this matter to me. I will definitely satisfy you. Ishida tried his best to keep his tone calm and then quickly expressed his loyalty to Gyosuke. Then, I will stay in the Alliance, waiting for good news from Mr. Ishida. Oh, no, I should call you Captain Ishida then. Takaki, who was inside the Alliance, chatted with the Alliance investigator Ishida for a few more words before hanging up the phone. Gyoji leaned back on the comfortable sofa. A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he looked at the clouds in the sky and thought to himself, Kamui, please don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for appearing at such a clever time. You actually made Sakaki and his team Rocket retreat away from you. This shows that you have the power that Sakaki fears. If it were any other time, I would have tried every possible means to win you over and make you work for me. But now the election for the new president is imminent, and I must make a huge contribution to the Alliance in order to be elected as the new president of the Alliance. I was just worrying that I didn't have enough achievements, and then you showed up. Therefore, a person who can make a criminal organization like Team Rocket give up must be a criminal who is more evil and destructive than Team Rocket. And I will lead the power of the Alliance to fight the criminals to the end. In the end, as the nemesis of evil and the hero of the Alliance, I will be elected as the new president of the Alliance. Based on such impressive achievements at this moment, Gyoji was enjoying himself, imagining himself as the new president of the Alliance, and how high and mighty he would be. When he thought of this, he felt a sense of comfort emanating from the top of his head to his toes. The Kamui, whom Takaki regarded as a stepping stone to advancement, was now lying comfortably on Pidgeot's back, commanding Magikarp to challenge a poisonous jellyfish. Magikarp used Dragon's Fury. Magikarp's attack hit the stinging jellyfish, directly making the stinging jellyfish lose its ability to fight. Just then, a Megalodon and a crocodile fish came in front of everyone, chasing each other. Chapter 220 Whose Evolution? Shenhui looked at the Chow Chow fish swimming in front of him. His eyes suddenly lit up. His heart was burning with excitement, and he couldn't wait to tame the Chow Chow fish. At the same time, Kamui was also very puzzled as to why two Pokemon from the Hone region would come all the way to the Kanto region. For a moment, Shenhui's heart was surging with excitement. Speaking of elves like the Chow Chow fish, they can be called the ancestors of evolution. If you don't believe it, you can do an experiment. Put two ugly fishes in the same water tank. The conversation between these two ugly fishes must be full of disgust. I think you are ugly, and you think I'm ugly, without exception. As the saying goes, when you see injustice, you should speak out. When it is time to take action, you should take action. Go through the 9 states in a hurry. Although Magikarp has no roar and no hands, it can bravely rush forward without saying a word. When it sees injustice, block the Megalodon and protect the clone fish behind it. In the heart of Magikarp, there are not as many thoughts as Kamui. When it sees Megalodon bullying the mermaid, it can't help but reminded of its past self, the days before it met Kamui. At that time, I was weak and helpless, and was bullied by other elves all day long. I could only swim forward desperately, constantly telling myself to go faster and faster, so that I could leave those elves who bullied me behind. Today, Magikarp seemed to see his own shadow in the uglier. No. I didn't have the ability to protect myself before, and could only run away. Now that I have become stronger, I can protect myself and other weak elves. The ugly fish hid behind the Magikarp, looking at the Magikarp who stepped forward in front of him, his eyes full of surprise. The Megalodon compared its own size with that of the Magikarp, and looked at the silly Magikarp with great contempt, not taking the Magikarp seriously at all. Magikarp's small body is no match for the Megalodon, but when facing the Megalodon, Magikarp shows no fear at all. In front of the unscrupulous Megalodon, it spits bubbles mockingly. Magikarp's action really made Megalodon very angry. The Megalodon roared angrily and then swam towards the Magikarp. Magikarp looked at the approaching Megalodon, and before Kamui gave any instructions, it took the initiative to attack the Megalodon and hit the Megalodon hard with a move of Dragon's Fury. Magikarp's attack caused Megalodon to pause and stop approaching Magikarp. After being attacked by Magikarp, the Megalodon was a little dazed for a moment, but when it really felt the pain in its body, it instantly lost its mind. I have always been the one bullying the elves. How could the elves dare to bully me? The Megalodon swam towards the Magikarp at full speed, determined to tear the Magikarp into pieces to vent his hatred. Kamui, what are you still standing there for? Go and command Magikarp to fight. Mera watched the Megalodon approaching the Magikarp, while Kamui on the side just watched quietly, not moved at all. So she yelled at him excitedly, Mera, don't worry, Magikarp can handle it. Kamui has absolute confidence in his Magikarp, so he responded to Mera very calmly. Mera looked at the confident Kamui and finally chose to believe him. She stood aside with blasto eyes and watched the next changes in the battle. Magikarp rolled up its tail and pushed the ogre out, moving it away from the battlefield to avoid accidentally hurting its allies while fighting the Megalodon. Then it swung its tail vigorously and rushed towards the Megalodon like an arrow. After Mermaid was away from the battlefield, he suddenly had a different feeling in his heart when he saw Magikarp rushing towards the Megalodon. Magikarp used the impact move and Megalodon used the bite move, swimming straight towards each other. The huge chopped pepper fish head of Magikarp hit the Megalodon's front teeth, knocking them off. Megalodon is also a shark, and sharks are either changing teeth or on the way to changing teeth throughout their lives, so it is not surprising that Magikarp knocked out the Megalodon's front teeth. Just like in the neighboring One Piece world, the fishman Arlong of the Arlong Pirates is also a shark, and the teeth in his mouth are used for playing. The Megalodon's incisors were knocked away by the Magikarp, and soon the flesh and blood in its mouth rolled around, and a new row of teeth replaced the previous row of teeth. The Magikarp was now right next to the Megalodon's mouth. And how could the Megalodon miss this once in a lifetime opportunity? It immediately used its brand new teeth to bite the Magikarp's huge fish head. Magikarp, be careful, Carp King, get out of the way. Mito and Mera reminded Magikarp to be careful of the Megalodon and quickly avoid its attack, but it was too late. The Megalodon's bite speed was so fast that Mito and Mera didn't have time to command the elves to stop it. They didn't dare to watch the bloody scene that followed, so they covered their eyes. The ugly fish looked at the only elf who did not mind his ugliness and was willing to help him, who was about to be bitten to pieces by the Megalodon, but he could do nothing about it. He suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt. As Kamui looked at the Megalodon about to bite the Magikarp to pieces, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Back then, in order to make Magikarp evolve into a ferocious Gyarados, Kamui fed it a lot of energy blocks. After these energy blocks acted on Magikarp, it improved its physique, enhanced its bone density, and made its body as hard as iron and steel. The huge chopped pepper fish head of Magikarp could even be called the Damascus of Steel. The Megalodon bit down confidently, and all it had in its mind was the image of Magikarp's body being cut in two. The Megalodon didn't feel like it was being cruel at all. For Magikarp, the only way to maintain his dignity is to tear those elves who dare to challenge his dignity into pieces alive. What the Megalodon never expected was that with its amazing bite force, after biting the huge carp head of the Magikarp, not only was the Magikarp not hurt at all, but it even had its own teeth knocked out. This made Megalodon doubt his own life as a shark. And at the same time he became deeply wary of Magikarp. The Megalodon's row of brand new teeth had just been put into use, and before more than 5 seconds had passed, they were declared scrapped. Mito, Mera, both of you open your eyes and look. Magikarp is fine. Kamui was reminded by Mito and Mera, who covered their eyes and dared not to look at the miserable state of Magikarp. Then he stopped talking and focused on watching the ensuing battle between Magikarp and Megalodon. Mito and Mera heard Kamui's reminder, secretly opened their eyes, and quickly glanced at Magikarp and Megalodon through their fingers. After confirming that Magikarp was really fine, they dared to put their hands down. Mito and Mera looked at Magikarp, who was still jumping around on the field and had no intention of delving deeper into it. After all, they were not elf doctors and did not have such a strong desire for knowledge. The ugliest fish looked at the Magikarp swimming around the Megalodon unharmed and finally felt relieved. Then he looked at the Magikarp with anticipation. The flesh and blood in the Megalodon's mouth rolled again, and a new row of teeth replaced the previously damaged teeth. Now the Megalodon has learned his lesson. He knows that Magikarp's body is hard, and he cannot bite it, so he uses the water wave technique to attack Magikarp. Magikarp was directly attacked by Megalodon and knocked back a long distance. Magikarp wanted to rush over to attack the Megalodon and break off one of its teeth, but the Megalodon didn't give Magikarp any chance to get close and used water waves again and again to repel Magikarp. Magikarp discovered the Megalodon and did not give himself a chance to get close to it. He then changed his attack method and used the Dragon's Fury move in succession to attack the Megalodon. Megalodon's water wave has high damage, but when it hits the thick-skinned Magikarp, Magikarp is just like a fish, except for being knocked back a distance. The damage of Magikarp's Dragon's Fury is fixed, but every time it hits Megalodon, it makes the Megalodon grimace in pain. If this continues, it seems only a matter of time before Magikarp defeats Megalodon. Mito and Mera understood the situation on the battlefield, and they both cheered for Magikarp. The ugly fish who was watching the fight on the side couldn't help but get excited when he saw the shark beating the Magikarp with the Megalodon, but he soon became disappointed. At this moment, something strange happened. The Megalodon, which had been suppressed by the Magikarp, opened its mouth and suddenly sprayed out a destructive ray. However, the target of the Megalodon was not the Magikarp, but the ugly fish. When the Chow Chow fish saw the Megalodon attacking it, it was so scared that it stood there motionless. There was a cruel smile on the face of the Megalodon. He glanced at the mermaid, then looked at the Magikarp provocatively. Magikarp looked at the Megalodon and saw it attacking the Aceleris and swam over as fast as it could to stand in front of the Aceleris, completely blocking the Megalodon's attack for it. The Magikarp was blown away by the destructive ray and then crashed into the sea with a splash. The ugly fish swam over quickly and swam downstream along the place where the Magikarp sank. Trying to salvage the Magikarp, Mera looked at the Megalodon angrily, criticizing its behavior, and wanted to command the Blastoise to teach this alien creature in front of her a lesson. Mera, wait a minute, it's not over yet. Kamui seemed to have discovered something and stopped Mera's behavior at this moment. A burst of evolutionary light suddenly appeared at the place where the Magikarp had just sunk into the sea. Immediately afterwards, a huge elf emerged from the sea, carrying a small elf. Chapter 221 SHENWEIN-039, S daughter-in-law. After much anticipation, my Magikarp has finally evolved into a ferocious Gyarados. If you don't evolve, I'll be worried to death. As Kamui looked at the huge and ferocious Gyarados in front of him, he suddenly felt like an old father watching his son finally succeed in life. That huge Pokémon was the mighty Magikarp, which evolved into a big and ferocious Gyarados. The skinny Pokémon that the big and ferocious Gyarados brought with him was exactly the uglier No. However, this big and ferocious Gyarados of Kamui is not the same as the Gyarados we know, because this big and ferocious Gyarados of Kamui is purple. The purple body of the big and ferocious Gyarados gives everyone a weird and brutal feeling. Purple Gyarados. Aren't all Gyarados blue? But it looks really nice. Mera looked at the big and ferocious Gyarados in front of her and liked it very much. If it hadn't been for the fact that it had become a Pokémon of Kamui, Mera would have definitely tamed it. No matter what. The Megalodon looked at the huge and ferocious Gyarados in front of it and couldn't help but back down. But before the Megalodon had the chance to put his thoughts into practice, the huge and ferocious Gyarados had already set its sights on it. The first thing the big ferocious Gyarados did when it surfaced was to push the Aceleris aside, and then went straight to the Megalodon for revenge. It is said that the personalities of Pokémon are very similar to their trainers. The big and ferocious Gyarados has learned the character of Kamui, which is to take revenge without delay. Very well. The ferocious Gyarados didn't say much, aimed at the Megalodon, opened its mouth, and sprayed out a destructive ray. When Megalodon saw the ferocious Gyarados attacking it, it was not to be outdone, and also fought back with destructive rays after the destructive ray was sprayed out from the mouth of the big and ferocious Gyarados. It suddenly thickened in the air and attacked the Megalodon straightly. The destructive ray of the ferocious Gyarados swallowed up all the destructive ray of the Megalodon with a devastating force, and then it attacked the Megalodon without any reduction. With a loud bang, Megalodon was hit by the destructive beam of the great ferocious Gyarados and flew backwards. Seeing this, the ferocious Gyarados was still not satisfied. So he used another water wave move on the Megalodon. As for why the ferocious Gyarados can ignore the stiffness after using the destructive ray, it is because it has a fossil pterosaur as a companion. Megalodon was hit by the attack of the great savage Gyarados again, and this time it flew farther before Megalodon passed by. He had a fight with the great and ferocious Gyarados. Knowing that he was no match for the great and ferocious Gyarados, the thought of escaping grew wildly in his mind. Like weeds, the Megalodon's eyes swept across the people present in front of him. He wanted to engrave the faces of these people and the elves firmly in his heart. When he became strong, he would come back to avenge them for today. After the Megalodon remembered the people and elves in front of it, it turned around and swam away without looking back. The Megalodon was looking so arrogant just now, but now it wants to escape. No one expected this, but can the Megalodon escape? The answer is no. When the ferocious Gyarados was Magikarp, its swimming speed was one of the fastest. Now that it has evolved into Gyarados, this skill has not only not been lost, but has been strengthened with the evolution. Everyone saw the huge and ferocious Gyarados transformed into a purple arrow, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. In just a blink of an eye, it caught up with the Megalodon in front, and then blocked the Megalodon's way. Kamui jumped off Pidgeot's back, and stood steadily on the sea. Okay, Gyarados, let's be merciful. Let's be merciful to the Pokémon, and let it go. Kamui commanded Pidgeot to fly over and persuade the ferocious Gyarados, and he seemed to unintentionally emphasize the word given. When the ferocious Gyarados heard what Kamui said, he looked at Megalodon hatefully, then reluctantly gave way and retreated to the side. The ugly fish looked at Kamui and scolded the big fierce Gyarados, which made it so angry that it jumped out of the water and hit Kamui's calf with its head to show its dissatisfaction. Shenmue, what are you doing? Mera didn't understand Shenmue's behavior, so she scolded Shenmue. Mera, we've been together for such a long time. Don't you know what kind of person Kamui is? Just keep watching. Mito commanded big brother Charizard to fly to Mera's side, giving Mera a heads up and stopping Mera from continuing. Mera listened to Mito's words, and combined with the good deeds Kamui had done in the past, her eyes lit up, and she looked at what would happen next with anticipation. Megalodon, go away. Remember not to bully other elves in the future. Shenmue walked slowly towards the Megalodon on the sea and gave it earnest advice. The Megalodon glanced at Kamui and didn't take Kamui's advice seriously at all. The Megalodon turned around and looked at the big and ferocious Gyarados, his eyes full of provocation. The Megalodon swaggered away like a victor. When passing by the ferocious Gyarados, it deliberately looked back at the ugly fish. It's like saying, you can't stay here forever. When you leave, just wait and see how I kill it. The big ferocious Gyarados understood what Megalodon wanted to say, his eyes blazing with fire, and he swam forward a step, but when he thought of the order given by Kamui, he retreated. Megalodon saw the little trick of the ferocious Gyarados and felt very proud. Just when the Megalodon was feeling proud and triumphant, a huge shadow loomed over it. Megalodon, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Thanks to you, my Magikarp can evolve into Gyarados. As Gyarados' trainer, I should thank you and give you a ride. Kamui stood in the Susanoo, holding a fish tank with Chow Chow fish in his hand, looking at the Megalodon below with a smile. Megalodon looked back in the direction of the sound and saw Kamui standing in Susanoo at a glance. He immediately realized that the situation was not good, as I remember, Megalodon should be a Pokémon from the Fingiot region. I don't know how it came to the Kanto region, but I can take you home. Shenmue held the Fang Shinhuaji in both hands, swung it like playing golf, and hit it towards the Megalodon point at this time. Megalodon finally understood Shenmue's idea, but it was too late. Point in a flash. After a close contact between Fang Shinhuaji and the Megalodon, it immediately left the sea, flew into the sky, turned into a star, and flew away into the distance point. If the Megalodon could speak, it would definitely say at this moment, "What a disgusting feeling." Megalodon was in the sky, flying towards the home region, but unfortunately ran into Rayquaza. Rayquaza looked at the Megalodon with doubts in his eyes. Didn't it swim in the water? How did it go up to the sky? However, Rayquaza didn't think too much, and opened his mouth to release a destructive ray of light. Rayquaza is known as the overlord of the sky. When Deoxys came from the universe and broke through the ozone layer, it met Rayquaza. Rayquaza thought that it had invaded its territory and chased it and beat it. At this point in time, Deoxys has not arrived yet, but this still cannot change the fact that Rayquaza has a strong sense of territory. Rayquaza's destructive ray is much stronger than that of the ferocious Gyarados. Poor Megalodon was turned into ashes by Rayquaza. Speaking of which, we have to mention our real protagonists Musashi, Kajiro and Meow Meow. They have a role in almost every episode, but they are still jumping around to grab Zyos's Pikachu. If they are not the real protagonists, then they are. I applied for a route with Rayquaza. Gyarados, how's it going? I didn't disappoint you as your trainer, did I? Kamui said as he released Susanoo, and holding the fish tank with the Gyarados in it, he landed on the back of the big and ferocious Gyarados, reached out to touch its purple body, and took a picture of its skill awakening disc. The big and ferocious Gyarados listened to Kamui's words, and twisted its purple body restlessly, expressing its emotions. Shenmue felt the affectionate expression of the big and ferocious Gyarados towards him. So he released the ugly fish in the fish tank, put away the fish tank, freed his hands, and hugged the big and ferocious Gyarados. After Uglinodon returned to the sea, he turned around and returned to the side of the great and fierce Gyarados. Looking at Kamui, who was holding the great and fierce Gyarados, he used the water gun technique to shoot at Kamui's face. Shenmue wiped the water off his face, looked at the ugly fish attacking him with a water gun, his eyes rolled, and he immediately had an idea in his mind. "Hey, you little thing, you dare to spray water at me? Have you forgotten whose Pokémon Gyarados belongs to? As long as you are willing to become my Pokémon, I will allow you to continue your relationship." Kamui squatted down and used the big and ferocious Gyarados to whisper temptation to Smelt, hoping that Smelt would agree to become his Pokémon. "Shenmue, what are you whispering about?" Mera commanded the honest Blastoise to swim towards Kamui, and Mito also commanded the big brother Charizard to fly over. Nothing. When Shenmue saw Mera staring at him, he temporarily gave up the idea of talking to the ugly fish. "Humph, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You just want to take advantage of me," insisted Mito, not paying attention. To subdue the ugly fish, Mera revealed Shenmue's little thoughts in one sentence, and then looked at Shenmue with a wary face. "Mera, you misunderstood me. I never thought of it this way." When Shenmue saw that his little thoughts were exposed, he didn't look panicked at all. He pretended to be heartbroken, giving people the illusion that he was suffering, but was holding it in. "Mera, stop talking. Look." Mito stopped Kamui and Mera from continuing to argue, and pointed his finger at the big and fierce Gyarados and Smellifish over there. I saw the big and ferocious Gyarados and the ugliest, like a pair of lovers who had just started dating, and the air around them seemed to be filled with the scent of love. Chapter 222 Hot Spring Volcano. Gyarados is a hero who saves the beauty, and Uchiha has no choice but to give himself to him in return. Mito's eyes were full of pink hearts as she explained the love story of the big, fierce Gyarados and the ugly. Mera looked at the ferocious Gyarados and Trudon, who were a pair. Even though she was extremely unwilling, she could only watch Trudon being captured by Kamui. After Shenmue subdued the ugly fish, he naturally had to feed it energy blocks and take pictures of the skill awakening discs. Kamui put Pidgeot into the Pokeball, then chose a more comfortable position, leaning on the back of the big ferocious Gyarados, and continued to move towards the direction of Crimson Island. Along the way, the ferocious Gyarados and the ugly Noto walked side by side, giving Kamui, who was feeding him energy blocks, a belly full of dog food. However, considering that Smelly is his own Pokemon and can evolve into Milotic in the future, Kamui decided to endure it. During the rest of the journey, if there was any disturbance, the ferocious Gyarados would wrap its tail around the ugly fish to protect it from getting hurt. There were several times when the ferocious Gyarados' movements were so large that it almost shook the Kamui into the sea. Mito and Mera saw all of this and hid aside, laughing. After waiting for a long time, they arrived at the Crimson Lotus Island. As soon as Kamui got ashore, he picked up the Pokeball without saying a word and took back the big and ferocious Gyarados afterwards. Kamui took out a blank Pokeball and put the clone fish into it, completing the ceremony of capturing the clone fish. After Shenhui finished doing all this, he looked around Hongyan Island. Crimson Island is a large island located in the southern waters of the Kanto region. There is a huge volcano on the island. The Crimson Gym that Kamui is going to challenge is built on this volcano. When Kamui saw the volcano, he knew without a doubt that there must be hot springs there. After all, in the Pokemon world, these two things are interdependent. Mito, Mera, are you interested in taking a hot spring bath with me? Kamui looked at Mito and Mera with a smug look on his face, but it didn't make people feel annoying. Of course, this was all because of Kamui's good looks. If it were someone else, he would probably have been admitted to the ICU of the hospital by now. After hearing what Kamui said, Mito and Mera's faces suddenly blushed, and then they both lowered their heads. You can take a hot spring bath, but forget about it. Mito mustered up the courage to look up at Kamui and suppressed her shame as she rejected Kamui's proposal. As she spoke, her voice became smaller and smaller, and after she finished speaking, she quickly lowered her head. Why can't we take a hot spring bath together? Kamui looked at Mito and Mera with confusion written all over his face, not understanding why they would refuse. Why? I said we can't be together, so we can't be together. Mera looked at Kamui with a puzzled look on her face and insisted on getting to the bottom of the matter. She became furious and then threw Kamui aside and dragged Mito towards Hongyan Town. Kamui didn't understand why Mera was angry, so he attributed it to the days that all girls have. This Kamui is so bad. He knew that we were not allowed to wear clothes in the hot spring, but he still insisted on making us take a hot spring bath together. Mera pulled Mito in front and kicked a small stone on the road in anger, as if she regarded the small stone as a divine power. But from the look on Shenhui's face, he doesn't seem to know about this. Could it be that we misunderstood him? Mito looked thoughtful, recalling the expression on Kamui's face just now, and felt that Kamui was not pretending. He must be pretending. I don't believe he doesn't know about this. Sister Mito, don't be fooled by him. Mera looked certain, convinced that Kamui did it on purpose. At this point, we have to mention the differences between Chinese and Japanese culture. One of them is that when taking a hot spring bath, you are not allowed to wear clothes. You must be completely naked, and not even a piece of cloth can enter the hot spring. The number of times Kamui has taken a hot spring bath in his 2 lifetimes does not exceed the number on one hand. During the hot spring trip in the Naruto world, Kamui took a wild bath with the Five-Tails King Mew, so Kamui said he had never heard of this weird and little known fact. Kamui followed Mito and Mera until they entered a hot spring hotel. Kamui booked a room for the 3 of them at the hot spring hotel and made a reservation for the hot spring, then took Mito and Mera to the Red Lotus Gym on the volcano. Kamui took Mito and Mera left Hongyan Town and came to the foot of Hongyan Volcano. Kamui, why do you think the Red Lotus Gym must be built on a volcano? Wouldn't it be better to build it in Red Lotus Town? Mito looked at the top of the Red Lotus volcano and followed Kamui up the mountain with a reluctant look on his face. I think it's because of the Gun Gym. It's a fire type gym. The fire energy on the volcano is relatively dense, so we can use the environment here to accelerate the growth of the elves. Kamui explained to Mito as they climbed the mountain. Shenhui, if you guys fight spirits on a volcano, it won't cause a volcanic eruption, right? Mera stopped immediately and looked at Shenhui with a worried look, fearing that the volcano would erupt in the next second. Mera, how old are you? Are you still afraid of a volcanic eruption? Is this something you should be afraid of at your age? Kamui turned back and looked at Mera with a surprised expression. How come this isn't something I should be afraid of at my age? Explain yourself to me clearly. Mera felt a little frightened by Shenwei's gaze, and then she loudly asked Shenwei the reason. You're talking so loudly, aren't you afraid of a volcano erupting? Shenwei deliberately picked his ears in front of Mera, pretending to relieve the pressure on his eardrums, and then asked Mera with a smile on his face. Mera stared at me for a long time, not knowing what to say. She could only glare at Shenwei angrily, waiting for Shenwei to give her a reasonable explanation, thinking back, when I fought Acnologia, the destruction caused was much greater than that caused by the volcanic eruption. Why didn't you seem scared then? Shenwei looked at the angry Mera and gave her a simple example for comparison and reference point. After Mera heard what Shenwei said, she found that it was just as Shenwei said, and her thoughts changed immediately. A volcanic eruption. Don't let the name scare you. It's nothing more than that. It's fine if it doesn't erupt. If it dares to erupt, I can hold it back. Kamui looked at the volcano below his feet and spoke to Mito and Mera with a calm face, his words full of confidence in his own strength point. After listening to Kamui's words, Mito and Mera looked at Kamui and said nothing. Although they knew that what Kamui said was true, they did not want Kamui to become too arrogant, so they chose to continue climbing the mountain together. You have to believe me, I can really hold back the volcano. Kamui looked at Mito and Mera, who were walking away, and felt that he had just been pretending to be lonely to the air. This made Kamui feel no sense of accomplishment, so he chased after them. I believe you. Isn't it enough for me to believe you? You better be quiet for a while. If the volcano really erupts, because of your bad words, you will see how Mera and I will deal with you. Mito looked at Kamui expressionlessly, his words full of threats. After hearing what Mito said, Kamui immediately calmed down, pretended to zip up his pants in front of Mito, and shut his mouth. Kamui took Mito's warning to heart, and said nothing for the rest of the journey. In this way, Kamui, Mito and Mera quietly climbed up the Crimson Volcano, and came to the outside of the Crimson Gym. It is called the Red Lotus Gym, but in fact, apart from a place for Pokemon battles and a gym master, there is nothing else. I don't know if it was all destroyed in the volcanic eruption. The owner of the Red Lotus Gym is called Zaibo. He is an old man who is half buried in the ground. The Red Lotus badge that Shenwei needs must be taken from him. Old man, is this the Crimson Gym? I'm a rookie trainer who's here to challenge the Crimson Gym and take the Crimson badge. Shenwei spoke politely to the old man in front of him, who was commanding a duck-billed fire dragon and taking a hot spring bath in the magma. Oh, are you all here to challenge the Red Lotus Gym? The Red Lotus Gym badge isn't that easy to get. I think you should try to guess a riddle first. At the beginning, the owner of the museum, Zaibo, still maintained the appearance of an expert, but when it came to guessing riddles, his image as an expert was completely destroyed, and he immediately turned into an old man who guessed riddles with a mouth full of weird riddles. Guess riddles. Okay. I like guessing riddles the most. When Mera heard the owner Zaibo say that they wanted to guess a riddle, she rushed forward eagerly, as if she had forgotten the purpose of their trip. Mera, you can play the guessing game with the old man later. Let me get the Red Lotus badge first. Shenwei looked at Mera sincerely and gently reminded her not to put the cart before the horse. Okay, you go first. After hearing what Shenwei said, Mera agreed immediately. Even though Mera usually quarrels with Kamui, when it comes to the critical moment, Mera will never let her down. Kamui dealt with Mera and was about to send out his own elf to fight against Gym Master Zaibo, but he didn't expect that Gym Master Zaibo was not happy. Little girl, don't listen to him. Let's guess the riddle first. After we finish guessing the riddle, I will have an elf battle with him. It was not easy for the gym owner Zaibo to meet a child who liked to guess riddles, so he would naturally not miss this golden opportunity. As for the responsibilities of the gym owner, let me put it this way, if someone really cared about the responsibilities of a gym leader, there wouldn't be so many gym leaders who like to have side jobs and make them very successful. Shenwei watched Mera and the gym owner Zaibo playing a guessing game on the side, but he had no idea what to do. You can't just beat someone up just because he or she doesn't agree to a Pokemon battle. Chapter 223, Meeting Ishida Again. In general, there is still a difference between Zaibo, the master of the Red Lotus Gym, the three sisters of the Cerulean Gym, and Sakaki of the Tokiwa Gym, who are all running their side businesses successfully. Zaibo, the master of the Hongyan Gym, likes to play word puzzles with others. It's just his hobby, just like Takanori, the master of the Nabi Gym, likes to travel with his wife, Mito. I'm glad you're with me, Kamui looked at Mito beside him and sighed with a hint of relief. Well, actually I also like playing crossword puzzles, so you stay here alone and don't move around. I'll go and guess a crossword puzzle. Mito looked at Kamui somewhat embarrassedly, then moved closer to the gym owner's Zaibo and started to guess the riddle of the gym owner's Zaibo with mirror point. After hearing what Mito said, Kamui was first petrified, then shattered into pieces all over the ground, and finally, when the wind blew, the pieces fluttered down to the earth. Kamui looked at the gym owner's Zaibo, who was surrounded by Mito and Mera, and he really wanted to pick up the old man and throw him into the volcano. Shenwei secretly decided that when the elves fought each other later, he would definitely teach this disrespectful old man a lesson. As for now, don't rush, just wait. But Shenwei didn't expect that. While he was waiting, half a day passed in the blink of an eye. When he looked up, the sun was already setting. Shenwei's patience was also worn out as time passed. During this time, Shenwei has been keeping an eye on the gym owner's Zaibo. As long as the old man dares to do anything beyond guessing riddles to Mito and Mera, Shenwei will guarantee to throw the old man into the volcano at the first possible moment. Well, it's getting late, so let's end the word guessing game here. The owner of the museum, Zaibo, looked at Mito and Mera, who were still unsatisfied, and took the initiative to end the word guessing game. Is it finally over? Come on, have a spirit battle with me. After hearing what the owner of the hall, Zaibo, said, Shenwei immediately came to the old man and challenged him. If I could use a line of lyrics to describe Shenwei's mood at this moment, it would definitely be, I finally waited for you, and luckily I didn't give up. Little brother, you misunderstood. What I meant was that it's time for dinner. Let's go eat first. We can talk about the elf battle after we finish eating. You can't let an old man like me fight a high-intensity elf battle with you on an empty stomach, right? The gym owner Zaibo once again rejected Shenwei's request for a Pokemon battle. His behavior of taking advantage of his seniority made Shenwei very disgusted. The refusal of the museum owner Zaibo caused Shenwei, who had already lost his patience, to explode on the spot instantly. A lazy donkey will pee and poop a lot. When we finish our meal, will you still say, it's getting late, let me come back tomorrow? At this moment, Shenwei no longer cared about any Pokemon battle with the gym owner Zaibo. His own happiness was the most important thing. Shenwei flashed and came to the side of the hall owner Zaibo and kicked him out, landing in the direction of the crater. Kamui's sudden act of hurting people caught Mito and Mera off guard, but when they thought about it carefully, they felt that it was not surprising at all that Kamui could do such a thing. As for stopping Shenwei's behavior, one is a partner you spend every day with, and the other is an old man you just met not long ago. If it were you, would you choose to give up your partner and choose to help an outsider? Mito and Mera held their foreheads in sync, unable to bear to watch the end of gym owner Zaibo, and thought, this Kamui is not at all worry-free. Just before the owner of the museum, Zaibo, was about to fall into the crater, Shenwei grabbed him by the collar and stopped him. The owner of the museum, Zaibo, felt someone grabbing his collar and saving him. He looked up and saw that it was Shenwei. He quickly grabbed Shenwei's hand with both hands, hand over the badge immediately. I don't want to repeat myself a second time, Shenwei said this while holding the owner's Zaibo in one hand, and walked straight to the edge of the crater and stretched out his hand with the owner's Zaibo in the other hand. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. After I give you the badge, you must let me go. As the gym owner Zaibo said this, he released the hand that was holding Shenwei's arm, fumbled around his body, and after finding the badge, he threw it to Shenwei. Shenwei looked at the badge flying towards him and was about to reach out to catch it when suddenly a gunshot was heard and a bullet hit the badge accurately, changing the badge's trajectory. The badge that was bounced away fell into the magma and melted. Who is it? Shenmue was about to get the badge, but it was knocked away by someone, which made his already bad mood even worse. He then turned around and looked towards the place where the shooting took place. Kamui turned around and saw that he knew the person who fired the shot. He was the Alliance investigator Ishida. Don't move. If you don't want to have another hole in your body, just stay still. Alliance investigator Ishida, with a gun in his hand, pointed at everyone present, then drove Mito and Mera to the crater and stood in a row with Kamui. You're finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have been thrown into the volcano by this little rabbit. This little brother. When the Jimona Zaibo saw the Alliance investigator Ishida appear with a gun, he felt like he had seen a savior. He wanted to call Kamui a little bastard to satisfy his desire, but when he met Kamui's dangerous eyes, he was so scared that he quickly changed his words from the words of Gym Master Zaibo. It is not difficult to hear that he and Alliance investigator Ishida knew each other before. Before this, Gym Master Zaibo had been guessing riddles with Mito and Mera and refused to engage in elf battles with Kamui, all in order to delay time and wait for the arrival of Alliance investigator Ishida. Shenmue, I order you to release the Red Lotus. Gym Master Zaibo immediately. Alliance investigator Ishida looked at the Jimona Zaibo who was lifted into the crater by Kamui and immediately pointed his gun at Kamui and threatened him. Don't shoot, I'll let him go. Shenmue looked at the gun pointed at him and suddenly decided to play with them. He pretended to be scared, admitted defeat immediately, and then let go of the hand that was holding the Ona Zaibo point as mentioned before. Shenmue was standing on the edge of the crater, and under the feet of the Ona Zaibo was the boiling magma point. Now Shenmue loosened his grip, holding the hand of the museum owner Zaibo, who would fall freely into the boiling magma point. Fortunately, the museum owner Zaibo had been holding Shenmue's arm tightly, which prevented him from falling into the boiling lava immediately. Help me, please save me, I don't want to die yet. The owner of the museum, Zaibo, held onto the crater with his hands and kicked and stomped on the rock wall of the crater with his legs, trying to climb up. How dare you play tricks on me, kid? Alliance investigator Ishida took 2 quick steps forward, then stopped again, as if he remembered Kamui's skills, and did not dare to get too close to Kamui. How dare I play tricks when the gun is in your hand? Didn't you tell me to let go? Kamui immediately raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender while explaining to the Alliance investigator Ishida, you dare to talk back to me? I order you to bring Master Zaire up here immediately. Alliance investigator Ishida was a little angry, but the most urgent task now was to rescue Jimona Zaibo, so he suppressed his anger and decided to settle the score with Shenmue after he rescued Jimona Zaibo. Okay, I'll pull him up now. Shenmue turned around carefully, slowly squatted down, took the hand of the owner Zaibo, and pulled him out of the crater. As Kamui turned around, he secretly opened his Sharingan, released an illusion on the Jimona Zaibo, and then immediately closed it. After the Jimona Zaibo climbed up, he looked frightened and walked to the side of the Alliance investigator Ishida without saying a word. Kamui, to be honest, when I was your age, I wasn't as good as you. But a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Sometimes being too good will bring disaster upon oneself. A person who can destroy Team Rocket by himself, who can guarantee that he won't create a criminal organization that is more evil than Team Rocket? Such a threat should be eliminated in the bud in advance. Shenmue, I can guarantee you with my life that your 2 female companions will not be in danger, so you can go on your journey with peace of mind. Alliance investigator Ishida, after some self-congratulatory sighs, or rather, he tried to find a reason to convince himself. He gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and was about to pull the trigger at Kamui, shooting him dead on the spot. At this moment, the museum owner Zaibo suddenly stepped forward and lifted up the right hand of the Alliance investigator Ishida, who was holding the gun, causing the shot to hit empty space, and then tried to snatch the gun from his hand. Master Zaibo, what are you going to do? Have you forgotten the order from that master? Alliance Investigator Ishida did not expect that the owner's Aibo would suddenly turn against him and try to snatch the gun from him, but he quickly reacted, and in the process of snatching the gun, he deliberately mentioned that adult, that is, the Councillor Gyoji in the Alliance, just to use the name of Councillor Gyoji to make the owner's Aibo in front of him sober up point. But the current Jimona, Aibo, was deeply trapped in the illusion of Kamui and did not listen to the threats of the Alliance Investigator Ishida at all. He only knew how to snatch the gun from his hand. Alliance Investigator Ishida is young and strong, and his physical fitness is definitely much better than that of the half-buried Jimona's Aibo. The Alliance Investigator Ishida twisted his body with a gun in both hands and knocked the museum owner's Aibo to the ground. Master Aibo, what on earth are you going to do? Alliance Investigator Ishida didn't know why the owner's Aibo became like this, so he asked him again. The owner, Aibo, didn't say anything, but got up from the ground and then tirelessly tried to snatch guns from the Alliance Investigator Ishida. This time, the Alliance Investigator Ishida did not give the Jimona's Aibo a chance to get close. He kicked him hard and knocked him to the ground. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Divine Power Comes the Volcano. Alliance Investigator Ishida looked at Gym Master Aibo, who was knocked down by him, and thought that this would make Gym Master Aibo behave for a while, but he did not expect that Gym Master Aibo got up again and continued to pounce on him. Kamui, the instigator who was standing by, just quietly watched the two of them playing out this dog-eat-dog drama. At the same time, he was thinking about the Alliance Investigator Ishida, who was the adult he mentioned. You, old man, you forced me to do this. Alliance Investigator Ishida tried to communicate with the museum owner's Aibo several times, but received no response, so he gave up the plan and then pointed his gun at the museum owner's Aibo. Alliance Investigator Ishida watched as the museum owner's Aibo, for some unknown reason, risked his life to stop him and prevent him from completing the task assigned by Councillor Takasuke. You know, this is the only chance I have waited for after working hard in the Alliance for more than 10 years. Should I give up this opportunity in vain, just because of your obstruction? Master Zaya, no. I will never give up this opportunity, and anyone who stops me will die. Bang. After a gunshot, the owner's Aibo fell to the ground. Bright red blood continued to flow out from the wound and then spread out bit by bit. Alliance Investigator Ishida looked at the Jimona's Aibo lying in a pool of blood. The devilish impulse just now receded like the tide, and then his heart was filled with regret and self-blame. Alliance Investigator Ishida walked up to the Jimona's Aibo with heavy steps, stretched out his hand to feel his breath, and found that Aibo had no breath at all and was dead. After getting this result, Alliance Investigator Ishida fell to the ground with his eyes dazed. Mito and Mira's brains have been in a state of shutdown since the moment when the Alliance Investigator Ishida and the Jimona's Aibo were fighting for guns, until the moment when the Alliance Investigator Ishida shot and killed the Jimona's Aibo. Now the Alliance Investigator Ishida was sitting on the ground motionless. Mito and Mera felt that their opportunity had come and prepared to rush up to eliminate the threat posed by the Alliance Investigator Ishida. Mito and Mera each took a small step forward to test the reaction of Alliance Investigator Ishida. At this time, the Alliance Investigator Ishida was still immersed in regret and self-blame and did not notice the little actions of Mito and Mera. This could not help but boost Mito and Mera's confidence, making them more certain about the next raid. Kamui noticed Mito and Mera's little moves, but he did not choose to stop them. If Mito and Mera can't even deal with an ordinary person with a gun, then it can only be blamed on me for protecting them too well and ending up ruining them. Mito and Mera each took another step forward to create some distance between them, then looked at each other before launching a surprise attack on the Alliance Investigator. Ishida. Mito reached into his ninja tool bag, pulled out 3 shurikens, pointed them at the Alliance Investigator Ishida, and threw them at him, then rushed over. Mera ran over from the other side, launched a close-range attack, and subdued the Alliance Investigator Ishida. Mito's 3 shurikens were aimed at Alliance Investigator Ishida's right elbow, wrist and the gun in his hand. He only wanted to hurt the enemy and remove the threat, and had no intention of directly killing anyone. These 3 shurikens, just as Mito expected, hit the right places. Alliance Investigator Ishida's right hand, which was holding the gun, was suddenly hit hard, and he lost control of the gun in his hand, and it fell to the ground. The intense pain in his right hand brought Alliance Investigator Ishida back to consciousness, and he quickly rushed over to pick up the gun on the ground. At this time, Mera had already run over and kicked the Alliance Investigator Ishida away with a flying kick, preventing him from getting the gun again. Then she picked up the gun on the ground and played with it in her hand. After the alarm was lifted, Kamui was not in a hurry to ask the Alliance Investigator Ishida who the adult he was talking about was. Instead, he walked to the body of the Jimono Zaibo first and searched for the second Red Lotus badge on him. I have to say that Shenmue's luck is quite good. Just by touching it, he actually found 3 Red Lotus badges. Kamui was not polite, put them all into his personal space, and then walked towards Alliance Investigator Ishida. Why? Wasn't you the one who died just now? If it was you who died just now, then none of this would have happened. Alliance Investigator Ishida looked at Kamui with a ferocious face, as if he wanted to eat Kamui alive. Kamui didn't want to say any more nonsense, so he directly activated the infinite Mangekyō Sharingan, cast an illusion on the Alliance Investigator Ishida, and entered into a question and answer session. Shenmue, who is the adult you are talking about? Ishida. He is Counselor Takasuka of the Alliance. After Kamui got the answer from the Alliance Investigator Ishida, he remembered the name Takasuka. I thought to myself, if I have the chance in the future, I will go to the Alliance and kill Gyoji to prevent future troubles. Kamui, then why is he staring at me? Ishida, it should be because he wants to accumulate enough merits to run for the new president of the Alliance. After listening to the answer from the Alliance Investigator Ishida and combining it with what had happened before, Kamui naturally figured out what Takaki was planning. Shenmue was somewhat disdainful of Gyoji's fantastic idea. He wanted to take my life and use it as a stepping stone for him to advance to Gyoji's position, without even considering whether he had the ability to do so. Kamui asked what he wanted to know, so the Alliance Investigator Ishida was useless, so Kamui kicked him into the crater. Okay, now that everything is settled, let's go have dinner first, and then go to the hot springs. I'm exhausted from this day. As Shenmue spoke, he walked over to the body of the Museum Zaibo, ready to start the work of destroying the body. Boom. At this moment, an explosion suddenly occurred in the magma, and a loud bang was heard. Then the magma under the volcano rolled and boiled, and the entire volcano shook, as if it had entered vibration mode. Run, the volcano is about to erupt. As Kamui said this, he pulled Mito with one hand and Mera with the other, and quickly activated the Flying Thunder God formation, and instantly arrived at the foot of the volcano. Shenmue, you are such a bad person. You don't know how to do good things, but you know how to do bad things. Now the volcano is really going to erupt. Are you satisfied now? Mera slapped Shenmue on the back angrily, blaming him, but at the same time she couldn't help but worry about the safety of the people in Hanglian town at the foot of the volcano. Didn't I tell you that if the volcano dares to erupt, I can hold it back? Now it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Mito, Mera, wait here for me, I'll be right back. As soon as Shenmue finished speaking, he activated the Flying Thunder God formation and disappeared on the spot. When Shenmue reappeared in the crater, the magma in the volcano was ready to explode, and it could burst out at any time. And at any time. Kamui looked at the surging magma in front of him, and it seemed as if he saw in the world of One Piece one of the 3 admirals of the navy, Akainu Sakazuki, with his dog face drooping and constantly talking in his ear about the relationship between the flame fruit and the magma fruit as superiors and subordinates. This also made Kamui suddenly give up and use the pupil technique to return to the void to safely solve the problem of the volcanic eruption. He then used his own ability of the flame fruit to have a head-on battle with the natural force of the volcanic eruption. Finally, the volcano seemed to be brewing, and magma gushed out all at once. Red Dog, just stay here. Fire. Punch. This was the moment Kamui was waiting for. He jumped up and punched out with a fire fist from top to bottom, treating the magma in front of him as an opportunity to simulate a fight with a Kano Sakazuki. Kamui's fire fist and the magma erupting from the volcano collided in the crater. The two were evenly matched and remained deadlocked for a while. Shenwei saw that the attack of his fire fist and the magma erupting from the volcano were evenly matched, so he put a little more strength in his hands this time. The magma erupting from the volcano was forcibly knocked back by Shenwei's fire fist. Shenwei used his own strength to block the explosive force of the volcanic eruption, and he couldn't help but feel excited. However, Shenwei knew that now was not the time to be happy, so Shenwei continued to work hard, constantly exerting strength to push the magma back little by little. But can the raging magma be stopped so easily? No, it's not. Under normal circumstances, magma would gush out from the crater of a volcano. Now that this conventional route has been violently suppressed by divine power, the magma would naturally choose another way to gush out. However, this alternative approach was also blocked by divine power. Shenwei did not hesitate to spend a lot of pupil power and continuously use the pupil technique to return to the void, repairing the channel through which the magma traveled and preventing the magma from gushing out from other places. Shenwei increased his strength once again, causing the magma to retreat below the marked position. Then Shenwei went all out and completely suppressed the magma. For example, I have a bottle of Coke, and then I throw a Mentos into it. Before the Coke gushes out, I block the bottle mouth and keep squeezing the space, and at the same time I reinforce the bottle body. So where should Coca-Cola go when its space is constantly being squeezed? Naturally, it will break through the bottom of the bottle. Kamui used all his strength to wield his fire fist, pushing the magma deeper into the ground. By the time the energy of the fire fist dissipated and the magma wanted to continue erupting, it was no longer able to continue. The magma had been pressed into the ground by the power of God, but the explosive force of the volcanic eruption could not be eliminated by the power of God. This also caused the volcano that was originally about to erupt magma to only spew out a mouthful of volcanic ash in the end. Shenwei stood on the crater and was the first to be covered by the volcanic ash. His whole body was black, as if he had just finished digging coal. Shenwei was choked by the sudden volcanic ash and started coughing and sneezing. With every movement, a layer of volcanic ash fell off his body. It was very interesting to watch. Chapter 225 Eating and Bathing. After Kamui had caught his breath, he, covered in volcanic ash, activated the Flying Thunder God formation and returned to Mito and Mera. When Kamui suddenly appeared in front of Mito and Mera, they immediately prepared for battle and did not recognize Kamui at first. In fact, this cannot be entirely blamed on Mito and Mera. After all, this is the first time they have seen this type of Kamui. The sun had already set at this time, and there were no street lights at the foot of the volcano. A dark humanoid creature suddenly appeared, which would scare anyone. Kamui looked at Mito and Mera, who were in a fighting stance and could attack him at any time, so he stopped where he was and revealed his identity to them. Mito, Mera, don't do anything. It's me, I'm Kamui. In order to increase his recognition, Kamui released Mewtwo from the Pokeball to prove that he was really Kamui. How did you get into this state? Mito glanced at Mewtwo and finally confirmed that the dark humanoid creature in front of him was indeed Kamui. He then asked about Kamui's experience just now and then couldn't help laughing on the side. After Mera confirmed Shenwei's identity, she walked to Shenwei's side and circled around him. Hahaha, you fell into the lava and burned yourself. Mera finally had a chance to make fun of Kamui, so naturally she tried to do everything she could to make him angry instead of laughing like Mito. As Mera spoke, she reached out and patted Shenwei on the shoulder, and then a layer of volcanic ash fell from Shenwei. It's hard to explain this in a short time. Let's go have dinner first, and then go to the hot springs. I've had a very fulfilling day. Kamui waved to Mito and Mera, indicating that he didn't want to talk about this topic now, and then walked straight towards Hanglian Town. Shenwei, you're going to Hanglian Town like this? Aren't you afraid of being caught as a monster? Mito tried to stop laughing, and quickly reminded Kamui to pay attention to his image. Kamui slapped his forehead and cursed himself inwardly. Then his infinite Mangekyō Sharingan opened, and his image suddenly changed and returned to his normal state. Let's go eat and soak in the hot springs. Kamui pulled Mito and Mera and headed straight towards Hongyan Town. Muto automatically followed behind Kamui and the others, thinking that even the powerful Kamui could be in such an embarrassing situation. When Shenwei and his companions stepped into Hongyan Town, they found the town deserted, with no one in sight. Strange, where have all the people in town gone? Mera looked at the empty street in front of her with a puzzled expression. Is there even a need to ask? They must have thought that the volcano was about to erupt, and it was too dangerous to stay here, so they all ran for their lives. They couldn't even think of such a simple thing. Their IQ is worrying. Shenwei answered Mera's question, and then took advantage of the situation to mock Mera harshly in revenge for Mera's making fun of him just now. Shenwei, who do you say has a worrying IQ? Stop right there and explain yourself clearly. Mera listened to Shenwei's answer and realized something was wrong. Shenwei was not answering her out of kindness. He was clearly mocking her. How could Mera tolerate this? Mera was so angry that she chased Shenwei and beat him. Mera and Shenwei were chasing each other, and the sound of their fight echoed in the empty Hongyan Town, seeming to add a bit of vitality to this lifeless Hongyan Town. Mito was already accustomed to this scene, and all he wanted to say was, as long as you are happy. Kamui, Mera, I see there is a barbecue restaurant here. How about we have barbecue tonight? As Mito spoke, he walked into the barbecue restaurant in front of him and cleared away the dishes on the previous table to make room for the 3 people on his side. Barbecue. It seems like I haven't eaten it for a long time, so let's have it tonight. Kamui walked into the barbecue restaurant and helped Mito clean up the things on the table. Then he went into the kitchen and got new bowls and chopsticks for the 3 of him. When Kamui came back with new dishes and chopsticks, he saw that Mito and Mera had already sat down, waiting for him. Waiter, take your order. Mera raised the menu in her hand towards Shenwei and then started to order food without any courtesy. After talking for a while, she found that Shenwei didn't respond, so she continued. What are you staring at? The customer is about to order. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and serve him, or I'll complain to your boss about you. Mera's threat seemed to have worked, or perhaps Shenwei was willing to accompany Mera to finish this play. Hey, I'm here, sir. What do you want to eat? Shenwei perfectly played the role of a waiter, serving the 2 young ladies in front of him. Not long after, Kamui brought everything that Mito and Mera ordered to the table. Guest, if you need anything else, please feel free to call me. I'll be there whenever you call. Kamui completed the entire process, and his role as the waiter was finalized. He then pulled up a chair and sat next to Mito and Mera. As soon as Kamui sat down, Mito and Mera burst into laughter. It was obvious that they were very happy about Kamui being ordered around just now. Kamui ignored Mito and Mera, lowered his head and ate voraciously, as if he had transformed all the unfavorable factors in the outside world into appetite. Seeing that Kamui didn't say anything, Mito and Mera started discussing in a low voice, glancing at Kamui from time to time, then covering their mouths and laughing secretly. Kamui released his Pokémons from the Pokéballs. Now that he had eaten, it was time for his Pokémons to eat as well. Mito and Mera also released their Pokémons from their Pokéballs and asked them to ask Kamui for energy cubes. The barbecue restaurant, which was originally deserted, suddenly became lively. Small Pokémon like Pikachu and Eevee don't have any problem in a barbecue restaurant, but large Pokémon like Arcanine and Gyarados feel restricted in a barbecue restaurant. As usual, Shenwei took out a large pile of energy cubes for the elves to eat. Then the big brother Charizard stepped forward and helped the elves distribute the food evenly, and everything went on in an orderly manner. Eevee was chewing the energy cube. As he was eating, he became interested in what Kamui and the others were eating. He wanted to taste what it tasted like, so he jumped onto the dining table and walked in front of Mito. Do you want to taste the barbecue? Be patient, it will be ready soon. Mito understood what Ivory was thinking and picked up a piece of half-cooked grilled meat with chopsticks and turned it over. After a while, The piece of grilled meat was finally cooked, and Mito picked it up with chopsticks, dipped it in some sauce, and fed it to Ibrahimovic. Eat slowly, be careful of the heat, Mito reminded Ibrahimovic, but Ibrahimovic didn't care. He put the barbecue into his mouth in a hurry, which burned him and made him breathe heavily. After tasting the barbecue, Ibrahimovic felt that it was not as delicious as the energy cubes, so he went back in dismay. The other elves were all paying attention to Evie's every move. After watching Evie taste the barbecue, he came back immediately. Naturally, they had no interest in human food and just ate the energy cubes obediently. Kamui was the first to surrender at the dining table, just like he did last time at the ramen restaurant. Kamui looked helplessly at his bloated stomach, then looked at Mito and Mera, who were eating with relish. He could only sigh and lamented, no gold is pure, and no one is perfect. After Kamui was full, he slumped in his chair, too lazy to move, and just watched Mito and Mera continue eating. Mito and Mera didn't seem embarrassed at all when being looked at by Kamui. They ate and drank as usual, as if Kamui didn't exist. When there was not enough food, he signaled Shenwei to go and get some. Shenwei was idle anyway, so he might as well make use of him. Maybe after Shenwei moved around, there would be room in his stomach. After finishing the barbecue meal, Shenwei calculated the cost of the food and paid the bill to the boss. Although the boss is not in the store, since you are eating his food, you have to pay. I'm a rich man and I don't lack that little money, so there is no need for me to dine and free. Mito and Mera didn't say much about Kamui's initiative to pay the bill and tacitly approved of Kamui's behavior. Now that we've had enough, it's time to go take a hot spring bath. After leaving the money, Kamui took Mito, Mera, and a large group of elves behind him and walked straight to the hot spring hotel they had booked previously. Mito, Mera, how about we go to the mixed bathing area? Kamui looked at Mito and Mera in front of him, suddenly chuckled, and gave them his valuable advice. It's a beautiful thought. Go to hell. After hearing what Kamui said, Mito and Mera became furious and used their actions to tell Kamui to stop daydreaming. After who knows how many days, Shenwei got to panda eyes again. Xiaomeng saw all of this and said silently in his heart, it is easy to change the country, but difficult to change one's nature. When Shenwei and his group arrived at the hot spring hotel in a mighty manner, they quickly split into men's and women's teams. The male team is led by Kamui and his elves, and the female team is led by Mito and Mera and their elves. The two teams went into different locker rooms. Shenwei brought his elf into the men's locker room, stripped himself naked in no time, then walked into the hot spring and soaked comfortably. Except for Pteranodon and Pidgeot, which are either restrained by water or hate water, the rest of the Pokémons of Kamui are soaking in the same pool with Kamui. In the women's locker room on the other side, Mito and Mera had already stripped naked. The slightly plump Mito and the skinny Mera. The rest of the content is lost. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.